Alrighty, looks like I'm live. So, today is Tuesday, January 17th. We're back from the long weekend. It was a little bit too much of a long weekend. You get bored when there are no markets. But it looks like we're gonna start off the week with a little bit of a bang here. A lot of stocks are moving. Bitcoin is up another 10%. Silvergate is up. They just announced their earnings. I was just looking through it earlier. Can't be too bad if the stock is up. They do have a conference call at 11, which I might watch. Let me just fix a few more stream related things. Let's see here. Alright. There we go. All right, so I closed my Bitcoin short. I opened one on Friday when we pumped up over 20,000. And I closed it for a few $100s loss because I sold all my Bitcoin, I sold all my crypto. I made about 30% off of it since the lows. And I thought I would just wait for a better price, a better entry point. So I closed it. Silvergate keeps pumping. It's crazy. I do have a short on it, which is a hedge. These are going to be fully profitable. I might just be able to close everything, including the hedge. The hedge is a bit of a pain because it is down 450. It takes away from the other ones. It takes away from these winnings, but it's fine. Still a win overall. My account is struggling to get past 405k. It's like my resistance level, which is annoying. But I'll get through it. Just takes a few days of theta decay for it to work. And we still haven't updated the numbers here. At 6:30, these are going to update a lot better. The 6 o'clock update isn't as good. I got to make sure that I don't have too many bad losers. I do know that I closed my VXM today. VXM was a winner, $30. But it helped offset the Bitcoin short loss. So that's good. Use? Okay. Let's take a look at Silvergate here. Digital asset related fee income declined 6.6 million. What is this, dollar billion? Book value per share dropped. Okay, interesting. Let me take a look and see what time they have their conference call. So adjusted earnings per share is only 50 cents. That's pretty bad. Yeah. It's still pumping. I should close it. It's going to 15.50. Crazy how it's pumping so hard. Hey Louis, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I am doing well. I am doing really well. This is still pumping. Holy smokes. So I should probably start closing this because at this rate, it just seems like it wants to pump. And then I hold my short puts. Am I missing a conference call or something? Crazy pump on that. At least the options are going to be worth 0 this morning. But that's an extra 150 loss there. Price releases. I wish the conference. Okay, company will be 11 a.m. Eastern time. So that is going to be around 8 o'clock here. But it's on the telephone. I can't use my phone on the stream. I hear. Okay. Investors and other parties may also listen. Call by logging on to. Okay, we'll figure it out. I might just close all the positions and not worry about Silvergate anymore. We'll see. Dollars dumping. Canadian GDP results were in, or no, CPI. It was cooler than expected. So it looks like Canadian dollar started dumping. Or maybe that's the USD rallying. It could be one or the other. No, sorry. The Canadian dollar was rallying. The USD was dumping. But it looks similar to JPY. So probably nothing to do with the Canadian CPI. 404.8. I'm taking a hit here. 15 minutes left till market. You're doing good. Just barely woke up. Me too, man. Woke up half an hour ago. But I've been looking forward to today. The weekend was a little bit too long, waiting for the markets to open. And now it's finally open. I can't wait to see where the markets go. It looks like we are pretty flat right now. Silvergate keeps pumping. At least the Silvergate options will be worth like literally 0 this morning. I may just let them expire and close my short shares. Damn it. If I knew it was going to pump this much, I wouldn't have hedged. I hedged literally at the worst time. I hedged at $11. And I kept the hedge till 16 here. My hedge is negative 580. That takes away from my profits. However, these combined is over 2,000. So it kind of makes sense to have this hedge. But you hope the hedge doesn't pump this much. It's crazy. Still pumping. I just want to see where these are at open. If they're almost 0, I'll just close everything, including the hedge. I might start selling off too at the conference call. We also have Fed speakers later today. We have Williams and maybe others. I'll have to keep track of who's speaking and how to find them. I do have Bloomberg feed on. And CNBC as well. Still pumping. Wow. Silvergate is relentless here. I don't see any reason why it would pump this much. How's Netflix? Netflix is flat. That's wrong one. Capital net loss of $1 billion. Misses earnings. I may just book the profits from this at market open, but we'll see what happens. I hope it sells off closer. Oh, we're back to 405. I hope it sells off closer to like $11 so that I can take off the hedge at no loss and then still profit off of the options. These are looking good. These are my Netflix hedges, I think. Yeah, these are downside hedges. Upside. This one's looking good. I had the 250 put as well. Okay. So we'll see 6:30, 10 minutes till market open, and we'll get a much better idea how my positions are doing. Overall, not bad. There's going to be a lot of theta decay. So within the first like half an hour of the day, we're going to see a lot of theta decay. It used to be $330, now it's $400. Nice, man. Good job, Louis. What kind of stuff you're trading with small account? I guess just shares, I guess, or options. It's hard, man. If you gotta go $300 and keep growing it, it's hard. There we go. So Silvergate wants to pump. 10 minutes left till market open. The Nasdaq I'm looking at more closely than the ES, but let's look at the ES as well. Yeah, similar looking, very choppy looking chart here. Let's go back to the 1 minute now, since market is about to open. Check out the NQ 1 minute. Okay. Silvergate, crazy candles. You don't do option, just long-term stock. Nice. Yeah, that's the better way. Options, you lose. It's easier to lose money options. Unless you do the kind of stuff I'm doing, but this kind of stuff is difficult with small account. You need a big account. Okay, looks like dollar wants to go back up. Silvergate still pumping. Who's buying Silvergate here? I guess because of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going crazy. It's almost at 22K. How's MicroStrategy? I'm going to lose money on micro. So I'm thinking about transferring my money from my Binance to this account here so that I can trade with it. Or I might just keep it in Binance because Binance does give me 6% on my cash. And I can always wait for a better entry point and then buy crypto again when it's cheaper. But if I send my cash here, then I can trade options with it and grow it that way. Just it's a hassle to send money from Binance to anywhere. It's a huge hassle. Probably take like a 2-3% haircut on it because of fees, exchange fees, whatnot, slippage. This 15-minute candle is looking so bullish on Silvergate. The 1 minute also looks pretty bullish. But it looks like it wants to fall off this cliff here. 405.1, 8 minutes left till markets open. And then we'll get a much better idea how I'm doing after the markets open. Alrighty. US dollar wants to come up here. US dollar was looking strong last night.
An equity bear, at least in the near term, over at Morgan Stanley. Coming up, the morning calls in later. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley.
Bad timing. Alright. Let's wait till market open here. 7 minutes till market opens. What do we got here? Hide this. my other screen. All right. So it looks like Silvergate wants to sell off a little bit. And dollar, how's Netflix? Netflix hasn't moved since like 1 a.m. I was looking at it. Silvergate wants to keep going up here. I was gonna go balls deep selling puts 2 weeks ago, but I didn't. Should have, in hindsight. I missed a few opportunities this past few weeks, but it's alright. I'd rather miss opportunities than make mistakes. And then I'll just wait for better opportunities to come. I think patience is key here. Patience is always key with options. I'm gonna wait for another good sell-off on a good stock that I can sell premium on. Like when Netflix was 105, I considered going balls deep selling puts, but I already had positions on and I didn't want to add risk. And then same when Silvergate was 11, I considered it. There was so much fear and the implied volatility was so high, and they would have all printed by now. It would have been a lot of risk though. I wouldn't have slept well this weekend if I knew I had too much risk in it. But it keeps going up. It's going up to 16 here. The NQ is going up. It's going up to 11.6. I knew it. I was gonna sell a call. I was gonna buy a call spread on the NQ because I just knew the markets are positioned way too bullish. This past couple of weeks, everything has been so bullish. Everyone is a hyper bull now. There's Bitcoin bulls. There's shitco bulls. Nasdaq bulls everywhere. But I'm not gonna go too bullish because I don't want to be exposed. I would like to minimize my exposure to a direction. But I am gonna go maybe a little bit bullish, selling puts here and there. Let's take a look at the ES. Nasdaq is up. ES is flat. The Dow is underperforming. Look at the Fed funds. The yield's up a little bit. And then the 24 Jan. Yeah, up a little bit. Look at the sectors. Pretty flat to down. Nothing crazy. All right, we have 4 minutes till market opens. See what happens here. Netflix has earnings this Thursday, so I might close my positions before earnings because Netflix moves a lot. I have this new window that I'm keeping track of. So this lets me know my delta per position, which is good to know. And my VAR per position. This is values at risk. So this is a good measure of how much you can lose with a 95% certainty or 98% certainty, your max loss on different underlyings. So I can keep track of this, make sure that none of them is out of whack. Like Netflix now is one of my biggest risks. MicroStrategy is growing. SPY is my biggest risk. And then just make sure that my risk measures are good using this little table here. So that's good. Good to have. It's a good resource. All right, so we're pumping here. 11.6. NASDAQ 11.6. ES is green officially, 40.20. How's the actual SPY? SPY is 398. Okay, good. Don't want the SPY to hit 410. That's a risky zone for me. Silvergate is at 1605. So we're probably closing all the Silvergate positions here. It keeps pumping. 1613. Crazy. I'm down 650 on that hedge. So we do have the earnings coming up on it. There's gonna be a webcast. I'm just gotta find it. See what they say. It's still pumping. 1 minute till market opens. I feel like I should have closed this like half an hour ago. That would have saved me another 150 bucks. At least I know the options will be worth 0 after this. But it's like, why hedge this much? Takes away from my gains. It's probably a short squeeze. A lot of people were short this stock and they're getting squeezed out. And also Bitcoin pumping isn't helping really, right? Bitcoin pumping is adding value to that. Okay, market's open. Looks like Silvergate's starting to sell off here, or maybe not. So let's see what's going on. It's funny, you can tell right away when the market opens, visually. Okay, Silvergate puts currently, I don't see any value. I can't really close them. It is starting to sell off. The NQ starting to sell off too. Okay, I'm gonna keep track of the NQ. A lot of my positions are NQ related. Netflix is going down. And how's the ES? ES is barely down. NQ is going back up. Okay, Silvergate is starting to go back down a little bit. Dollar's still going down. NQ is pumping. Netflix is flat to down. Netflix isn't going up with the NQ. Netflix is underperforming. That's really good because I'm net short Netflix. Okay, so let's see Silvergate down more. And then I'll close all the Silvergate positions. We have NQ still trying to pump. Netflix is down almost to the 320 range. Take a look at everything else here. Okay. Everything else looks good. There should be a lot of theta decay in the next few minutes here. Maybe in the next hour, because it's going to factor in all the weekend. It doesn't happen right at 6:30 because there's a lot of volatility when market opens. It takes about an hour to digest the theta decay, and then it's going to hit. It's going to hit hard. If only I had sold more puts in BITO. It's crazy how how's MicroStrategy? I gotta keep track of that. Okay, it's going back down. That's good. How's Bitcoin? Bitcoin is still up. Keep track of MicroStrategy. I do have risk there. Silvergate is selling off. That's good. Best case scenario, Silvergate sells off to 11 and I close my options for full profit. That's best case scenario. And selling off is good. The short squeeze pre-market, and now market makers are bringing it back down. There we go. We're back down on it. Options still don't have any value. I can't even close them. Hopefully I'll be able to close them at some point, because this is scary when you can't close your short options. It's going to take a few minutes to calibrate. This one I can't close either. I can close for a penny maybe. Okay, what's going on here? NQ is hitting some resistance there at 11,620. Silvergate found some support there. And it still can't close. This is worth zero now. Look, $11. That means it's literally worth zero. Let's try closing it for a penny. Actually, I can close it for 5 cents if I want. Try closing it for 3 cents maybe. Oh man, Silvergate is pumping again. It's pumping hard. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna close Silvergate, I think. What's going on here? NQ is dumping. Why is Silvergate pumping? Hold on, we're gonna wait here. NQ is dumping hard. Can't even close these. Yeah, we're gonna close this. That's an extra 150 here. My account's up though. It's at 406 now. So I must be doing something right. How's the ES doing? ES is down a little bit. Bitcoin's going back down slowly. This short squeeze is really hurting me. My hedge was bad, honestly. I should have just bought one or two call options as a hedge instead of losing this 600 bucks. $700 hedge. So bad. But my account's looking good. I can't complain too much. Maybe just close everything. But I'm not getting a good deal to close this though. That's the issue. But I will close this though. This is ridiculous. I don't know how I mean, combined, I am up 2,000 on my Silvergate position. So this $700 is just, like change compared to that, or it's like a third of it, a third of my net profit from Silvergate. But that wasn't my plan. My plan was to pocket that $2,000 and not worry about losing on a hedge. Okay, so that was short squeeze part 2. Maybe it's gonna go back down. I think a lot of people were short Silvergate and they have to close. Look at the volumes as well. Okay. We're back down here. How's Netflix? Oh, Netflix is down. We're gonna close maybe this Netflix here. How much lower is it gonna go? Yo, why is Netflix down? Do I have any Netflix at risk? I might have some at risk. This one's looking good. 400 call. I might close this. This one has a lot of risk with the earnings. Maybe we're gonna start taking profits here. Netflix looks profitable here. Netflix always rallies when you least expect it. Okay, good. So we're taking some gains here. This didn't fill yet. 3 cents, it's not filling. Maybe I'll just close it at 5 cents. Maybe just close Silvergate and forget about it. Or we'll keep it for a little bit longer maybe. It's 2 extra cents. That ain't much. That ain't much. Okay, 4059. Looking good. Let me change my gold tracker here. Come on, gotta make better money than this. Okay, looks like that is filling. I might just start closing this. Okay, Nasdaq is dumping. Dollar isn't going up though. That's the thing. We need the dollar to go up with that. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Gold slips. Gold is, it didn't slip much. What is Kramer saying? Kramer's tripping. Alright, so USD is trying to go up. Silvergate's still going up here. The Nasdaq is dumping. This one's going for 3 cents. This one I think I'm gonna let expire because that's an extra $300. Dollar is pumping. That's good. So let's go. We want to see a dollar pump. And then I might watch the conference call if I still have the positions on. See what they say. Because depending on what they say, I might want to open positions for Feb, some Feb short puts. But I would want the price to be lower. That's why I want it to dump to like $11. That would be ideal. All right, Nasdaq is down, back down to this pre-market level. ES is down a little bit as well. Silvergate is dumping, that's good. And there's going to be another short squeeze. Okay, let's go. USD's going up. That is excellent. Nasdaq is still dumping. That is great. Nasdaq is down to the pre-market lows. 11,555. Silvergate's coming down. We're going to have Fed speakers as well today and this week, just in general. So I'm going to keep track of the Fed speakers. In terms of data today, there's only one manufacturing index data, which isn't that important. But I'll keep track of it and make sure it doesn't cause markets to sell off. Whoops. Let's take a look here. So we have the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index. Actually, that already came out. I don't even know what this means. That looks pretty bad though, minus 32. The forecast, the consensus, and the actual. So I wonder if anyone's talking about this on here. December CPI. Here, someone's talking about it. It's like they read my mind. This looks very recessionary. Okay, dollar's coming back down. NQ's going back up. Silvergate wants to go back up. I've only closed 4 of them. Maybe if I raise the price by a penny, I can close the rest right away. It really wants the 5 cents, doesn't it? Might be worth it. It's only another penny. Just close it. Alright, so I took some profits there. So Silvergate, 800 profit. Okay, so that makes up for the loss of this hedge. And then the rest is profit. This one still has 300 plus worth of value. I might keep it, maybe even sell more of it. And then just let it expire worthless. But I may start closing this edge here. Maybe close one leg of it. But I have a feeling it should go back down. The company is not in a good state. Looks like my P&L fluctuates heavily. It's back down. I closed my Netflix. Let me just reorganize this here. Okay, so I closed my Netflix. Close the call. Close this. Now I have some Netflix put that I gotta watch out for. Netflix, 250 put. I might close this. There is earnings coming up. And it is naked. I do have Netflix call spread. I can keep these till Thursday. I think they're relatively safe. They're far. But I took some profits on some of my Netflix positions, so that's good. MicroStrategy is profitable. Oh, this one is a different one. The other one should be at a loss. Yeah, big loss. Holy smokes. Wait a second. How do I lose so much on this MicroStrategy call? Fucking Bitcoin keeps pumping and it's juicing up the IV here. And this one is barely doing anything for me. Crazy. Bad choice to sell a call here. But I didn't think Bitcoin's going to pump this much. There's 31 days to expiry, so the data decay is going to be big on this. And then hopefully Bitcoin doesn't go too much more crazy. I do have a Coinbase call that should be losing too. There we go. The beauty of a ratio spread. I'm losing, but not much. So I was thinking on BITO. Okay, there we go. Silvergate's coming back down. So I was thinking of selling puts on BITO because I sold all my Bitcoin and I want the price to go back down to buy the Bitcoin for less. And then try to make profit by rinsing and repeating that strategy. Buy low, sell high. But what I need is I need Bitcoin to go down. And then I can sell puts so that if it doesn't go down, I make profit off of that stabilized price here. So let me just take a look at the options chain here. Let's say we go a month out and we can make $1,500 selling 100 of these, but then that's $100,000 nominal risk, right? It's a lot. Can make $900 for $90,000 nominal risk, 31 days. It's a lot. I would rather sell 10 as opposed to 100 contracts. Or maybe if the price goes down enough, then I'll sell 100 contracts. But at these high levels, there is a likelihood that Bitcoin does sell off. I wouldn't want to take that much risk. There we go. Silvergate is selling off. Good timing. Right after I closed those 7.5 short puts. Now we're coming down. Okay, analyst rating. Is that Silvergate? Microsoft. Microsoft is a buy. Okay, good. So Silvergate is dumping. US dollars dumping. Hopefully MicroStrategy is also dumping, but it's not. Crazy how valuable those options. It must be the IVR. Silvergate's IV is also elevated. They have a conference call at 11, and the IV's high because of earnings. Might be a good time to sell more positions in Silvergate, and then with the IV dropping because of the earnings being finished, it should be okay to have. But I would wait till after the earnings call. And I don't know. I would want the price lower. I like to sell when we're at extremes in terms of pricing. And this is currently kind of in the middle, not an extreme. Look at the NQ. NQ's back up. Dollar's back down. The ES is back up. How's the SPY doing? SPY is at 398. That is okay. So yeah, Silvergate dumping is good. I'm making some of that money back from the hedge. I want to see it back at 11. I want to see, because I know this one is safe. The $5 put is safe. I want to see it back at 11 so that I take that $700 back from the hedge. I was looking at new positions. I was looking at opening new positions in coal. So there's a company here. So it's called Alpha Metallurgical Resource. And I was reading, it's a new company. I was reading Twitter, and a lot of coal bulls were talking about this company. But looks like I missed the boat. It's already up like $5 since this morning. Is this just a brand new company? Did it just start? How come it has a healthy options chain? That's the question. So I was considering this over the weekend, and I had it ready to sell puts on, but the price is already so elevated. I might still open one, just to have some exposure to these kinds of resources. Coal. Wait a second, how come this is not working? Buy, sell. How come it doesn't give me a... I swear, I hate when this fucking software does this. It's not complicated. Okay, there we go. Silvergate is still dumping. I might wait on this AMR. I might keep it on my watch list and wait. Boeing's down. Netflix is rebounded a bit. Good thing I sold those. I want to take a look at how many deltas are in this Netflix position. Still -7 delta. The max profit on this is good though. First Solar is getting destroyed. Why? Oh my goodness. Wow. But this is a ratio spread. It should be fine. I might even get max profit on it. Whoa, look at First Solar. Unexpected. What's another big loser here? MicroStrategy. Silvergate is fine. We're coming back down on Silvergate. That's great. Okay. I'm gonna start opening new positions this week because I need to earn some theta before the end of the month to reach my monthly goal. And I'm gonna need to open a lot of positions to achieve that. Let's look at the NQ again. What's the NQ up to? NQ is relatively stable here. Looks like it wants to come back down. Silvergate still dumping. That is good. I can still close this for 3 cents. Or not, maybe. If we get back to $11 and I can still close this for 3 cents, I'll just close everything. Okay, let me find some news here. GOP lawmakers won't budge on debt limit. So this is the new... This is probably the story of the week. Maybe we close one of these, or maybe we close it all. That's $300 compared to where it was here. That's $300 full dollars.
And there's this one line that just jumps off the page to me, Anne-Marie, which I think is almost ridiculous. China's fundamental national reality
maybe we do close it.
Dictates that opening up to the world is a must. We oppose unilateralism and protectionism. China opposes protectionism. How is Secretary Yellen going to take that seriously?
It's a difficult question because she's not going to. This is something the United States has obviously been trying to fight, this protectionism.
Yeah, we're closing.
China, this attitude that China has,
hold on.
especially when it comes to IP theft and what they are doing in terms of subsidies in their own country. This is something that, you know, this is just speaking to a Davos elite
just
crowd.
Close it.
It's actually not what China practices on the ground.
Okay, so we took some loss there on the hedge, but maybe we just close everything now, or we just let this expire. I'll have 2 positions that are expiring. Dollars dumping, Nasdaq is pumping.
Is really a proponent of this so-called friendshoring. The fact that she wants to
I can sell another 100 of these.
Away from China. Also, the United States
or we'll wait. We'll wait till see what happens. At least I saved $300 by waiting for the pullback before closing the hedge.
Some tension between the Europeans and the Americans at the same time, which
so that's good.
Is a theme we should be pondering a little bit more. Anne-Marie, thank you down in Washington. What a waste of...
What a waste of what? Okay. So let's see what this guy is
Or
talking.
because they have so much disposable income. That's not really the case right now. I think
They're talking macro.
even when you're thinking about the Web3 space with digital assets, it was no longer just having a PowerPoint and an idea and you were seated for your early round investment. It was what's your runway going to look like over the next 6 months, right? How much money do you need?
Caterpillar is not doing great. I needed this to sell off this week. SPY.
And that's not really how it was in 2021. So I
CarMax.
don't think that's coming back right away. Will we have that point in time again in the future? Absolutely. I think that we're a lot closer to Fed easing, and I think that we're a lot closer to more stimulus than some people want to admit. That's probably tail end of this year or early next. And once that does come back, then you're going to start to see
Apple's
some of these type
triangle.
of 20,
This one's doing
2021
okay.
behaviors
I can maybe
return to the
roll up the puts
marketplace.
again.
But I think this is a function of quality as well. I think the decline in these companies
Yeah,
that were
maybe
listed
we'll
for
roll
over
up the
$1 billion
puts
is
here.
simply a function of
We're getting a
people
bit
being
too
little more
close here.
conservative insofar as they know they have to mark to market their illiquid assets once a year, and they don't want to be caught doing something absolutely ridiculous that screws over shareholders. And I think that's the point that you were raising earlier. Why would you want to issue more equity at a point when your valuation is already extremely low?
Yeah,
Dilute
let's
yourself
switch up
when
to
you can
this
try
here.
to
It's
better
worth it.
yourself in a different manner, take out some debt,
Fix my
go for a
deltas
higher
on
upside
Apple.
play. For VC investors, for retail
Okay,
investors,
good.
they're kind of stuck with the same conundrum. Why bet on someone who's effectively going to be diluting themselves and is going to
So
depress
yeah,
their own
so we
valuation
realize a little bit more
moving forward in this
gain.
high interest rate environment?
Yeah, so the problem with that, I mean, I completely understand. The problem with the argument is, and I call this kind of the Warren Buffett argument, is that Warren Buffett Warren Buffett created kind of this approach which worked for him because he was able to hang on for 60, 70 years.
Right.
And his money, Warren Buffett did something in hindsight.
All right, looks
It
good.
was absolutely brilliant that nobody
My
else
P&L's going down though.
could
What's
ever
going
replicate,
on?
which was
Is
his
it
money,
MicroStrategy that's
the money that
causing
he raised
the
initially,
little
it
drawdown?
It was money that was the stickiest money.
I hate-
in his. Like, I think there's people that if they
I
didn't,
swear, every time I've played MicroStrategy, I've hated it. I've never liked playing this stock with options.
these Nebraska farmers that
Always
became
seem to lose on
billionaires
it.
because, they just, hey, I didn't even
And
care
I'm
about
scared that it's going to be a
$100,000
big
I gave
loser
them in
because this can
1957 or
pump
whatever.
hard
It
sometimes.
turned into X number
With
of
Bitcoin
billions.
price going up.
Warren Buffett had access
Maybe
to
sell puts on
sticky
Biddle
money.
or sell
None of the
puts on
money ever left.
MicroStrategy.
So he actually had duration over anything. We used to say duration over direction, but he had duration over everything. He outlasted everything. But
MicroStrategy
you're only as good
is
as your last quarter. Like, if you have a bad
earnings
quarter,
end of the
you're
month.
freaking out of business. And
Earnings
like,
is
other
coming
people
up too.
realize, like, to get Warren Buffett's stickiness is next to impossible. And so for most managers, like the idea of, hey, I'm going to buy this stock because it's cheap, or I'm going to buy this stock because I think this company's fundamentally
Silvergate is
sound, and,
dumping. Oh, I should have kept
like, nobody
the
wants nobody
I
wants
should
you
have kept
buying
the
IBM with their money. Even though IBM's been down the dumps
hedge.
for, 20
But it's fine
years or
though.
whatever
If
it's
it
been,
dumps and dumps, then I'll
that's
sell
not
puts on
exciting.
it
Like, you don't tell me
for
GM's
next
a good
month.
buy because fundamentally blah blah blah. Like, as good as that story sounds, it's only good for Warren Buffett because he can. There's nothing he can't. There's nothing he can do to mess that up.
How's
But for
Bitcoin?
everybody else, it doesn't work. Like, it's not interesting. It doesn't
Bitcoin
work.
is still up.
It's not a story. The whole deal. So I think. So I'm not buying that actually, because I think that's not. That's not where we're going. I just don't see that as the future of finance. I think everything has become, what have you done for me lately? What is my short-term upside? What are we looking at? I'm okay for the next 9 or 12 months, but what are we thinking 24 months from now? That's all you got. You got to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. I mean, that's part of a broader societal issue, right? Where our attention spans have been absolutely decimated over the past 5 or 10 years. Maybe that's a function of social media, but people are very impatient. They're impatient with their investments. They're impatient with even watching ads in between YouTube shows.
All right.
And so they're not willing to take a longer-term investment.
MicroStrategy's
If you're an
coming
investor,
down.
You really need to think 5, 10, 15, 20 years
Might
out.
start
What drives the
buying
market?
like
Do you?
5-10
I
shares
don't.
of MicroStrategy.
I'm not an investor. You're
Just
a
as an
trader.
insurance.
There's a difference.
But
US dollars
invested in
dumping.
things and
US dollars dumping. Silvergate is stabilized.
I can can see, like, when it comes to investing, I have like that private equity mentality. You better show me something in a couple of years or I'm out. Like, I don't have that. I'm not looking for, you better at least show
Okay, good.
progress
MicroStrategy's
in
dumping.
1, 2, 3 years, or
Netflix,
7 years
Tesla.
max.
Tesla's up.
I
Crazy.
agree with you, but that is
I have some
to
Tesla
me,
positions that might
that is the most passive approach I would
start
ever
getting
take.
threatened
Other than
here.
that, everything has got to be like,
Let me look
it's,
at Tesla
what have you done
here.
for me
Yeah, I have this
last
call
quarter
ratio
or
spread.
last 6 months. That's it.
But I also have Tesla on the downside too. I remember I have a big one here. It's up 150. So that's good. I also have the free calls on Tesla that might end up being profitable. There's no mid price though. But if we rally to like 140, 150, I'll get a good price on these. But then these ones will be struggling if we get up that high.
What are your next quarter's financial results? If they're not good, I'm pulling my capital. I don't believe in building something for the future.
So how's my SPY puts? Okay, profitable.
I actually think
Disney.
you're going to see in the second half of this
Okay,
year, all the way
Shopify.
through 2024,
Upstart.
you're going to see a renewed frenzy.
CRM upside.
In
Damn.
upside,
All my upside
I don't know,
risk
I'm not sure
is
if we wanna call
losing.
startups or new
Nvidia
players in the
upside.
marketplace. But the reason is,
SMH upside.
in years past, when there wasn't available capital, the cost
What
to
is
entry was
this?
just too great.
Ah,
It's just too
this
much. It's too expensive.
useless position.
But in today's world, it doesn't work that way.
Coinbase upside
The
is
technology barrier,
losing.
the cost of technology
Maybe open some
for
down.
that
Oh, I do have
barrier that was
downside.
always
Yeah,
out
it's
there
winning, but
just
barely.
doesn't exist anymore.
IVR
And
didn't.
people have become numb to a different level of risk, and so there's just more money. There's just there's a different.
What if I sell
level
10 more of
risk,
these?
and I don't think that it's possible to hold that back for much more than, like, we held it back for all of 2022. I don't think it's possible to hold it back for much longer.
Lulu 300 put. Lulu's rallying hard. Where's the other Lulu?
But until then,
This one
we need to
is
see the cost of capital go
almost
down.
fully
And until the
profitable.
cost of capital goes down, I just find it very difficult to
Lulu
think that
position
with
isn't
a
helping me at
deteriorating
all.
economic backdrop, people are going to want to take that risk. People want a sure thing right now. They'd rather take the 4% on your T-bill than buy the Nasdaq.
He's Chris Vecchio. I'm Tom Sosnoff. He's Tony Batista. Thank you, Chris.
We'll
Good
take a
stuff
quick
today.
90-second break. Come back. We've got
Maybe
market
I will
next.
open one for next week with a higher strike. There we go. Let's play this guy here.
Like we're coming out of one.
Which means that how aggressively have we already priced in a recession, and that goes for earnings also. And I should point out, I appreciate that the flows aren't coming into the U.S.
Tesla
but for the S&P, we are
is
above that
pumping.
200-day moving average, and that's going to sort of ignite a little bit
Apple
more momentum as well.
pumping.
Even though we're going to be in the thick of earnings season really soon.
Yeah, a lot of people are focused on earnings season. It does seem as if
is
earnings
in the
are now gonna
money
be the
for the
primary
long leg.
driver, of market direction. It's been central banks, Fed obviously front and
Crazy.
center.
It's
We've
been a
seen
struggle
that
this
week,
month.
which we can't ignore either.
Damn it.
The central banks are still gonna play a
SPX
pivotal
Delta
part in
negative
all of
23.
this.
US
Maybe
dollar
getting a little over
is a
this year.
loser.
use that term
I
deliberately
needed the
because,
US
of course,
dollar
there's
to
the World
rally.
Economic Forum in Davos. Are we
Hey
over
Pum,
the
how you
skis? Well, let's
doing?
get
Good
back
morning.
to the World Economic Forum. Lisa Abramowitz and David Weston
So
are
what do
on
we
the ground, it
have?
says here, but I would say in the snow.
I
And
think
they're
it's
joined
fine.
by
It's just not as
co-CEOs
good as I
of the
was
world's
hoping,
largest hedge
but it's
fund
fine.
conference.
Tesla is pumping hard.
Lisa, over to you.
Thank you so much, Guy. I wish I were skiing right now.
Maybe I go long Tesla here. Let's go back to SPX. I haven't looked at the SPX today. Let's open up SPX with the system. Ah, we passed the 100% retracement. I missed that today. So that was the last Fibonacci. Let's delete this. Actually, let's keep it for now. Maybe it's going to be useful. 30-minute candle.
Well, we're still in the
Let's
middle
go
of
5
a long
minutes.
process. If you go back
And
to
1 minute.
2020, you had printing of money, the fiscal
It's
pipes were
pumping.
basically distributed
Definitely on the
everybody
pumping
to
side.
spend it. We went from what could have been a deflationary depression to an overshoot in the other side. And so that produced what we would call a monetary
Lulu's a
inflation.
pain.
And that monetary
I was thinking of
inflation
selling
is
more
now
puts in Lulu,
self-reinforcing, as one person spending
just to
produces
kind of
income, which
hedge.
produces spending. And so we've had,
go
we had
here.
the inflation, then we have
That's
the
10 days
tightening,
out,
and then what comes next
and
is
then
the
we
declining
can
growth.
sell
If you don't get the declining growth,
maybe like
you
a
have to do more tightening.
297.5
If you do get the
put.
declining growth,
That way,
it's very
if it
likely
keeps
that you
going
get a
up, at least
pause
we will
by
be
the
able
central
to
banks.
profit off of it
A
going
pause
up.
is going to trigger a rally in the
Maybe.
markets. The rally in the market's going to help the economy, and that downtrend in inflation may just be stopped at that point. You might have to do it again. So it's very hard to say whether we're done with the tightening or we're going to have another tightening.
It's pumping
What
hard.
we can say is that the next shoe to drop is a
Okay, it
decline.
closed.
Has to be a
So we
decline
have
in
another
the
Lulu
economy,
downside
and in
risk.
particular, a contraction in labor markets. Because
I
the
have
core issue with inflation
720
is wages.
theta.
Wages are running too high to have a 2% inflation rate. And the way you get wages down is you change the supply-demand dynamics for labor.
At the same time, corporations need more.
Tesla might be at some resistance here. 130 resistance. Do you think that's possible? It's pumping though. I don't want to short into the pump.
That's
Dollar is dumping hard.
because if
Spy flying? Yeah, yo, Sir Wizzle.
are okay,
Look at this.
you don't
Crazy.
lay off workers, and if you don't lay off workers, you don't raise the
My
unemployment rate.
account
If you don't
doesn't
raise the
go up.
unemployment
It's
rate, you
flat.
don't bring down
It's
wage
been flat for a
inflation.
week and a
If you
half.
don't bring down wage inflation, you
But
don't bring down
a few more
inflation
days of
sustainably.
theta decay should help a lot.
One of the metrics that
At
we
least
look
I
at
closed a
to
lot of my
know whether
risks.
we've
I
got enough tightening
closed
is whether we've actually had a decline in earnings.
a lot of the Netflix risky positions
20% decline in earnings
for
to get
realized
enough of an
gains.
inducement to lay off of enough workers to push the unemployment rate
So
up
that's
enough to
good.
bring
My
down
hedge, I
wages, to
closed
bring
it
inflation.
down.
So that's the next shoe to drop.
So we're not seeing that though. When you talk to executives, they're talking about investing.
But
they're talking about
MicroStrategy
still,
was a
hiring
bad
people.
position
You
to
see that in the
open.
data as well. Yes, it's been
And
weaker,
it's
but you're not
definitely
seeing that
showing as a
scenario. So
bad
if that
position.
doesn't happen,
484
does that mean a
loss.
6% Fed funds rate? I mean,
I
basically,
hate that
what is
company
the
with a
sort of
passion.
counter-push
It always
that
squeezes
that
me
20%
out.
decline?
Always.
The
End
reason
up
it's not
closing for a
happening is
loss.
because they have demand. There's still a lot of nominal demand. You and I were just talking earlier about the factory, right? They can't build enough cars, so to meet the demand, because there's a lot of
I
demand.
should have at least done a ratio spread on that.
But the money that was printed, we're experiencing the
Okay,
after
AMC.
effects of the monetary
How's my AMC
stimulation
position
of the
down
US and the European
$100? That makes no
economies.
sense.
And now the money is spinning
AMC's
around
at
the system, it's just
524. I did
exchanging
open
from
some
one to the
short puts.
next.
Yeah, this one's up.
And one person's income, they just spend it, and so spending has really not fallen off hardly at all.
I might need to open more short put positions because, yeah, this guy makes sense. So, because markets want to rally, and I think I need more short put positions to profit off the rally, because currently I stand to lose off the rally. I have way too much upside risk. MicroStrategy. This is a free put. That's a free call. This one became a pain in the ass. Coinbase. A lot of these will be very profitable with time. This Nvidia put is paying off. I can always close this and roll it up to a higher strike in case we keep rallying to make more off of this Netflix put, Nvidia put. Let's see what we can roll it to. Maybe just open a new one. $145. That seems pretty good. Still $30 off, and it's gonna earn good theta. So $119 of extra theta. I don't know what holds in monitors when you roll. There we go. Okay, Meta. 250 put on Netflix. I wonder if I should close this ratio spread since we're pretty close to at the money. Overall, Netflix has been a good play for me. All of my positions I've been able to close at a profit. So we'll see what happens there. SPX looking like a double top maybe. Maybe not. Probably not. Tesla is still pumping past 130. Tesla might be a buy here. This is the opposite of what I would usually do. I would usually short here. But maybe we'll inverse myself and just buy it. It's too greedy. I don't like buying at the top or selling at the bottom. Too greedy. US dollars pumping though. Okay, let's look at another stock instead. How's AMR doing? AMR, okay, looks like it retraced back down. I'm considering opening a put ratio spread on AMR. It is seems like a new company on this exchange, but it is met coal, so it's used to make metals, and it's a very valuable type of company slash resource for the global economy. Maybe we'll open one met coal position. I don't know why this one doesn't give me one. Look at this. This one gives me for $1.07. Maybe we'll open this, see if we can get mid price. Okay, looks like we have AMR position. First time ever. Hopefully it's a good company to trade. Let me add it here. I'm gonna add all the companies that I own here so that I can keep track of earnings. So Boeing, January 25th, Baba, February 2nd. I don't think I own Baba anymore, but I might open a new one. Lulu's far out. Nvidia, far out. MicroStrategy's coming up. Caterpillar. Netflix is the big one for this week. And Tesla is a big one for next week. I didn't even know Tesla had next week earnings. That's kind of scary for some of my positions. Especially if Tesla keeps bumping here. It's back down. Okay. I can close my put ratio spread here for 160 profit. It's pretty quick. Considering I opened this, I think on Friday or Thursday, that's pretty good amount of gains. But I might want to keep it to hedge this upside risk that I've recently opened. It's kind of scary when you think about the potential for Tesla to fly. But it should be fine. 160 is far away. There's so much bearish momentum on Tesla because of the price cuts. SPX is coming back up. Dollar is stabilized here. My account is looking pretty weak. Gotta be patient. But some of the things I've done this past month has definitely not helped. Like selling this MicroStrategy call was very questionable. But I think just waiting it out will be fine. It's just paper losses. But it doesn't look good. It brings my averages down. That's almost 700 Canadian that it's affecting. But at least now I'm keeping track of all my gains and losses. So here I'm going to keep track every company, whether I'm winning or losing, just so I can avoid those that I consistently lose on. And Lulu shows as a big winner, but that's because I haven't closed this one yet. If I close this one, it balances out. But at least I can keep track of things like that. First Solar is a good winner. CrowdStrike was a big loser. I only had one position. I might open another one. Maybe throughout the year, we'll bring this number up to 0. Maybe those that I have as losers, I'm going to try to play them again to make them winners for the year. But that's probably not worth it. Just like revenge trading, it's not worth it. Let me open Crowd and see where it's at. Yeah, I can also do BIIB. That's one of my losers for the year. And the thing is, I don't like biotech. I really, really don't like biotech. Maybe like a small one, like a small ratio spread, and just slowly trickle away and make money off of it. 75 bucks for this. If I can close it at mid, I probably would. But you never know with biotech. It's too risky. It's like a powder keg. I don't like it. What was I gonna look at? CrowdStrike. Take a look. CrowdStrike is back up. Tesla's coming back down. I forgot to do the RAM thing because it feels slow right now. Okay, Tesla's coming back down. Maybe I'll take the profit off of this Tesla. 150. If I can close it at mid, I probably will. No, I think I can hold it. I think we're safe. I don't think Tesla's ever going down to 85 this quickly. Crowd is coming down. Maybe you long here, because the trend for today is upwards. And maybe this is a long. Maybe this is a resistance, a support, and maybe you can long it here. Maybe not.
The likes of retail going down, and that was really just on the back of Ocado, who had missed its fourth quarter estimates. Then when it comes to sales, retail still being the main laggard today, but only a third of a percent.
Silvergate conference call in 45 minutes. I don't know if I'll listen to it. I did close most of my positions. Looks like it bounced off the lows. 18%.
Now 1% to the good, nearly the same for industrials as well, pushing forward. Your stocks gainers and losers. Then a little bit earlier on, we also did have we had Leonardo, right?
Dollars pumping. That's really good.
Adding 4.5%. So we are seeing it still at.
How am I losing so much? It's because of MicroStrategy, I swear. They're pumping the premium on this.
Still remains, as I said, Ocado now 9% weaker.
Should have sold premium after it pumped.
Okay day. We are seeing some positivity with the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, but down goes the Dow Jones Industrial.
Tesla's coming down. US dollars going up.
Off the trading picture out on that front, bit of a mixed one then out in the United States.
Davos.
Then we will of course continue our coverage across the day as well as the rest of the week when it comes to Davos. So with that, let's head on over to Jeff.
That is terrific. Arabile, thank you very much indeed for that. Let me, before I just start the conversation, just...
Goldman had earnings today. Let me see what Bloomberg says about it.
Meaningfully, you do have other consumer businesses there moving forward, like Green Sky, a major acquisition they've made. So a lot of questions, more answers to get at the end of February at their investor day.
What is R&B?
In Goldman Sachs' history, but still, the
down 4%.
Of that business is a key concern for Goldman and a key thing that is on David Solomon's mind today and tomorrow.
Yep. Shinali, David Solomon, I'm sure, won't appreciate me saying this on his birthday, but as investors think about that investment...
I've never sold premium in Goldman.
Are we at the point yet where they're beginning to question his leadership?
That is a great question. Listen,
take a look
when you're
here.
the CEO of a company like this, the clock is always ticking, isn't it? And so they have medium-term targets. If you look at what they inked in the most recent quarter, about a 10%.
The premium looks pretty good.
On equity, that is still below those medium-term
But no,
targets.
not that great.
So the question for David Solomon becomes then, what brings you to that
Maybe
point
like a call credit spread, call ratio spread.
While also keeping your people
385, 390. It's pretty far out. 42 cents. Damn it. So cheap.
Keep people happy. They need to pay for performance at a time where they want to be set up for the year ahead. James Gorman put that in a
maybe like a 380, 385.
Doubling down as well. So whether or not it is the same at both banks.
375, 380 for $1.20.
Yeah, the share price reaction suggests maybe a different story.
That's kind of where we started the day, though. It could always rebound.
Going to be back with us throughout the hour, throughout the next hour as well, keeping us updated on how some of these calls are going. Let's get back to the World Economic Forum in Davos. Bloomberg's Lisa Rabinowitz is with Christiana Riley, Deutsche Bank America's CEO. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you so much, Guy. And as you were just talking about with Shanali, there's a real question here. How
What is
do you
this?
prepare for a bust that hasn't happened yet, and it doesn't appear to be
Oh, I can't close
the
this?
horizon in the
Crazy.
very near future, at least if you look at certain companies. Christiana Riley, such a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being with us. I want to start there.
Dollars
How do you
pumping,
prepare
that's
for a
good.
downturn that everyone is
Tesla's going
expecting,
back up.
that
I
we're
knew
not
this was a
seeing the
buy.
data yet,
I could
and that
tell.
we don't really understand what it could look like?
Yeah, you've analyzed it
SPX
very
pumping,
well. We're in this
4012.
kind of interesting, what I would call sweet spot. at the moment
Shopify,
between a period at the end of last year
Biddle.
of peak
I want to
uncertainty
maybe
around
sell
interest
some
rate
Biddle
outlook
puts.
and the,
Maybe like
as you
just
usually
10
say,
of
the period
them.
at which we understand and know,
And
intellectually that those interest rate
that way,
hikes are
if
going to hit the
MicroStrategy
economy.
keeps
So we
pumping,
did this interview
I'll make a bit of
really
cash off
about
of Biddle puts.
analyzing the data, looking carefully and trying to forecast what's ahead from
So what are you seeing with respect to consumer spending,
Maybe.
with respect to just how healthy companies are, both big and small?
Yeah, well, look, let me start with the fact that relative to where we were in that period of peak uncertainty, both around the interest rate outlook as well as around energy supply here in Europe, the outlook has improved. I think there are two key factors for that. One is the milder winter that we've experienced here in Europe.
$12 puts. I can always sell 10 of them for 120 bucks, expiring next week. If it sells off, then that's 1,000 shares. But at least if it sells off, MicroStrategy will sell off too, and that's money I'll get back from here. I'd rather sell puts into weakness, not into strength. That's the thing. It's doing the wrong thing here if I sell it now. It's a little bit too weak. I need to just hope that MicroStrategy calms down, and it is slowly calming down. It's coming back down a
So
bit.
then does it change the way that Deutsche Bank wants to emphasize business in terms?
Dollars pumping. Deutsche Bank is shilling. German finance minister strengthening the competitiveness of the economy. Okay. My bearish positions are some of my biggest losers. These two are three bearish positions that I had that are not doing so great. But Lulu's doing okay. When I factor in all my other winning trades on Lulu, it's doing good. The SPX, on the other hand, not so good. Qs, that's another bearish position. It's going deeper and deeper in the money. This could be a pretty bad one. Did I open? Yeah, at least I opened this put that I'm profiting on. So that at least is good. 36 bucks. This one I wasn't able to roll. I tried to roll this, right? Yeah, I did. Maybe I'll just open another NVIDIA put. Short put. This one flipped now, positive. Crazy. So I can close this here. No, keep it closer to earnings. DAX is up 0.8% in 5 minutes. Wow, that's crazy. The Germans are rallying. Everything is looking too bullish for me. It's not ideal for me. But it's not the end of the world either. Just gotta remain flexible. Just gotta be able to profit from both directions when you can. And it helps to sell premium because you have ways of being omnidirectional. But struggling here to pass this 405 level. Usually I don't struggle this much to pass a level. But we'll see. All I need is a quick reversal. And I should be able to get closer to like 410. I sold all my crypto positions and I'm considering transferring the cash here. Maybe using it here to grow it, or keeping it in Binance and then waiting for a big dip to buy again. I gotta consider my options here. If it was easy to transfer the money here and then back to Binance, I would do that regularly, but it's not easy. You gotta pay fees and stuff, and you gotta go through a third party, and then to my bank, and then to here. But maybe I should, because Binance does things that I can't do here. Like I can buy things like Matic, I can buy things like XRP and whatnot on Binance, but I can't buy it here. And here everything has a drag. Like if I buy BITO, it has a drag. If I buy Bitcoin futures, it has a drag. GBTC, it has some kind of arbitrage risk or whatever. Whereas in Binance, you know what you hold. You hold that coin. Oh. I'm just checking to see if I'm missing anything. My biggest loser for the day is MicroStrategy, but it is calming down. It was a little bit worse before. But other than that, I don't have any big losers. So I think it's fine. The SPY one, Apple Strangle, looks pretty bad. I did roll up the puts though, so maybe I need to roll up the puts again. I think overall I am profiting off of Apple for the year. If I look at here, yeah, I am profiting off of Apple for the year, so not a huge deal if I take a loss here. But I don't want to make it much worse, right? I don't want Apple to rally to 150 and then for my short strangle to look really ugly. Maybe roll up the puts again to 130. It's minus 200 for the day, but this one helps by 60 bucks. Delta is negative 22. When is Apple earnings? February 2nd. $10 days. Not a lot of premium. I can always do some kind of ratio spread here with Apple. It's risky though, especially if it's a big one that I open. Like if I open a small one, that's fine. But it is due for a sell-off. It's pumped up way too high here. Almost feel like doing a call ratio, but Apple's been pumping a bit too much. I'll wait. I have the short strangle. I'm gonna let the short strangle do its thing and wait. And I might adjust it if I need to. Let's see, some talks about Germany.
Further debt raising at the Commission level. Ultimately, Germany is the backstop for all of this. Are you ready to allow those funds to be raised? Are you ready to backstop additional
Take a look at Netflix.
capital raising across the Eurozone for these projects?
We don't need it. As I mentioned, we have
Apple's coming down.
EE, and
Apple might be a good short.
Are not yet used completely. to say the least. We need to
How's MicroStrategy?
competitiveness on the supply side. We don't
Okay,
need more public
SPX.
sector spending. We need private sector spending.
Back down.
And to our people,
I need to close my dollar
had the
position.
opportunity to
If I could close
talk
it.
today, I have seen the same response. Improve our business framework conditions, make progress on capital markets union. We need a deepening of the single market. We don't need more public sector money. We already have a lot of public sector money. It was already
Opening any position here is hard because we're not at the lows, we're not at the highs, we're in the middle. And it's hard to pick a direction to sell premium on.
Just before we go, allies must rally and continue to support Ukraine in order to stamp out Russia's quote.
And my primary intuition is to sell upside risk, but I already have so much of it on multiple tickers that I don't want to. I need to sell downside to hedge, but then it's like we're already pretty elevated. Why would I sell downside here and not like here when I had better chances early last week? I had way better chances to sell downside. So because we're elevated, like the main intuition here is to sell upside. It's like, what if the rally just continues on and on and on, and then I end up not making as much money because I'm just consistently selling into strength and it keeps going up. Silvergate's at 20%. I sold the AMR, didn't I? How's it doing? It's a small loser. Okay. It's a new company that I'm trading with. We'll see how it does. A lot of bulls on Twitter regarding coal. They want to see coal rise. One company that they talk a lot about is White Castle, New Haven, but it just keeps going down. I've been monitoring it. I think it's this. No, yeah, Whitehaven. It's an Australian stock. And so many people bet like all their life savings on this because of the China reopening, and it has not performed really well. All right, dollar's coming up. SPX looks like it wants to come down. Falling off a cliff maybe, hopefully. Okay. Maybe I should close the other Lulu put here. 37 bucks. It's not gonna do much. It's so hard to get a red day, eh? Every day's been a green day for how many days in a row now? It's gonna be another green day maybe. 7 green days in a row. Everyone is bullish. I've been listening to people on Twitter and it's just crazy. It makes me sick how many people are bullish. It's like all of a sudden all the Bitcoin maxis are convening. They're convening spaces to talk about how it's going to the moon. I know, right? Everyone's bullish. It's sickening, I swear. People need to calm down. The bullish spirit is okay, but it's not the time. Like, let's wait till a real bull market starts. It's too early. Like, once we hit a real bull market, I'm gonna join the bullishness. And, open up bullish positions here and there. But it's not the time. Like, things are so elevated. I've been looking at some charts and a lot of charts are Like this is percentage of stocks above their 20-day average, right? And it looks like it wants to fall off a cliff. This is the inverted treasury yield. I like TradingView. I want to make a collection of charts that I follow on TradingView for like macro related indicators. Okay, Netflix is 326. So I have Netflix positions, and actually Netflix has been one of my better companies this year so far, year to date. A lot of good, easy-ish wins on Netflix. But I'm not gonna close till earnings. Earnings is soon, on Thursday. I'm gonna keep these. Tesla is 168. And a lot of these positions are new, so I gotta give Theta some time. When you open new positions, Theta doesn't really have an effect until like a few days, up to a week. There we go. My account's gone up a little bit, so that's good. So you gotta give Theta the time to do its work. And then new positions will look much better after a few days. I opened a lot of positions last week. What happened was I had so many ratio spreads from like the beginning of middle of December that were basically worthless, and I didn't close them because I was hoping to reach max profit on them. And when it became obvious that we're not going to head that direction and hit max profit on them, sorry, I thought it's better if I just close them and open new positions. So I opened like 10, 15 plus new positions last week, and it's a bit too early for them to all be winners. So I'm going to be a little bit patient here. This NVIDIA call ratio spread is struggling a little bit. But 4056 is okay. I don't want to see 404 again. Not this week. I'm going to go up to 406, up to 407. And I want to end the month at 412. That's my target. But I'd be happy with 410. Because with 410, I will still have enough to pay all my bills and grow my account. But at 412, it would be much better. Maybe I'll make up for any shortcoming next month. But I got to start building up some aggressive positions. I don't see anything that's worth being aggressive on because everything is too elevated. I don't like being aggressive with short calls because of the risk involved. I like being aggressive with short puts because of relatively limited losses. We're literally on the daily SPX trend line. Interesting. We're on that big trend coming down, eh? My charts are so bad. I swear, IBKR sometimes, they give you the ugliest charts. Yeah, even this is ugly. Something like this. Interesting. Netflix is pumping. Good. That was in August. Yeah, August we were super bullish, and we might actually go back to 4,300. There is a good chance we do. Can't see shit. Okay. Dollar's coming down. SPX looks like it's stabilizing there. Bitcoin's up like crazy. I'm not willing to short Bitcoin. That's the thing. It's too risky. I was watching this streamer before I started streaming. Regularly watch a few other streamers, and this one guy was shorting Ethereum, but he was shorting like, I don't know, 20 contracts. And I hope he closed them because Ethereum popped last week. Why would you short at the lows? Like, he started shorting it after FTX. And I'm like, that's not when you short, that's when you long. People were shorting Bitcoin after FTX collapsed, like after the dip happened. And I was doing the opposite. I'm even scared to short it now because of how this thing moves. I bought some BITI on Friday and I lost $100+ on it. Big $200 on it. But I ended up closing all my actual Bitcoin on Binance. So it balances out. 4057, that's good. So I gotta start opening positions, but I want to wait another hour or so before I do. So when the US goes down, the market follows suit. No, when the US goes down, the market usually goes up. So currently they're not correlated. They're not very well correlated today. Today the DXY is acting a bit strange. So sometimes that happens where they uncorrelate. But usually you can see like a correlation, like this down and then this up. But currently they're a little bit, today, they're a little bit less correlated. Sometimes the DXY does its own thing because there are other factors like commodities, trade, GDP, interest rates affect the value of the dollar. Like if there's any indication that interest rates will go up, then people will flock into the dollar to get a better yield, right? And then like Japan might be raising interest rates tonight. That might affect the dollar. Does that mean big moves will happen? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. If you see a huge move in the dollar, then sometimes you'll see this follow suit. I think it's good to keep an eye on it, and then eventually you'll get a good feeling as to what happens with the dollar. But for me, it's one of the most important indicators, one of the most important macro indicators when it comes to the stock market. It's always good to keep an eye on the dollar, and then you can add like a second indicator for macro, like the yields. The bonds are a big indicator. A lot of people look at TLT as an indicator because TLT also has a relationship with the markets, and sometimes it inverses and sometimes it doesn't. But I think it's always good to have at least one or two indicators to keep an eye on to help you gauge what the markets are doing. And usually you don't use it to predict what's going to happen to the market. You use it more as a confirmation. You know, you confirm, you know, like let's say the stock market goes up 20 points and then the dollar goes down 20 points or so, and then that's just a confirmation, right? It helps you confirm what you're seeing. And if you don't see the confirmation, then that helps you kind of like fade it. Be like, well, the dollar is not following, so maybe I won't follow the move, right? So that's how a lot of people use it. They use it as a confirmation of moves, not like as a predictor. Because if it was that easy and you can easily predict something, then somebody would just arbitrage it and you lose all predictive value of it. Eventually, people realize that it's predictive, and then you have algos that start to arbitrage. And then as a retail trader, you can't compete with arbitrage machines. They're way too fast. So let's take a look here. Things are moving, eh? SPX is down. We have my account's up a little bit. That's good. Lulu, Tesla. Tesla went back down. It was at 130. Hard resistance there. MicroStrategy's back down, but this hasn't changed much. I know, wild day. I don't know how so much premium went into MicroStrategy. It's pissing me off. Because the price was around the same as Friday. But somebody just pumped the premium up like crazy. Maybe it's an opportunity to sell another contract, but I don't want to risk that. Way too much risk on this stock. It's one of the most heavily shorted stocks in the stock market too. So the The short squeeze potential is massive. Okay, so let's go. We need more of a sell-off. Max gain here is 5,000. If we hit 3,700 within 3 fucking days, that's impossible. Imagine. Q's looking better. Nice. AMC. I need AMC to sell off to make money off of this, but I do have short puts. So at the same time, I don't want it to sell off. But it might just converge perfectly so that I get max profit off of this and I get good profit off of this. Yeah, it's hard to find USD only. So one way to do USD only is UUP. So UUP, yeah, so UUP is a US dollar ETF, the US dollar index. I don't trade it. I don't follow it because I have Canadian dollars, so I might as well follow this. But sometimes it's better to follow like a direct indexing, like a trade weighted index of the US dollar. A lot of people follow UUP. There is DXY, but a lot of brokers don't give you DXY. I don't know why. I just don't get it on IBKR. But when you hear analysts talk about the dollar, they usually mention the DXY as being the main thing. Yeah. But you see, the analysts always refer to the DXY, but IBKR doesn't offer the DXY. So there's going to be a big meeting tonight in Japan, and I'm going to try to keep track of what's going on with the Japanese interest rate decision, but it's big. Everyone on Twitter is talking about it. Let's see what's going on. What did I miss today? Okay. So we have some T-bill auctions. We have the Fed speech. So we do have tonight the BOJ interest rate decision. It might be a huge market mover. So I would pay attention to this. And then ticker to trade, if you want to trade it, is USD JPY. But I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to take a look at what happens to the USD CAD. And then also what happens to the overall markets. Because markets might sell off or rally based on what the BOJ does. It might be nothing, but there's a lot of people talking about it. So look who's talking about Disney. So strange. Alright, Netflix is down. SPX is back down. Are we at the retracement from last week? We are. We hit the 100% retracement from last week. Last week's Fibonacci. That's good. I feel like selling more upside risk. I feel like the risk to reward ratio is way better for upside risk than downside risk. Maybe since Lulu seems to be relatively overbought, I can sell upside risk in Lulu going 38 days out. Wow, March 3 is 45 days. Are we really going to start selling into March already? But 45 days seems to be the most efficient, so maybe we'll stick to that as much as we can. It is the name of my channel anyway, so I might as well stick to that. Be consistent. Maybe 75 bucks upside risk here on Lulu. See if this can fill at mid price. And then we'll have some upside risk on Lulu. I don't know why I'm playing Lululemon so much, but MicroStrategy coming down. That's good. Looking kind of better. I can always buy like 5 shares of MSTR so that if we pump, I can take that off for a bit of profit at least. Netflix is coming down. I closed my Netflix short earlier at 324. How's Silvergate? Silvergate's still pumping 25%. Wonder if I can sell upside on Silvergate. It's kind of risky because of how much it's dumped. Yeah, it seems too risky. This is a 50-cent spread. Should get a good credit on that ratio. Yeah, it's gone way too low. You don't want to short something that's lost 80-90% of its value. It's too risky. Because you can get like a massive short squeeze. A lot of people might still be short since the high hundreds. They might still be short till today. So shorting it now, risky. Alright, I'm going to start looking at new positions. But what I want to do is I want to take a small break. I'm going to get some snack. And then come back and then see what's going on. Maybe start opening new positions for the rest of the month. SPX is pumping here. Just want to wait till there's a new segment here, then I'll go take a break. Dollar is still dumping. DXY is on TOS. Nice, man. That's a good one to follow, but you can't trade it. It's like an index, but it's good that you have it. I wish IBKR had it. But you're gonna hear analysts talk about it a lot. They're gonna be like, DXY is below 100, DXY is above 110. And then another good macro indicator to follow is the 10-year yield. 10-year yield correlates inversely with tech stocks. So when we had the initial sell-off of tech stocks, it was the 10-year yield that was pumping last year. It was pumping a lot. And then all the tech stocks started to sell off. So that's another good indicator. Monthly. But this is a future, so it's not going to show me too far back. Yeah. But there are ways where you can see the historical data and you'll see that it correlates inversely. This pumps, tech stocks go down. And then TLT is a good one to follow for bonds. If you want to see whether people are buying or selling bonds, then TLT is a good one. I might open TLT position. A lot of people have been bullish on TLT since it bottomed. I think that was back in October that it bottomed. We saw like $93 on the TLT. It was so cheap, and I took some positioning here and there, but I should have taken a big one, and I didn't. The way you make the big money using options and premium selling and whatnot is the big concentrated bets that you occasionally see an opportunity for. They're risky because you can be wrong. You can be on the wrong side of that big bet. But it's all about patience and timing and waiting for it, and then really thinking hard about whether you want to take that risk, and then just pulling the trigger. And then more often than not, if we're like at major extremes, it's usually a good bet. Like when Tesla was at 105, that was a good time to go heavy selling puts, right? When Silvergate was at 11 and 10 and people were panicking left and right, that was a good time, and now it's at 16. When Apple was at 124, right? Everyone was panicking. I got squeezed out of one of my Apple positions I took losses on, and I shouldn't have closed it, but it was scary and I got squeezed. But that was the best time to go heavy, sell some puts, and then take the profits after a few days. But I gotta wait for another opportunity like that. And it's not good to open those, force yourself to open a big position, because you don't want to. You want to wait for a good timing. All right. I see a new segment. I'm gonna play this and I'll be right back.
Moderate outcome as opposed to imminent disaster. Now, that's goodness, because what it does for our customers that they are not imagining a draconian
All right,
outcome
BRB.
for their own spending, their own budgets. And in that context, I think security is the most resilient.
So you don't see any sort of sharp pullbacks in spending at this point?
No, like I just read a survey this morning of 100 plus CISOs done by Citibank, I think, and they said most CISOs do not see security spending going down. They don't see it going up, but they're sticking to what they're expected to spend. And things we do like cloud security and automating SOCs and doing network transformations are top of their list.
So they're not cutting the spending. Are they trying to renegotiate at better prices? Because we're seeing the entire tech industry pull back a bit.
Yeah, look, I have said this, and I'll repeat myself. Repetition doesn't spoil the prayer. That when I taste the reemergence of the CFO for many years in this hyper-growth environment, people were spending quickly to drive growth, and the CFOs were having to call them back and say, why are you spending so much money? Now, everything is going through a CFO review, so things are taking longer. We've talked about this in the past, which means you have to get ahead of it sooner.
Is there a price war in cyber?
Cyber is, people want good prices, but you can't buy cheap security and wait for that day that you get hacked and say, oh my God, I bought the cheapest. In fact, security works the other way around. People always want to buy what's top right, which is the best security in Gartner Magic Quadrants or Enterprise Magic Quadrants. So no, security is not a price-sensitive area. Yes, people do like to get good deals. What they do want, though, is consolidation and cost savings. So if you can provide a consolidated outcome where you bring in multiple vendors and solve the problem, which is our sweet spot, then you give them cost benefits.
Who's your biggest competitor on that front? Is it a Cisco or a Zscaler?
We've spent the last 4.5 years building this platform business. So we have competitors in different swim lanes. We have competitors in our network security business and firewalls. We have competitors, smaller ones in cloud security. We have competitors in the SOC, where we are sort of the disruptor. So the different people in different spaces, but we continue to see the industry moving towards more consolidation.
And is it still, so the rising tide lifts all boats because there's just so much demand and necessity?
I think as you're seeing in the overall environment that this market is creating a separation between good execution, good products, good companies, and people who have to still prove their worth. And I think this, even in security, you're going to see the same. People will have to prove their execution in a tough market. And if you're relying on a lot of net new business, you have to be careful because on the margin, there is risk there.
So as you build all the services for your customers, you've been fairly acquisitive. Yeah. We've seen valuations really come down across the tech space and cloud. What's your appetite at this point? Are you eyeing better deals?
Well, look, we're not looking for acquisitions because things are cheaper. We will do what's right for the company, what's right for our customers. I still think the valuation indigestion has not fully settled in with many of the players in the market. So yes, prices are lower for many of our competitors or many of the people in the market, but I don't think the market has fully rationalized yet. This thing is coming down.
It's really coming down. Sorry. You're playing it very cool, though, as you're getting pounded by the snowstorm. A lot of people here are talking about ChatGPT and just the surge in AI and wondering, is this the future? You look at all of these technologies. What do you think about it?
It's interesting. AI has been around for a while now. And I was in India most recently and at a graduation speech, and I said, look, the iPhone legitimized mobile data, even though it had been around for many years. And I think what ChatGPT has done, it has crystallized in the minds of people the power of AI. And it's very good for us because we've always maintained that security is not a human problem, it's an AI problem. And now, all I got to do is to point to people and say, look at the power of ChatGPT, what it can do to creative things and consumer things. And imagine if the same kind of technology was applied to security, you wouldn't need hundreds of SOC analysts and you wouldn't need to hire, by all counts, millions of more cybersecurity people to solve the problem because inherently security is an AI problem.
So is that a company that you would be interested in? Obviously,
we've already been doing it. Yeah. People haven't appreciated it, but I think this ChatGPT has brought AI to the forefront. And I don't know, I'm told that the next version of ChatGPT is 100 times more powerful. Just imagine if in the next 5 years we could get something that's 1,000 times more powerful, and you could apply that to security-specific data, we could change the security landscape for most of our customers.
What does the security landscape look like right now? Because I remember, when the war started in Ukraine, everybody was worried about Russia. It feels like it's been fairly quiet, or at least there are things that are not public happening. What's really happening behind the scenes?
I don't think the pace of cyber activity or cyber hacks has gone down. I think the pace is pretty consistent. We continue to see that. A lot of that is not out of the public domain because people are more keen to fix them before going out and proclaiming that they had a problem. So I don't think the pace of cyber activity has slowed down. What has happened is we have a lot of, I'd say, cyber debt that has to be paid because we were never set up in a way to create all this connectivity that we're doing with all the digital transformations we hear people talk about. And I think that cyber debt hasn't been paid. So it's going to be many years before that cyber debt is fully paid. So I think we are one of the most resilient industries, and we'll continue to see people spend time and effort to getting to a better security posture.
Who does the U.S. need to worry about most at the moment? Very quickly.
You know, there are some nation states out there which have great offensive capability, including the U.S. We talked about this the other day that, you know, in the U.S. we are going to be very responsible how we use offensive technology, but you can't expect that everybody out there is going to deploy the same kind of rationale to using offensive technology. So you've got to be careful when there's offensive technology out there that it could be used for the wrong purposes.
Nikesh, thank you very much. Always good to hear from you on some of the big topics that we are discussing here in a very snowy now Davos, Switzerland. Nikesh Arora, CEO of Palo Alto. David, send it back to you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. Sarah Eisen.
That snow looks really fake. All right, so that's good. I got myself a snack. And yeah, everything looks okay. Let's see here. Some of the losers of the day. MicroStrategy and Apple short strangle. But I did take some profits off of Apple. Apple is fine. MicroStrategy will be fine, I think, in the long haul. Just annoying to see this minus 300. I don't have as many greens, but I did take a lot of profit last week. And I do have quite a few positions here that are set up for some good gains. This was a good position to open this downside risk on Tesla. It rallied and it's giving me some cash for this week, some profits for this week. My Netflix positions that I opened were really good too. This was just a single call put ratio spread, and it's up 160. So that's good. SPX is back to the 100% retracement. Last week's Fibonacci line. We're still range bound, eh? This is from the CPI day. This was the top of the CPI day, and we're back below that top. Tesla's coming down. Almost feel like closing this, but I'm not even gonna get a penny for it. Market value $1. All right, if we dip any lower, I'm going to consider opening a long call, like a long call spread, just to make a little bit of money if we do rebound. Let me see, maybe we'll wait till we get a 1% retracement. So 1% retracement will be right at this 61% Fibonacci. Might be hard to make it there, but if we do make it there, maybe I'll take some long positions just in case we bounce. So 39.75 will be where I might take a long call spread position.
Order cancelled.
There's plenty of money, plenty of resources, plenty of appetite, and they are looking to drive innovation and find the next wave.
How are your client inflows going? So are we in a better place? We spoke in London, and again, it felt like a turning point for the bank.
Yes.
Where are we now?
Obviously, we had that social media storm. I don't want to go back to that. Horrible, the outflows. It has basically stopped, dribbling out. It's slightly coming back. So that is very positive to see, and I'm rather, optimistic for the remainder of the year. It's still early days, so it depends all where the global economy is going. But the clients standing by, they want to do business, they want to invest.
What are bonuses looking like for your employees?
Well, we will communicate that, in due time. Obviously, we had such a poor year. There was a horrifying year for Credit Suisse. So I think people have realistic expectations that it will not look great.
I mean, will there be also compensation, related issues for the board? Are there cuts coming or things like that?
We look into very, very carefully. On one hand, you have that topic of retention, and then look, we have plenty of parts of the group that is doing extremely well. So you need to compensate somewhat fairly, but you obviously need to look also at the shareholder perspective. You suffer huge losses. That is clear that the budget get cut also on bonuses.
So the board compensation is on the table. It's something that you're, I imagine, looking at as well.
We look through everything from executive board, employee compensation, of course.
Talk to me a little bit about Credit Suisse First Boston. Where are we on that?
Well, I know this is an idea, strategy that creates a lot of excitement. We will obviously get much more into detail. I would expect around, the fourth quarter results release on beginning of February. But we will execute on the plan. We said it's, to put it partially in a separate unit. It will be more a partnership-led model. We are looking, and we have a great interest for third-party investors that would like to join. Yeah. We will reshape our leverage finance business. So there are lots of elements. We bring it all together, and then we will inform the market.
Okay, so you're
all right. I think I missed the Silvergate conference call, but I don't think I care as much anymore. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe I can find it. They're not really good at showing you where to find their calls. Alright, looks like I maybe found it. Wow, I gotta register? You gotta put your name and shit? can just watch it later in case I want to make some plays on it. Don't think it's as important to watch it live. I'll just watch the price action to know what's going on. So Silvergate is still elevated, but it was higher. It was at 17. It got really short squeezed. Amazon, I don't think I have any Amazon positions now. Let me look here and see, what do I have on for Amazon? Yeah, I don't have any Amazon positions on. Let's look at my deltas here. I have negative 21 delta on MicroStrategy, negative 25 on the Qs. Values at risk. Wow, I have a lot at risk with Lulu. Crazy. 3,200. Boeing. What's ES? Expected shortfall. It's good to keep track of these. What happened? Okay, there we go. Portfolio beta, average beta. Oh, that's interesting. So you can have your own beta. 1.19. Money market. Oh, what was that? Lulu? Okay, so now I have a put ratio spread on Lulu to help. If it keeps rallying, the put ratio spread will make me some money. So what else? UNG rallied. I should have opened some UNG last week when we had a chance while it was really low. GME is up. Tesla. Verizon. I don't see any crazy extremes. JD is down by 6%. Where's Baba? Baba's down. What's his name? Ryan Cohen made an investment in Baba. Maybe a lot of apes will follow him in. But he is kind of an idiot. I don't know if I want to follow him into this. But Baba's been pumping hard lately. But the premium is so cheap here. There is no money to be made selling puts in Baba. Let's look at 45 days out. Yeah, there's literally no money to be made here. Maybe though, there's more money in the call. Yeah, there's definitely call skew in Baba. Maybe you can make some money here with the call ratios. Maybe it's time for it to go down a little bit. It's had its day in the sun. And I have opened and closed a few of these positions this past few weeks. And overall, it's been good. I'm up $250 on my Baba trades. So maybe we open one more. Because maybe there is a bit of exhaustion in the Chinese trade. With how Baba's down and JD's down. There's a lot of overhead supply too. So if we do make it that high, although that's a lot of buying power to use. It's not that much, but we'll see. This can wait. Let's look at the markets. Yeah, we're selling off. That's good. Dollar's pumping. Nice. We're up to 406K. That's good. I haven't seen 406 in a while. Let's go. We need to dump more. And then overall, I should be able to find much better positions to open if we keep dumping. Now, if we make it to 39.75, I did mention opening some kind of long position, just in case we rally from there. But I think we've been due for a sell-off, and it might be coming. See what they're up to.
Big pivot, but maybe higher for longer, right? Still a mild recession, so it's interesting that you can have both of those things. What she's seeing on the services
Tesla's coming down. I feel like taking the profit on this Tesla. You never know with Tesla. Dollars pumping. Caterpillar's back down. That's good. I was losing on my Caterpillar position. It's looking a lot better. MicroStrategy's back down. It's looking a lot better. Wow. That was a bad one. Bido. Maybe what I can do is sell some MicroStrategy puts here, but why? One option I have is I did have a put ratio spread on MicroStrategy. I can always close the long put and keep the short put at $80. 5 contracts. It's only $350 though. Keep it. It's a pretty useless position because of the amount of buying power it needs. It's only 1100, so that's fine. Oops, my bad.
An exclusive interview with the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. John.
Guy, thank you very much. Chancellor Scholz, thank you very much for...
So this is the German president and the chancellor. Crazy. What happened to that lady? Yeah, let's look here. Netflix is looking good.
With the economy, where things in Germany are looking a little better. At the end of last week, we discovered that GDP last year grew by 1.9%, and even in the final quarter, it didn't shrink. So I suppose my question to you is, will Germany now avoid a recession in 2023?
Yes, I'm absolutely convinced that this will not happen. That we are.
Can't believe I never closed this one. Such a useless position.
Showed that we are able to react to a very difficult situation. I think no one really expected that we would easily survive a situation when there would be a complete stop of the supply.
Microsoft is selling off a little bit.
Germany and Europe, but we succeeded with all the decisions we took to fill our storage capacities with gas, that we put 20 coal plants back to work in producing electricity, in using the Norwegian and gas and the Dutch gas. And
all right, let's switch this up. I like this window. This is very important. Never knew I had access to this info. All right, dollar's coming back down. You see the correlation here. You see, look at the dollar up and the SPX down. So, whoops, what did I do? So yeah, you can often see this correlation. All right, looking good. 406.1. If I can make it to 407 today, that would be awesome. But looks like markets are reversing. I'm gonna wait before opening more puts, more short puts. But maybe I should sell more upside risk. Amazon. I don't have any positions on Amazon. I was looking at that earlier. Maybe if we go over to March and we open some upside risk. Pretty bearish. We can easily make it past 110. But I like the risk reward to this. And then we will maybe also take the opportunity to sell some downside. I can always do something crazy, like buy one of these and then sell 10 of these. That would be at a debit. No, I'm not gonna do anything like that. Let's go to Feb. Maybe like a 73, 72 ghetto ratio spread. And a 3 lot of this. For $100. Now we'll wait. We'll wait to sell downside. Maybe we will sell off first and then we sell downside risk on Amazon. Google, I don't think I have any. Yeah, I have Google positions on. Okay, looks good. I've opened at least one Amazon position. I opened one Lulu position. And I think a few other small ones. Closed quite a few positions. And accounts looking decent. I kind of want to just get rid of my USD, but I'll do it at a profit, and then that way I don't have to think about the currencies as much. Currencies are affecting my performance. Lulu 297.5 strike. Take a look here. More downside, yeah. All those gains in the morning in the market are wiped away. I know, right? Let's take a look. Is it still going down? I'm hoping. Nice, yeah. I think we were due for a bit of a correction, but this is not much of a correction. I think that we need to be in the 3,800 range because 4,000 is too high. We do have that trend line that pushed it back down, right? But you never know. Maybe it's just like loading up fuel for the big push up. That could be what's happening. We have a Fed speaker today at 12 in a couple of hours. 2.5 hours. We have Fed speaker. We have Euro close in 9 minutes. So maybe that's going to move markets. Europe is closing in 9 minutes. Coinbase. SPY. I had 3 SPY puts that might end up being lost right now. Yeah, that's fine. That was one of my hedges in case we rally hard. This one was going to give me a bit of reprieve. But it's fine if we don't need to profit off of this, because a lot of my other positions will benefit if this one loses. So it's a good balance that I have. Negative 16 delta. SPX delta. MicroStrategy is going down, which is great for me. This one went from being a $400 loss to a $200 loss. Apple looking better. This short strangle. CarMax is looking so freaking strong. I don't know why. Let me look at the options chain. How is this stock so freaking strong? I don't even think that this gives me a credit, does it? 10-cent credit. Maybe because CarMax has been so strong, we'll do a get-out ratio spread. And then maybe I'll make up for some of the losses. Just one lot, 82 cents, one lot, $1,000 of buying power. If we can get mid-price. Caterpillar's looking good. 1050 SQQQ on the 5 minutes. SQQQ. Oh yeah, they just crossed, eh? So that's bearish. That means that the Nasdaq will go down. Crazy. So let's look at the Qs. Maybe we'll take another short position on the Qs. Not because of that, just in general. We're near the top of the trading range. And maybe we'll take some more upside risk on the Qs. Risky though. $0.40 for 6,000 buying power. Definitely not worth it. What if we sell a triangle on the Qs? Like a 300, 260 strangle, lopsided a little bit. That's a lot of credit. That's 3 and that's 2. That's tons of credit. But it's more upside risk than downside risk. $9,000 of buying power. Maybe we reduce the downside risk. Today is once again crazy, I know. So many people have been waiting for today. That's why, because it was a long weekend and everyone's waiting for the market to pick a direction. It's been slow as heck. Maybe we do a wide triangle. Like a 12 delta and 11 delta. So 12 delta triangle on the Qs. What's the IVR on Qs? It's a 9 IVR. That's not good. That means you can get slaughtered on increase in IVR.
The Congress saying that they are willing to invest into a better future, which is more looking for environment, developing climate-friendly industries, which I very much support. And the right question is how to deal with your friends in the world, and especially if you are a nation that was fighting so long for free trade, which we do. And which the United States did also. So
but it doesn't now.
So we are now discussing with the government and with all the political people in the United States that it should not happen, that local content regulations are against European partners. And I'm quite optimistic that we will reach an agreement in this field. And we are working for that.
Oh yeah, you never look at theta decay, really? Well, you're talking about like this stat here?
So
Theta?
as I already said, we will
It helps me keep track, or this one, Theta, helps me keep track of how much I'm making from time, right?
Country and developing the grid and developing hydrogen, and Germany as a growing nation is very much willing to do this. What is necessary, we are open to people from abroad working in our country, and you saw in the past that this happened and it will continue to happen. We will be the nation that is willing, and Europe also will do, that is willing to look for renewable energies as electricity supply and to electrify industries and mobility, for instance. And we are looking for developing hydrogen as the necessary gas for the future.
But those are all being pushed down jobs, local jobs for local places.
Looks like Silvergate lost some of the gains. Maybe the conference call isn't as great. Maybe it's losing some of the gains from earlier today, down to 15. That's around where I closed the hedge, so it's fine. 14.97. I'm gonna keep this $5 strike put because it is an extra $300. No sense closing it right now. Although with the way it's selling off, it might be worth closing it. Maybe not though. Okay, let's look at the SPX again. 1 minute. It's bouncing off of this Fibonacci line. Tesla's also over VWAP. Silvergate, Netflix. Netflix is 324. Everything's looking pretty good. Everything has stabilized. If we can get a sharp sell-off, it's going to be even better because of some of my puts. Oh yeah, those are good instruments to trade. A lot of people trade that pair. NASDAQ is basically the same as TQQQ. It's TQQQ is just a leveraged version of NASDAQ. So when you follow those two, you're basically following NASDAQ. So it's the same idea. NASDAQ is the most important for tech stocks. And then the SPX is the most important for the general market. Yeah, so TQQQ is a 3x leveraged NASDAQ. And SQQQ is a 3x leverage inverse of the NASDAQ. So yeah, they're probably some of the most important ETFs for leveraged day traders. Tesla's really pumping, eh? Going long Tesla here looks good, but you never know with this company what's going to happen. Take a look at Netflix. Netflix is selling off a little bit here. There's going to be 40 IPOs in 2023.
Right, so you hear a lot about valuations going back to pre-pandemic levels, but I wonder, Bob, is that even the right level? I mean, we've had, what, a decade of very easy money when technology has been able to reach higher and higher peaks. So do you need to go back further, which is what some bears could argue?
Yeah, I mean, we looked back at the multiples all going back to like 2010. And what you saw was still very strong multiples there. That 4 or 5 times revenue, which is where we are now, is still very much justifiable. It's going to obviously have to relate to the underlying performance of the company, right? So how fast is revenue growing? What is the margin structure? How does the balance sheet look? And look, with the lead-in, as we talked about there, you've got over $3.5 trillion of strategic capital of dry powder on the sidelines looking at targets. You also have over $2 trillion in private equity. And both of those constituents want to put their money to use and help grow inorganically or ultimately capture some of that value. So I think in our conversations with boards and C-suites, you're much more...
Trading Netflix a lot is mostly because of the high premium. I wouldn't think of it as a great indicator. It follows the cues, so it follows NASDAQ, but it doesn't lead it, right? The reason I trade it a lot is because of the premium. And because recently it's been at an upper extremity. So if you look at the weekly chart, right? Actually, this is an ugly chart. Let me take off the Fibonacci's. So if you look at where we are on the weekly, we're at an extremity, and I like to trade things when we're at extremities. So that's why I've been trading a lot of this. But also the premium is really, really high. Same with like stocks like Tesla. Like if I open the options chain here, you see the price, the amount you get paid for selling options, it's a lot higher than something like Goldman Sachs, right? So that's the main reason why a lot of premium sellers trade Netflix and Tesla. So because the premiums are really high. But you got to be careful. Usually premiums are high for a reason, and they're high because there's a lot of potential volatility. So there's always a risk. You gotta watch out for. But I tend to do well with Netflix, and I like to stick to things I'm doing good at. So Netflix, just consistently, I tend to do well. So this is the first time I'm keeping track of these, and I'm gonna keep track for 2023, all my winners and losers. And then I'll have a better idea going forward. What are my better tickers? What are my worst tickers? It's fun. It makes it interesting. Alright, so we're going back up to the 100% line. Netflix, dollars back down. Kind of a slow day for the past like hour. Okay, we do have a Fed speaker coming soon.
That was a really tough situation potentially. We're now deep enough
IBM.
we sort of know where we are. We know
A lot of Davos stuff today. I think maybe the markets are quiet because of Davos. Let's look at what's going on here. Nick Timmerhouse. For inflation to stay high, consumers have to accept price increases by continuing to purchase products in which prices have been rising. Yeah, makes sense. So this is what you could use with IBKR to keep track of your delta. So if you want to have a delta neutral strategy, you just look at these numbers and you see which ones are delta closer to zero. Closer to zero means delta neutral. So if you're a pure theta seller and you want to make money off of theta decay, you keep this close to zero and you keep your theta high. GLD's at negative 34 delta. I gotta check it out. GLD Yeah, it seems okay. I do have 3 positions on it, 3 contracts, so it's fine. UNG's coming down. Tesla is pretty stable around 130. Dollars going up. AMR seems good. I don't know much about the company though, but it's probably a pretty profitable company since it deals in coal. Yeah, it has a PE of 2. Holy smokes. Cash flow per share, 85. What's the catch? I think the catch is that it's coal. It makes money off of coal. But it's met coal, meaning that it's not burned to create energy. It's burned to heat metals. And that's something that no other substance in the world can replace coal for, because coal is the most efficient at creating that kind of heat to bend metal. So the net profit margin was down last quarter. Weird. Maybe it's at risk of going back down. See, this is why I listen to Twitter Spaces, because occasionally I learn about something that I've never heard of before, and it has options. So it's something that can be added to my portfolio, because I want to have uncorrelated positions, and this company does not seem to be correlated with the broader market, at least not as much, because it's more of a commodity based play. So selling that put spread was probably a good play. It's a tiny play, but it helps. It adds up. So what else do we have? Let's look at the NASDAQ. It's not updating. I don't know why. SPX. Okay. We've been here for like the past few days. 3997. It's been a very common area. Yeah. This was our top here. It was resistance here. And it's resistance today. Dollar's coming down. How's Meta doing? I want to look at my list again, see what's doing good, what's doing poorly. Wow, 21% for BBIG. 13% for Roblox. Silvergate's down like crazy, eh? I should have kept my shorts. It's fine. There's no way this one's gonna lose at this point. But if the price goes back down to 11, I might sell some puts for next month. BITO, MicroStrategies, back up a little bit. Yeah, I think MicroStrategy is what's hurting me right now. Maybe a little bit. Must be something else. This Apple short strangle. Lulu 300 puts. The dollar, yeah. Dollar's hurting. Selling some BITO calls makes a little bit of sense, but not too many of them. Just a little bit. Or maybe selling some puts in BITO. Maybe a type of a strangle where I do closer to at the money call. Actually, $50 here is not too bad. And then here, I sell further out of the money for the put side. I can get a $92 for this strangle. What else can I do? Let's take a look. See a dollar wide iron condor. What does it do? 16 cents? Why? Why so little? That is very little. How much would it be if I center it? 69 cents? Weird. What if I sell a straddle here? What's the current on BITO IVR? 26. BITO high today was 1358, so it's close to its highs. Hourly, the hourly chart's looking crazy on BITO. Let me check my Binance and see what the Binance looks like. I want to see what my Binance here looks like. I have all my Binance position in cash. And the markets here, they're still looking pretty high. So it's like, I want to take another Bitcoin short, but the problem is I'm already exposed to upside risk on MicroStrategy, which is potentially very dangerous. So maybe for BITO, what I would do is you go far out, and maybe what you do is you make yourself a spread, and you just open a spread. That way you can defend it if it sells off. That's not a lot of money, 22 bucks per contract. You pay $1 per contract as commission, so it takes away from what you can make very fast. But like $9 puts, you can always get 10 cents. So that's $100 per 10 contracts. It's not good. I think what I need to do to protect my MicroStrategy position is just open a few shares. I think the next time it sells off, I'll open like 5 shares of it. That way if it rallies, I can make a bit of money. Tesla, Coinbase. I already have positions in Coinbase. Nvidia, I got positions. CrowdStrike, I don't, but I won't open any now. I might open one down the road. If we get up too high or we get down too low. AMC, I have downside risk. Let me check for upside risk. Maybe I can open a bit of upside risk, but not a lot, because it is a meme stonk. But no, the premium is garbage. I don't know why we have these spreads. What's going on? Oh, because it's March 3rd, that's why. Nobody trades March 3rd. I wonder. Okay. But even here, like, these spreads are disgusting. Are the markets like super illiquid today? Because that's not the first one that I see that looks like that. Square's an option. Square rallied a lot. It was like in the 40s, no, wasn't it? 50s? Yeah, 50s. I haven't traded Square in a long time. I don't even remember the last trade I had in Square. Let me go to March 3rd and see maybe a bit of upside risk here. I swear I'm gonna have so much upside risk positions that if we have like a face ripping rally, everything's gonna lose money. It's $40. It's not a lot. Dollar's coming down. SPX is coming back down, hopefully. Global payments. I think I played that once. It's 45 IVR. When is the earnings? Earnings is February 9th. IVR is pretty high. Let's go to Feb. Yeah, you can tell the premium is low. You can tell by the colors here that the IV overall is low. That's the, I think, third standard deviation. See, does it say? Yeah, fifth. 4.6, 4.2. So red means like 3+ standard deviation. Then yellow, it's like 1.3 to 3. Yeah. And then within 1 standard deviation. So the more you see red, the less likely you are able to play it, because you're not going to get paid a lot of premium for selling a 5 standard deviation option. Nobody's going to pay you much for that. Rivian. There's always a chance to sell some upside risk on Rivian, but the premium is garbage. You can tell right away, I swear. That's why we trade a lot of like Netflix and Tesla and stocks like that and Apple, because the premium is way better. GME. Don't think I would be risky enough to sell upside risk on GME, although this has good premium. You see from the color? See how far you can go before it becomes red. The further you go before it becomes red, the better it is for premium. But this is 59 days out. So this would be the latest. Tesla, yeah, they're great. I mean, there's always like the option of just taking a bullish play on GME. Like GME does sell off, but GME always has like a level of support. There's too many gamers out there who would support the company by buying the stock. Too much of a cult. It's a strong cult, stronger than BBBY, stronger than AMC. But do I want this now? I should have opened it when we were around 16. I should have opened some downside risk. But all the meme stonks were getting destroyed. But upside here. We sell a bit of upside. I think what I do here, it's a simple one, but I think it is fine. When is the earnings for GME? March. Wow, that's a long ways out. So let's not go that far. 45 days out. And then 32, 35, $3 spread, call ratio spread for 66 bucks. It's only one contract, so. Or I can just sell naked further out. Or just sell naked this one here. It's always an option. Or you can always do like you buy the closer one and you sell two of these. No, I don't like that one as much. I think I'll hold off. Maybe if they rally more, maybe like another big daily candle and I'll do something like that. Upside risk on GME isn't fun. Snowflake. Snowflake bottomed here around 120, now it's back to 145. A lot of these charts look pretty identical. I'm not finding many plays I want to open, honestly. Usually I don't have this much of a hard time finding plays. Maybe Cloud, maybe Snow. I haven't played Snow in ever. I don't remember the last time I played Snow. The premium looks juicy. Like this ratio would give me a good amount of premium. And they are a popular company when it comes to cloud services, right? A little bit of downside risk here, maybe. It's only 86 bucks. But it is only 1,500 of buying power. What if at the same time I open upside? I make it kind of like a triangle. Let's see what happens to my buying power. Buying power did go up. You on the other hand, an expert. SPY is easier, yeah. But the premium is smaller on SPY. What if I do a double? A double. I've never opened one of these. This is a ratio spread on both sides. Never opened any of these. I don't know why it increased my margin requirements. I guess that makes sense though. If I do open a position like this, I'd rather have them open separate. Dollar's coming down. How's the SPX doing? Is it pumping? Yeah, it's pumping. We're back over the 100% retracement line. So that means we're super bullish right now. Maybe I should open more downside risk. Snow. I want to look at Snow's fundamentals. It has a negative 61 PE. Revenue keeps going up though. The net income keeps going down. The profit margin improves slowly. It has a lot of cash. Not a lot of shorts, so maybe no potential for short squeezes. Buy rating, average target 190. Problem is that if we rally, this one is a high beta stock, so it's gonna rally hard too. And this $70 of premium doesn't make it worth it, maybe. We're like at the crux of a potential major bull market, and it's scary to open upside risk 40 days out right now, because I mean, it helps that it is ratio spreads that I'm opening. It helps a lot. But if it was like naked calls and selling naked calls into this type of market, definitely looks scary to me, because we could be starting a bull market here. And a lot of big banks are actually betting on a soft landing and a potential rally. So do you want to fight that, right? How much do you want to fight it is the question. Car. I did a lot of plays in car last year, and I haven't done any recently, but 193 is elevated. I wouldn't want to open anything here at 193. Yeah, even this is good premium, but even this looks risky to me, because we were at 230 back in November on car. So you can definitely go back there. Moderna, never play Moderna. I did last year and I lost some money on Moderna, then I stopped. Apple still at 135. Peloton is shit. I don't see any reason to play Peloton. Adobe is sometimes good. I think if I look at this year, I did have some wins in Adobe. No, maybe not. Actually, I think it was losses in Adobe. Let me switch this to all. No, I don't have Adobe here. But I think like late last year, I lost money in Adobe. This was my BIIB day trade. It was so bad. So let me switch back to equity and options. Problem with Adobe here is where it's positioned right now. Its IVR is only 15 also. We're pretty far from 400, but it's definitely doable for a big company like Adobe if they have good earnings. Earnings in March though. The premiums look okay. Dollar's going up, SPX is coming down. So what if I do some kind of short put? I swear selling upside is my main reaction here, but I know I shouldn't. $6,000 of buying power for that. Tilray, BIIB, pumping. Riot. Riot has been pumping past few weeks. PayPal, Microsoft. I already have Microsoft positions. Brazil ETF, 45 IVR. I never play these. Never ever play these. What if for something that moves so slowly, what if you just open like a straddle? Right? But the problem with this is that it's only like 300 of profit. So even if it does work out, best case scenario you get 300. But if President Lula says something stupid or does something crazy, then you're gonna lose money. It's gonna move too fast. And I don't have enough knowledge in Brazil to know which direction this is gonna go. Like it looks like the low was 25, and here selling puts would have been good, and I considered it. I think I remember, I was considering selling puts here. You've never done a straddle, iron condor. Looks complicated. A little bit complicated, yeah. The straddle less so, but the straddle is more risky. But all you want with a straddle is you want the price, a few days of like sideways actions, and you take it off quickly. You don't keep a straddle till it goes to zero. You take the profit at like 20% profit, because after a few days, you might just get it quickly. And country ETFs don't move a lot. Like you can see here, this was like months of like within $1.50. So these are weekly candles, right? So sometimes these country ETFs, they're just sideways, and selling a straddle could be profitable. But I would never go big with a straddle, because you get some big price movements and you lose. Butterfly, I think I've done it a few times, but it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. Maybe I need to do it more often. Same with calendars. I've done those a few times, but not my favorite. I stick to strategies where I make more money on average, but if you don't try something, then you don't know the potential. But I'll have to try them more often, because I know a lot of traders do butterflies. They do butterflies with like broken wings and such. And they're smart strategies. I like them. I like the idea behind it. I don't like that you pay a debit. I usually prefer receiving a credit, because interest rates are high, and when you receive a credit, you earn interest on that credit versus paying a debit. JD is the worst of the day. I want to look at the weekly chart. Wow, JD was down to 35. Crazy.
They were a few months ago. They're still above where they had been. They're likely to stay in the range that they are now. I think, given uncertainties about the job market, given uncertainties about the economy going forward, I continue to see downward pressure on housing prices. But I don't see the kind of housing crisis that we had a decade ago.
Have mortgage rates peaked?
Well, again, some of that is going to have to do with choices that are outside of anyone's control. Well, I shouldn't say anyone. You know, it may be due to geopolitical factors like Mr. Putin. But I think we're unlikely to see mortgage rates up where they were just a few months ago, because I do think that inflation is going to be gradually coming down.
All right.
But
Let's take a look. Boeing is down. 3M is down. A lot of red stocks, eh? Lucid's down.
University of Chicago Booth School. Now, coming up in the program, we hear from the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly.
Okay.
Has been a little bit of a shift, okay? The conversation at the end of December was whether you should invest. That actually was the conversation.
Dollars going up, SPX coming down. Looks like we rejected this 100% Fibonacci line again. All right, BRB.
Return at the end of 23. Okay, so how do I create 4,000? That's where we're at right now in that environment. That's ultimately what it comes down from. Is Microsoft going to deliver you alpha in that environment? As I said, at the end of this year, I think you're going to look back and see that it has. In between that, what's the thing you always talk about? The dog walking in the park and going in different directions, right? Yeah. I think there are times that throughout the year you could find that Microsoft is suggested to move to the sidelines.
I just don't think
you'll see that reflected in the strategy.
I just don't think you need to own high multiple stocks. Period. When the Fed is doing what they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. I just feel like that's going to be hard for long duration assets.
So you'd rather own
25
I agree with that. By the way, I agree with that.
And look, I'm not saying 100% value. Right. I think this year's definitely a little bit more balanced than last year, right? But I see compelling value I still see it in energy. and in materials.
Industrials,
Industrial.
like Caterpillar?
I do, because they have pricing power and their input costs are coming down. And it's a story that's changing in terms of, yeah, okay, they need top line, they need demand, but the margin story is so compelling to me. So look, the stock has been on a tear. It could sell off into earnings, but there are certain names in this market that I like a lot more than high multiple tech. And by the way, I've been adding to tech.
I understand, but it's
semis and semiconductors.
All right, let me see what positions I have risk on again. So I don't have any Baba risk. Maybe I'll open upside risk in Baba. I considered it earlier. I prefer the premium in Baba over JD. And I think Chinese stocks have had their run, as you can see. That's about, what was the percentage written? Let's take a look again. 100% gain over the past few months. So I think, China reopening is big. But I do think that maybe there is going to be a lot of exhaustion here, and we'll open another one of these. I had a couple of these that I took profit on already in the past few weeks, but I'll open another one. Maybe even go more aggressive than usual. Just one contract like this, 62 bucks. It ain't much. That's the problem. Maybe it's either I increase the contract size or I shift it down. Let's shift it up and then maybe increase the contract size to 2. I think this makes more sense. So it's gonna be hard to reach 150 on Baba. A lot of overhead supply, and that's 100 bucks. But it's not that great actually. I can wait for it to pump some more before opening a position like this.
I just find it interesting that Steph refers to now stocks like
100
Microsoft
bucks.
as quote-unquote high multiple tech.
You never know with Chinese stocks, that's the problem.
Right, but you know what high multiple tech was last year. It wasn't Microsoft or Apple or any of those names. They were higher.
I don't think I'll get filled. Let's see if I get filled at mid price. If I do, I might keep this.
17 times, and this thing is trading at 25, and all the other one, Amazon is trading at 65 times. I mean, come on.
Judge, people always take things too far. Do you understand that Bed Bath & Beyond doubled this year?
Freeport McMoran. I never traded the DocuSign. I don't like that company. United States Steel. This has rallied a lot, eh? I remember when it was in 16s, 17s. Intel was in the lower 20s, or almost. Yeah, I remember. People were talking about buying it here.
People lost their passwords to Coinbase, and whatever reason that the selling stopped, that's all it is. It's a pause in the selling. But you could get huge outsized moves when you have a lot of money short and you just have that absence of sellers. That's the only thing we've seen.
FedEx.
Fades away, which I think it will. We will be right back to what had been working for the last 6 to 9 months. And I really think people shouldn't read too much into the first week or 2 of January.
So let's hit Disney if we could. I want to hit a couple of things before we take our first break, and I want to do Disney. Steph is here, obviously.
The premium isn't great.
We talked about,
Activision has 99 AVR, but I don't think you can sell options. You don't have a good. You don't have spread. Your spreads are shit. Let's see. Maybe I can make a play on. Yeah, look at the spreads. The spreads are ridiculous.
He lacks the skills to assist the board, doesn't understand Disney's business, presented us with no strategy, no new ideas or a plan, hasn't actually presented a single strategic idea for Disney, oblivious to secular change happening in media, and they also sort of take issue with his characterization of total shareholder.
I don't think this will fill.
Basically, that a time frame that they suggest is not the right time frame to use, which Peltz did to suggest that the total shareholder return wasn't as good as they suggested.
He gave them 10 years. 1, 3, 5, 10 years they've underperformed the overall market. So there's that.
Right.
See if we could get filled at mid, but I don't know if I want to do this kind of merger arbitrage. It's not something I'm used to doing.
Judge it from when Iger was
Global Foundries, FedEx, EA. Yeah, let me sort by IVR. I don't see any trade I want to make here. Snap is below 10 again. Amazon, did I open it? Did I end up opening the Amazon? I think I did, right? I think it was a call ratio. Yeah, and it's already down. I want to look at my Amazon overall delta. Negative 17 delta in Amazon. 72 IVR is good, actually.
Well, I was going to say, if they have, quote, all kinds of problems, why do you own the stock?
Because I think they can fix them over time. Well, why wouldn't you want Peltz in there helping you along the way?
You think they can fix it without Peltz?
Yeah, I do. But I think they can
45 days out.
for sure. If, a little pressure
if he loses the vote, if it goes the distance and it happens, will you stay in the stock?
I will.
Here's the anti-Peltz case very quickly.
Let's look here. I can do like one short put, something like that. At 75. It's pretty far out, so even if I lose and we sell off, I can close them early if I'm scared that they're gonna breach. But it is a bit of extra theta to earn in case we keep going up. But it's tiny. It's gonna be equivalent to 14 deltas, so I'm gonna be delta neutral. Yeah, it ain't much. That's the problem. Every position I'm considering ain't much. It doesn't add up to much. But maybe it's good to have this. The IVR is good. Actually, the IVR is on my side. Maybe with such a high IVR, I'll open 3 of these. And then if we sell off, then I'll have to close this or defend it. There are ways to defend this. There, I got that. At least I opened another Amazon position. So now if I look at my risk here, Amazon is 6 delta. So I went from negative 13 delta to positive 6 delta. So that's good. AMC still has a lot of positive delta, but I don't want to sell upside on AMC. There's no premium to be earned. For the risk you get, let me check one more time. AMC. How's the SPX doing? It's trying to go down. I swear they're always talking about Disney. So annoying. I have like zero interest in the stock or in the story or the drama. And then Bloomberg always talks about Germany, which is more interesting than Netflix, but not by much. Okay. And I was going to look at AMC. Maybe I can balance those deltas on AMC a little bit. But I would be very reluctant to sell anything on AMC. The premiums, I swear, these spreads are the worst I've seen in a while on this stock. Okay, this makes more sense. But even that's not great. Let's see if I can do something a little bit crazy. So 6 call. And then 2 of these. So that if we rally, I lose money. Like about minus 26 here, minus 27, $27. It's pretty shit. Pretty bad. But I don't know. There's no point opening this. I don't see any play with these premiums. Needed to pump first, pump hard. This was not enough of a pump for AMC. IWM? Do I have anything IWM? Have I actually played IWM this year? I have. So for 79 profit. So maybe we'll try to play more IWM. I think IWM was a good play that I had last month. Six IVR though. That's pretty bad. So I think the trick is when the IVR is bad and the price is somewhere you don't want it to be. Like if the price is like too elevated to sell puts, or too sold off to sell calls on, then I think you just do like more aggressive, further out of the money ratio spreads. It's not buying power efficient, but at least you earn a little bit while you wait for the markets to pick a direction and do something. Because this is IWM 186, and wow, it really rallied. Dollar keeps going up. Because you don't want to commit too hard to a certain play when you are in this kind of situation where markets are very much undecided. We're in the middle of a big range, and if we go above, it gives us some idea what's going on, and if we go below, same. But in the middle there, it's hard to commit to one side because you can get slaughtered if we sell off and you have too many downside risk positions. But if they're defensive, like a ratio spread, then it's better. You can defend it more easily. If it sells off hard, you don't lose as much, and you even make money because you have a max gain area sometimes. Maybe just a little bit here, earn more premium. I have 90k of buying power left, but this takes 4k. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot of buying power for one, right? 45 days out. Let me look at SPX here. Okay, so SPX is selling off. We're gonna approach that next Fibonacci here. So yeah, we're gonna approach the next Fibonacci. And then I said earlier, if we can hit the 50% retracement, I'll take a small long position. Maybe a far dated call spread on SPX. Just so that if we go back up, I'll be able to scalp it for some profit or something. Dollar's going up. So IWM, I'm actually thinking we sell upside. Again, upside on everything. We'll just follow the market up. The market wants to keep going up, we'll follow it up and try to make money on spreads. This is a 40-cent spread. Not the best. 55-cent spread. I like this, but it is pretty close to at the money, but I like it just to have a little bit of extra theta. But it's only 50 bucks and it's so many days out, 45 days out. The biggest problem is the buying power requirement. Like the probability of profit is great. We're at an 86% probability of profit, but 11k buying power for this is a lot. But these are positions that I can always close to free up buying power, right? They're like placeholder positions. And IWM has 45 days. It could definitely surpass this, but it has to do it fast. Otherwise, the ratio spread has an effect on how much you profit and lose from a position like this. But yeah, the biggest problem here is the amount of buying power. I don't think I want it because of that. Maybe just 50 bucks. It's making me think twice looking at this. But I don't think it reduces. Let me see what it reduces. Yeah, 5,800, eh? That's definitely a good chunk of buying power. Let me see if I sell naked, how much buying power. Same amount if you sell naked. It should be a little bit less if it's a call ratio spread because of the extra added safety from the ratio spread. Okay. Maybe what you do here is you go more aggressive. Because of the amount of buying power required, just go a little bit more aggressive so you earn more cash up front. And the buying power difference isn't that bad. You know, it's an extra 1,000, but you triple the amount of, or you 2.5x the amount of buying power received, the amount of credit received, then you only add 20% more buying power. So it makes sense to lower the deltas, but then you increase your risk, right? A little bit. So the probability of profit, we lost 9% or so on the probability of profit here. So that's the downside. It seems to be more buying power efficient, but we lose some of the pop. I don't think I want to sell IWM right now. Big bank earnings. How's Goldman Sachs doing?
What the C-suite has done with the acquisitions, Eaton Vance, E-Trade, focus on the wealth management business. It all is
345. How's AMR? AMR's doing good. That was a good position to open. AMR, yeah, $20 on it.
The C-suite to know who they are, and this is a company that knows exactly who they are. Goldman Sachs.
How's Silvergate? Silvergate is selling off more. Wow, I should have kept my short shares. What's happening to mine? Yeah, they're still worth 3 cents, so that's good. 4061 is good. Making progress here, kind of. Let me see what's going on.
But Morgan Stanley has that, but they also have the wealth management. And this quarter today was the validation of the strategy that they put in place when they made those acquisitions a couple of years ago. Okay. And not only that, but I mean, you see some of these ratios. These, you know, I mean, like look at the ROTCE is like 16%. We agree with each other. I know. I'm just saying, like, it's Goldman could have done the same thing that Morgan did. They didn't.
They forgot who they are. Goldman made wealth management acquisitions. They just haven't panned out to the extent that they should have. Yeah. They bought United Capital, which is one of the biggest RIAs in the country. I think that's like already 4 or 5 years ago. Nobody's heard a peep out of it since. There was talk that Goldman was going to do an RIA platform, a custody platform on the brokerage side. I've been hearing that for 7 years. Where is it? Why? So I think it's I'm telling you, I think it's execution. It's like a hesitancy to go into the things that they would probably be good at, like RIA. But then they're like full bore into let's do a credit card with Apple. And I almost think like it's like what's flashier, what's sexier, fintech. All right, let's do the fintech stuff. That probably looked and felt great in 20 and 21. But that's just not what's.
All right, the SPX is coming up a little bit. My account's looking good, not as fast as I would have hoped in terms of progress, but as long as the number goes up, I'm good. I was at 402 a couple of weeks ago after the big sell-off in Silvergate. That was a little bit depressing, but I got it back up and approaching my all-time highs. Meta. This one is profitable. I might start closing some positions here. Tesla. The put ratio spread I opened last week on Tesla was a big one, but it was a good position.
Upon that infrastructure, expanding their
I'm up
access to
$200 on that.
Also,
I might even keep it.
New supply sources like
I have upside risk too, though. That's losing $87.
Natural gas.
When we look at the sanctions on Russia, they are still exporting tons of fossil fuels, and this is actually how Putin is able to fund his war. But we do see some of the petrodollars coming down because the euros are much more depleted in terms of the price point. February 5th is going to be a really key day. What are you hearing from people in the market? How are they preparing for these new sanctions on things like diesel?
This is risky. For call ratio spread on Tesla, very risky. I do kind of have this, but that doesn't help much. It's too far out of the money.
So if before we had Asia importing mostly from Saudi Arabia, Iraq, UAE.
If I look at my risk profile, it's gonna show a lot of risk on Tesla.
We have OPEC members exporting to Europe, Russian oil going to Asia, and also
VAR 1,000. I guess not bad. I have more risk on SPY.
And petroleum products is going to go to different markets, and then the diversion from Asia and Middle East going to Europe. But the important thing with regard to price gap is that it's not as easy as crude oil to put a price gap on crude oil because the prices are not globally. The prices of products is not.
How come these are not filling? Let me try changing it again.
So you can't really put a global
What was this? Baba?
Put on Russian crude oil.
I want to ask you about China, Sarah. We learned that
Dollar's coming back down.
grew at the slowest pace since the 1970s last year, but in the fourth quarter, it grew more than expected as the COVID restrictions started to come down. This is your big wild card. Well, I guess you have a lot of wild cards, but what is a reopening, assuming that Beijing pulls this off, what does a reopened China mean for demand and for prices in the year ahead?
That's a big uncertainty because the question is not if they're going to open or not. We know they're going to open up. Yeah. We don't know exactly how much and when. Is it gradual? Is it immediate? But something. This is uncertainty for short term and immediate, like dealing with the market.
All right, where's MicroStrategy?
Something that I like to draw your attention is that
MicroStrategy.
And is lowest in the
What happened to MSTR?
Decades. That is going to have long-term implication, and what is going to have
Okay, it's still here.
To do with the demand. If you look.
How's Silvergate doing?
You talk about the
14.
rest of this year, for instance, the second half of this year. We're talking about a recession likely here in the U.S. Could those potentially offset each other?
Well, exactly. Again, because we don't know how much, I can't give you numbers if they're going to completely offset, but obviously they're going through different directions. So as the economy slows down in the U.S. and globally, you have lower demand and China coming out of recession. I think that people in the market, mostly producers, are cautiously optimistic about China's economy rebounding and China's demand strengthening, and somehow offset the recession's demand decrease.
Cautiously optimistic is what the OPEC Secretary General just told our colleague Manus Krani in Davos, which is interesting. It was very almost like central bank speak for an OPEC chief, right? We're cautiously optimistic, so he's not really putting his thumb on the scale anywhere particularly. But what do you anticipate from OPEC? So say China opens up neatly, right, and there's robust. Where do they have the spare capacity to get some more supply into the market, especially as for what we're seeing for the rest of the year, looks like this war is going to be continuing?
Yes, but the effect of war on Russian supply was not huge. Even the price gap didn't have a significant consequences on the market. And as we just spoke about recession, if we have a recession and we have been seeing the demand slowing down a bit this year, if we have some Russian additional demand, it's not going to be hard for OPEC to offset that. We might not need a huge spare capacity in the market. But for OPEC, I think you asked me what do I expect from them. Most of the OPEC countries we saw in Abu Dhabi, UAE is hosting COP28. It seems major producer of oil, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they already they already know that in long term the oil demand is not growing as fast and it's going to be reduced. What is important for them is today. How can they maximize their oil income and oil sale today? So I think price range is important for them. So I don't see that they would let the price, or they would want the prices to go below 80 or $70 range. So if we see the prices start shrinking below that, they're going to cut back production to keep the prices at certain level. But if prices are closer to 100, I don't think they would be so concerned.
No, of course not.
Sarah, thank you. Thanks to President and former founder, I should say, of SVP Energy International, Sarah Vakshuri. Coming up, more details regarding
what's happened in the exchange.
He's talking about BITO. That's the one that I trade a lot.
Assets, lots of stuff. Futures track spot Bitcoin really well. The CME futures market is regulated by both the SEC
I trade this a
and the
lot.
OTC. The counterparty risk is managed very well by the clearinghouse itself, and then you put the ETF wrapper around it. BITO is a very robust solution, and that's why we think we've seen folks use it as their tool to get Bitcoin exposure.
And when I said least successful in 2020, I meant price decline among them, not among the assets.
I'm always looking for the sunshine. Very
But
sunshine.
you were, when I had you on, when this went public, when you went public in October 2021 with the Bitcoin futures ETF, you said this is the way to go. You have to own the futures because you don't worry about custody, don't worry about money getting stolen. In light of what's happened, is your position vindicated, essentially?
I should say so. And again, it's not. Forget malfeasance. You can never control for organizations that have something.
Look at the IV. Still pretty low on BITO. This was the FTX collapse here. Really high.
Very quickly, we got to go, but you had two
And then I think this was Celsius or Gemini.
ETFs in the last year that have been trading massive quantities. TQQQ, SQQQ, these are 3 times long and short the NASDAQ 100. Every day, these are the 2 largest ETFs by volume that trade out there. Can we say anything about Sentiment Protect so far this year? Because they are the biggest ETFs out there right now.
What we know is these are tools that investors can use to enhance returns, hedge their portfolios, and target exposure with less capital and risk. What does the volume tell us? It tells us that investors believe these ETFs are performing exactly as designed.
And again, these are the 2 biggest.
You can always open this short strangle on BITO, which is lopsided because I have my delta is 47 on the long, but then the delta is 20 on the short side. So then I'm left with like a long 27 delta short strangle, so that it's kind of a bearish position where you benefit more if we sell off. Right, I can always go up and make it a bit less bearish, make it closer to neutral. Where's 41? That's 21 delta bullish, and I still get $1.17 up front. I can always have one of these, play a little bit of Bitcoin. I might regret this, maybe if we rally even more from here, but we are at an upper range. We are at an upper extreme for Bitcoin, and this could be a very buying power efficient way to earn a little bit of theta, $116 of theta over time. And then if we do sell off, then because it's Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure I can defend this. And I can always adjust downwards if we sell off. And if we sell off, I should profit because this is worth almost twice the amount of that, right? So it should be a winning position if we sell off. And it's only a 2 lot. So I have positions with Bitcoin with like 100, 300 lot. If you look at this position, it's a 308 lot. And once this becomes clear, it's going to free up a lot of buying power. Because there's a lot of values at risk there with that position. So let's see if we get mid price, and if we do, that might be a good position, a good strangle on BITO, a Bitcoin strangle. Might be nice. But yeah, overall, it's been a nice day. I'm gonna wait till 10 o'clock and then I'll take a small break. But so far so good. My account's at 4061. That's definitely on the high side for me. And I think as long as my account is close to my all-time high, I should always feel flexible in terms of closing positions that I don't want. Because that's a good time to get rid of positions that are stressing you out. Because you're already at your all-time high. So anything that you take off can't be that bad. Because it's factored into this calculation. But there's nothing that's really stressing me out. So I think I'm going to leave it the way it is. And then we're going to earn a lot of theta this week. Next week, I should be at 408k at least. Then it's going to be a step closer to my monthly goal. And then I'm going to have to start opening maybe some more aggressive positions. But what I'm waiting for is a sell-off. So a sell-off first. And then start opening more aggressive positions. I can always sell calls aggressively, but that's too risky to me. How's the SPY position doing? The call ratio spread. It's doing okay. I can always close this for a near scratch, but this should be good. There is the Qs. This one is worse. I don't know why I opened it so close to the money when I opened it. But this should calm down. And my break-even's at 291 anyways. So we got a lot of time to make this a winning trade. MicroStrategy is looking a little bit worse. It went back up to 230. This one might start stressing me out. Let's see if I can fill the Bitcoin one at close to mid. I don't want to give up too much on that. Maybe give up one more here. Alright, I haven't done any day trading today, which is probably a good thing. Because when I look at my gains, I think my gains are generally a lot better. when I take off day trading. Let me just add a filter here. Okay, and then I switch here to stocks. See, let me go multiple. Stocks and futures and forex. So those are my day trading categories. And some have realized negative $1,000. Then if I switch it to options only, it's positive 7,000. Well, although there is I think there's a couple of thousand of that we gotta take off because of the Tesla position. So, but still, it's like positive 4,500. Because this is gonna balance that one out as soon as I close it. So I definitely do better with the stocks than with the options than with the shares. So I'm gonna hold off on doing a lot of shares. But the thing is that a lot of those share losses, they were hedges. And it makes sense that you lose on the hedge, but you win on the option. So it makes complete sense. But I should use it less often, maybe.
And of course the shorts. I mean, I don't know what he was short, but clearly.
How come none of these are closing? Maybe one more and then I give up. If I can't close it.
Self-deprecating a bit too in the letter, Joe. Never as smart as your best year, never as dumb as your worst. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of what he wrote there as well. And they have a new position as of the fourth quarter. It seems like their newest position, or at least one of the newest that they're revealing publicly through the letter, is Tenet Healthcare. What do we think here, guys?
Well, first of all, what I think is congratulations to David. He took a lot of
US dollars coming up. There you go. Maybe it's leading the SPX. Maybe SPX is gonna follow. We'll see. But you see a bit of divergence here, where the dollars had a little bit of a bounce in the 3 minutes, and SPX hasn't had a decline in this 3 minutes. So we'll see what's going on here. THC.
Yeah, but this is hospitals. Hospitals are like the airlines of healthcare. Like
Airlines.
This stock is trading at the same price it was trading in 1991. So I don't know what why he's buying it or what he said. I'll have to read it. But broadly speaking, I would agree with what Joe and Stephanie said. Like, this is a guy that made it when a lot of his contemporaries threw in the towel. Think about how many value managers said, you know what, Your Honor, I plead family office. It's just like, I'm all set. I'm going to go manage my own money, maybe get a new girlfriend. Like, that was like a much easier route to take. David stuck it out, and he's got LPs that have been with him for a long time, and they didn't lose their faith in him. And
all right, my account's up a little bit, $100 because of this dollar squeeze, maybe. These guys are good. I like the halftime report. I often get good value from their pundits. Debt ceiling. I also like Power and Politic. I think it's a good program. They have nice microphones.
Yes, I absolutely do. I mean, I think that what we watched last week with the fight for the speakership, this is absolutely
looking good.
Where this party is going to take.
If I can close my dollar, I'd be happy. Then I can focus on Theta and not have to worry about this.
It's the one that people say could really be the one that comes to bring Speaker McCarthy to the end of his speakership in a very short term.
Maybe even close these long puts. I don't know why I opened them.
The White House absolutely has to take it back to them.
Lulu keeps going up. Good thing I opened that extra short put, eh? And they also put spread. Yeah. So I have the 297.5 put. I have the 300 put. And I have the put ratio spread. So yeah, it's good. It's basically like a very complicated diagonal. I'm using the one. Where is it? Yeah, I'm using the 300 put. Long put to open short positions around it.
Kevin McCarthy's career as Speaker. If he does not strike a deal that the conservative wing of the Republican Party in the House favor, those who challenged his speakership to begin with, will we see that motion to vacate? Will we see an attempt to remove the Speaker of the House?
Yeah, I mean, I think we will. You know, one thing that has surprised me is, you know, there seems to be on Wall Street sort of
I swear none of my positions are filling. It's crazy. What if I saw this call ratio spread, 2 of them, for only 1700 buying power? I think because I have all the other positions open, it's very cheap in buying power because of that. But we are relatively close to at the money. But Lulu had a lot of issues with inventory, and there was a bit of a bearish bias on it. Let's see if we can close this for mid. I'm having a hard time closing things for mid. This means that options markets are not very liquid today because none of my positions have closed, and I've already given up pennies on them. This one I'm going to cancel. Bido, maybe. No, this is Baba. Should I do it on Baba? I think Baba I'll cancel. Bido, I'll give up 1 more penny. Okay, that's good. And then for Lulu, we'll give up a penny or 2. Okay, we'll wait. We'll see if we get it filled. Dollar's coming back down. You see the SPX didn't play along with the dollar. See, dollar went up, SPX went up. Usually that's not how it works. So now the dollar is rejecting the move, it seems. Looking good. All right. So next up is going to be this tasty trade program called Futures Power Hour, I think. And they spend the first 15 minutes talking about the overall markets and macro conditions. And I think I'm going to listen to that and then take a small break. But we'll see once it starts. I do want to hear what they have to say. I feel like when the markets are live, there's like a fog of war, and it's hard to know exactly what's moving what, but it's easier to tell like after the market's closed. Then you have time to check what all the analysts are saying. But it's good to look at different places while you're trading and you're not just tunnel vision. Like even Twitter's a big help because I try to follow only accounts that focus 1 billion loss on the markets and macro and big macro events. Another big move might happen in Power Hour. Yeah, I think so, possibly. Hopefully. Actually, sideways I also like. This is what I want. I want sideways or down markets. I don't want up markets. Top 1% wealth increased almost twice as much as everyone else combined. Britain vows new law to ban whatever. That's not important. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Heat map. Oh yeah, it was lunchtime too, eh? Nothing is standing out. There's no like big, you know, breaking news. If there was some breaking news, I have a few accounts that I have notifications on, and I would hear it from them if there is some big breaking news. When is power hour? In 2 hours. So it's gonna be not at 10, not at 11, but at 12. So here. Dollar is selling off. Oh, let me turn off after hours. I think that ruins it. Oh, this doesn't have that option. Okay, Lulu didn't sell off. Let's give up another penny and then maybe another one. Sometimes with ratio spreads, you gotta be aggressive. There we go. Okay, I got it filled at 60. You have to give up a little bit. It's not good though. I wish you didn't. It takes away from your potential profits with like a ratio spread like this. But I think it's still worth it. I'm gonna have this Excel sheet, and eventually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna also separate them by specific strategies, like ratio spread versus short strangles and whatnot, and then I'll track to see how well I do in each category. And this new Excel is so much easier to track because I just grab it directly from my accounts and I export the data and I add the data to this. So I just have to do it once a day. Way better than doing it manually. I was doing it semi-manually before and it was so much work. Dollar's coming down a little bit. Let's switch back to the 1 minute here. Oh, we have a convergence on the 15 minutes. Do we? Yeah, between the 50 and the 10. Oh no. No, there's no convergence. Look at the 5 minutes. Looks like there was some convergence here. The 10 crossed the 50. So this was bearish here. This was pretty bearish. Yeah. Look at the 30. Okay, they're still far apart. I think if the 30 crosses, that's ultra bearish. Let's go to 1 minute. We've crossed back up, so we're like zigzagging here. Dollar is coming down. Nothing much is happening in these tech stocks. They're all pretty stable. This pie position is up now, 23 bucks. A lot of my positions are new. I need to wait for them to turn green. Just takes a bit of time for theta to do its thing. All right, let's see what's happening. Dollar sold off like crazy. That is nuts. Tesla's going up. High of the day. Tesla's really pumping here. I knew from this morning that Tesla was bullish. Should have bought it at the dip here, maybe. But might have issues with my Tesla here. I do have this position minus 114. But this one here is positive 200. I can always consider closing both before I'm given more troubles. But we'll wait and see. Because if it jumps to 140 all of a sudden, this one will be painful. At 140, that's a painful position to have. But this one will be up, right? So it's going to balance out a little bit. But I think this one will hurt more. It all depends on the deltas. Back down to 406. This is hard. These are difficult markets to trade, I swear. I'm at negative 20 SPX delta. I can consider selling more puts to balance that out maybe. It just depends. I'm positioned more for a sell-off, but it's just not happening. Every time we get a dip, it goes straight back up to this 100% line. It's been so long that we're doing this. But yeah, power hour might be the big move that we need. Also the Bank of Japan tonight. The Bank of Japan is going to be huge. That's going to be actually the biggest thing. I think that's what everyone's waiting for. That's why there's nothing on Twitter. Everyone's preparing for the Bank of Japan. So it's going to be... Actually, there's a speech too by Fed Williams. So this is another big one. So it's going to be at 12, power hour with the Fed Williams speech. And then 7 p.m. tonight. That's the big one. I'm going to be watching CNBC because they cover Japan a lot in the after hours. Tesla's going up, new daily highs. The US dollar wants to go back up. All right, let's watch these guys.
It is Tuesday, January 17th. This is another edition of Futures Power.
I'm gonna BRB.
Forex here at Tasty Live. Today we're joined by Jamal Chandler. How are you doing today, Jamal?
What's up, man? It's the beginning of the week. It's Tuesday, one day after the MLK holiday, so I'm just chilling out, my man. I got nothing going on, man.
One day after Tom Brady's sad departure from the NFL playoffs. Listen, as a Jets fan, I can't tell you how upset I am to see him fail. But it was a good weekend, right? A long weekend for everyone, for the markets. Starting off here quiet on this Tuesday.
You cracked me up, man. I mean, I tweeted out something last night. Is this it? Is it the end? Of course, everybody's wondering that. And you made no haste in giving your answer right away. One could only hope so.
One could only hope, yeah. But this weekend, as relaxing as it was, the market seems to have taken this holiday into perhaps another day because we're not really doing much of anything. Sure, the Dow's moving a little bit today on the back of those earnings from Goldman Sachs, like JP Morgan. They're setting aside more for their loan loss provisions, effectively saying that they expect more debt to go sour, customers, businesses not to pay back money that they are owed ultimately. But beyond that, it's a quiet day in stocks. It's a quiet day in bonds. How much longer could that last? We have some interesting things coming up on the calendar. We have potentially a debt limit issue popping its head above water this week. Jamal, are you surprised, before we get into the slides, are you surprised that we're starting off this week on such a quiet note?
Actually, not really. I mean, You know, we've had a little bit of a rally. We've had a little run up here in the last couple of days to start the year. And I will say one of the things that I was looking at towards the end of the week were a lot of the short interest names that were kind of moving. Usually you see those move at the end of a rally. So while I am a little bit surprised, maybe we're not moving to the downside quite yet, I guess I'm not too surprised that we're quiet. I mean, I feel like this can be typical market action like back in the day where we get to a solid level, right? For those of you who believe in levels and trading levels, we're at 4,000 on the S&P 500. And usually back in the day, we would see something like this, right? And when I say back in the day, I mean like 3 years ago and kind of almost normal trading times where we get to a certain solid level and we kind of just hang out there for a couple of days. Especially when it's devoid of any serious macro stuff, right? I mean, obviously we had the CPI last week, which they've been mostly serious over the last couple of months. This one was kind of quiet. And then, you know, we got the Fed like in a couple of weeks. And so I think given where we are in this cycle where we're not sure whether we're in recession or not yet, we're not sure whether we're stopping rates, I think this kind of quiet action is warranted.
Sure. So in that vein, all quiet on the Western Front, question mark? And I say that, Jamal, because while things may be a little bit more relaxed here this Tuesday coming out of the holiday weekend as the S&P hangs around this psychologically significant 4,000 level. Ultimately, it looks like things could pick up the next few days, if not just for a busy economic calendar and more interesting earnings releases, but we do have this potential debt limit issue that's going to be popping its head above water. And that's where our spotlight is today, because quite frankly, there's really nothing else to talk about. But the debt limit is important insofar as we've seen this play out before, right? We saw this issue pop up several times. More recently, during the Obama administration, it wasn't so much of an issue under President Trump, but it was an issue during the Obama administration. Janet Yellen, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, has warned that by this Thursday, if there isn't any move made to the debt limit, then she would have to start deploying extraordinary measures in order to keep paying the bills. This isn't to say that we're going to spend more money in the future, right? This is saying, will the United States pay back the money for the debt that it's already incurred? And people in Washington, D.C. and Congress are basically saying, well, should we pay back the money that we borrowed? Imagine having the ability to do that with a mortgage or a car loan, right? You just tell your lender, you know what, I don't think I'm going to pay back now. Would that be problematic? Problematic for you, probably problematic for the country, because if the extraordinary measures run out in the next few months, probably by June, you could be looking at a potential default situation. And so my question to you, Jamal, is with this going on in the background, right? Yes, we're looking at what's going on with the IVR. Yes, we're looking at technical analysis. But if this story percolates over the next several weeks and months, do you start to take out your 2011 playbook, right? You start to think about the assets that did really well during that summer. I mean, I remember when you think about what happened running up into, say, August 5th, 2011, when the U.S. lost its AAA rating from S&P. Ultimately, you had a real strong run by treasuries. You had a real strong run in gold prices. Stocks came under the gun. Would you dust off that 2011 playbook if this new story gathers some steam and snowballs here, say between now and June?
So it's interesting you bring this up. I remember this fairly well, and it started out kind of like this. It was one of these situations where we knew you kept hearing about the story. You'd see some headlines, but it didn't really mean much. And then a month would go by and vol would tick up a little bit. And here's kind of like, whatever, this is a joke. And then another couple of months would go by, same deal, not a whole lot happening, but then vol would tick up, right? And so vol actually did tick up into this, I remember. And I remember by the time we got to December of 2011, January of 2012, it kind of all just collapsed and kind of faded away and nothing quite happened. So I'm not sure how to look at this one quite yet. I think it's one of those situations where you keep an eye on it. You, especially given where we are right now with VIX sub 19, you sort of watch what happens to overall market volatility as a result of it. You know, it might be, since there's not a whole lot to trade and you don't want to put yourself in situations where you're selling vol at low levels right now, probably just keep an eye on what's going on and look at that playbook. Like you said, look at the idea of what's going on with treasuries. But for the time being, I'm going to say it's a nothing burger for now. But again, I want to see volatility rise as a result of it. I'm not going to try and buy volatility ahead of it just to see what happens.
Sure. Yeah. In 2011, volatility was hanging around the 16, 17, 18 handle in the VIX up until about the summer. Then you get into July, and then you start to see a rise in the second half of the month. We go from roughly 18 or so to a high in that second week of August of 48. And then we really don't get back down below 30 on a sustainable basis until you go into the month of October. So you did have a 2-month stretch there where vol stayed particularly elevated. And of course, that coincided then with the eruption of the European debt crisis. But it's worth noting that if this is something that does pick up, trying to sell vol in the early stages of it may not be the play, right? If vol does go on a period where it jumps up and then stays elevated for 2 months, vol sellers could be in a difficult situation. You don't want to find yourself on the wrong end of that either directionally because you're selling, puts, for example, and all of a sudden not only does the stock market decline, but then you're faced with a jump in that volatility, and all of a sudden the premium that you collected just gets wiped out, and you're looking at a position that's underwater.
Can you imagine a 48 VIX? We haven't seen that in 2 years now, right? Or 3 years probably. It's been a while.
Yeah, you have to go back to 2020, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, despite the elevated volatility periods that we saw throughout 2022, we didn't get that high. The highest was 38.94 at the end of January of last year. Even with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, even with some of these other issues that were going around in the economy with the Fed raising rates, vol just went up, but not to that super uncomfortable level. So a return to 48 would certainly be very interesting. If VIX was at 48 and say VVIX was back in the 150, 160 area, I would very much be a dip buyer in risk. I would be very much someone looking to sell that vol. We're not there yet, just to be clear. But should those circumstances change, you may want to then dust off that 2011 playbook, because that was an interesting period in which you could actually take some significant risk. And if you were holding on to it for, say, 2 or 3 months starting in September, you were rewarded quite handsomely.
Do you also wonder that if, again, that was a different time, right, compared to right now? Let's be frank. I mean, we've come through some crazy 3 years. I thought one of the things that was really interesting during that time period is that people were really worried that maybe we're going to get too high on this debt limit and we're not going to find a resolution. And I feel that now, I mean, look, and it's not everybody's favorite topic, but we created vaccines out of thin air. So I think people believe that we can fix problems now like this. So do you wonder if maybe we do get to this inflection point with debt limit, that people aren't going to be as nervous, VIX won't be as high because we've shown that we can fix problems on a fairly quick basis?
Part of me says yes, but then the cynical political observer in me says no, if only because we do have more gridlock in Washington, D.C., right? Mm-hmm. And given this current setup, it feels like an Obama term redux, where you have Democrats in control of the White House and the Senate and Republicans controlling the House of Representatives. And that was the setup you had in 2011. So as much as I'd like to think it was an issue, when you go back then, we were talking about a total debt level in the United States that was under 20 trillion. We're now north of 31 trillion here. So the situation has gotten worse, as some may say. And ultimately, I think that opens up a whole new world for us to explore over the coming weeks and months. So a story that we'll be watching in the background, Jamal, not necessarily something that we'll be trading off of here and today, but it's worth just putting our focus on it, because this is the week when the Treasury may need to begin deploying those extraordinary measures, and this could become one of those background issues that lurks there and festers until ultimately it pops off, and then you look at a completely different trading environment.
No, it's an interesting thing, too, and many of you should go look up the idea of what happens when we reach the debt limit and the areas where we have to pull back on spending. I know that was one of the stories that I started looking into, and what's the big deal about this debt limit? And then you start looking into it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we'd have to pull back defense spending, all these other different things that don't necessarily get paid. So it is fascinating to some degree.
It will be a great story to watch, if only for the entertainment value, because C-SPAN and Washington, D.C. is a bit of a show these days. But the lack of this, movement in equity markets coming out of the holiday isn't necessarily a surprise, right? Equity markets are basically unchanged to slightly lower here on this session. I mean, again, the Dow Jones is a little bit of an outlier. YM here because of Goldman Sachs's earnings. They came in much weaker than anticipated. In fact, it was probably their worst earnings report in about a decade, maybe more than a decade. The analyst estimates missed on both the top and bottom lines. Loan loss provisions coming in higher than expected. The S&P is not really seeing that kind of negative price action. We opened up the session at 4,020. We're currently trading at 4,015. This is barely a move, if you want to call it that. But we're starting to make some significant technical progress here. I know that, and I put this chart on Twitter yesterday, which some people cheekily pointed out. I can't believe you're doing technical analysis on Tasty. Does Tom know? So
you don't listen to them, Chris. You do what makes you happy.
I'm going to do it, Jamal. And so we have this descending trend line here from the January, from the March, from the August highs. We've tried several times in recent months to breach that descending trend line. We failed, but we're also starting to get above our 200-day moving average here. This would be the third consecutive close through there. So this week to me is an important week from a technical perspective for stocks, right? Will we start to see capitulation on shorts? Can we see a little bit more upside? And if only to jump over to Bitcoin for a second, Bitcoin is typically a contemporaneous indicator with risk. Bitcoin's had a heck of a run here the last few days. So are you looking around and seeing the potential for a turn here in stocks? You're seeing that crypto, perhaps the riskiest part of the market, is perking up. Do you feel more confident that maybe we could be getting on a little bit of a run here? Debt limit news stories be damned.
Yeah, to some degree, man. Actually, I am, and I you know, it's interesting. Like at the end of last week, I was thinking about the idea of, well, maybe we're going to turn around. Maybe, you know, since volatility is so low and we've had this run in the markets, and coupled with what I said, this is on just my own personal indicator, but it's not just a personal indicator. You can find this ideology anywhere. Actually, the idea of towards the end of rallies that we have in the market, when you start to see highly shorted names running, which we saw at the end of last week, the triple BYs of the world, the Carvanas, many of the high-end short interest names were on the move, and you can see this in Goldman's most shorted list basket. Those names were on the move last week. Usually those signal sort of the end of a rally.
All right, I'm back.
So I was looking at this
Pretty good. I like what they're saying. They're talking about the debt ceiling, talking about the shitcos rallying the most.
That's sort of 2022 methodology, which we definitely saw a lot of. Bear market rallies. Eventually we pull back. I think maybe we could be in a different regime, and so I kind of wanted to see, and I'm glad I didn't pull the trigger on the idea of buying puts or anything like that, because again, the market is just sat here, premiums just kind of coming in, even though vol is still low. So to answer your question, I think it is possible we could be on a run at some point, but I think we just kind of got to see what happens over these next couple of weeks. Again, I think the big thing we're leaning on right now is the Fed report, which is happening in 2 weeks.
Sure. To that point, we've seen the NASDAQ. This would be the 7th consecutive day of gains for the futures contract in NQ. As they say, Jamal, don't fade a dull market, right? And this is exactly a dull market. Volumes aren't high. Volatility isn't high. It is a slow, steady grind to the top side. It's difficult from my perspective, right? If you're a bull here, it may be better to just buy the index outright, or play around with some in the money or just very close to in the money calls. Selling puts right now doesn't seem like it's the smart thing to do when vol is this low. An IV rank of 8.5 here on the NASDAQ. When we go over to the S&P 500, you have an IV rank of 7.5. So from the directional bias perspective, if you are a bull, this is not really the opportune time to sell puts. You could really be caught ham-fisted here, where if you do see a spike in vol and a decline in stock prices, you're really in a tough situation.
Yeah, I think the best time right now it's again, one of the big things that we often talk about is I should have it every show because I've been talking about it a lot. The chart that we have that shows the VIX versus how much buying power you allocate into the market right now. And so usually when the VIX is this low, you're definitely well below, I don't know, probably 30% of your actual buying power currently in the market, and you're waiting for better opportunities. I mean, there's nothing wrong with waiting for better opportunities, especially when volatility is this low. So that's probably the best thing to do right now. Although I'm sure there's a lot of people trading weekly options. I can guarantee it. Probably trying to catch a move on.
I made myself this spicy yellow curry noodle. It's so delicious. I can't believe how good it is.
Volatility is very low. It's not moving, and the market is not moving. So more than likely, those options are just kind of sitting there, going to zero. More than likely.
Right. And, speaking of volatility, the continuous contract in the VIX is 19.45 right now. That would be the lowest close that we saw in over a year. You have to go back to the week before the MLK holiday in 2022.
All right, so what do we got? Everything looks pretty stable. I'm at 406K. I've been here all day. It's funny, my daily is at $92. With how many positions I have, it's crazy how flat I am. 0.03%.
It's not really surprising when you take a look at the IVRs that a lot of the Ivy ranks
I might close some positions, but I'll see. Tesla's calming down, that's good.
That also is a warning sign.
Tesla goes too crazy, I might have to close it down.
Recently, so if you've had a strategy that you've been using for the past several months that's been working for you, it may be time to perhaps go and back test something different, maybe to alter your approach, because this is a situation that we really haven't seen in the past year plus.
Yeah, and truthfully, this is probably the best time to trade futures more than anything. Obviously, looking for those of us who like to sell options, there's not a whole lot of opportunities right now, especially since most of the stuff that might be elevated vol-wise, that might have a 30 IVR or higher, have earnings coming up. And, I don't know how most of your strategies have what do you like to do, but most of the time I don't like to sell in front of earnings. So this is a great time to sort of trade futures and either hedge
That's funny.
you might have on or take outright shots, totally.
Yeah, I really don't like to trade around earnings. I've gotten lucky over the years. Did really well in 2014 with Gilead. I've gotten eaten up over the years trading in names like Schlumberger and Chevron into the 2014-2015 period.
Looks like this one here, I've only filled one of them. Let me just try lowering the price again.
Trading around earnings or even individual economic
Why is that going down?
I don't really have a statistical
Look at BITO 1350. BITO's been selling off? No, it hasn't.
Simply, buy and hold a position for say 2 or 3 months and continually roll over my risk. So why do something that doesn't work for you? If you have an edge there and it's your forte, by all means go ahead and do it. It's just not something that I've mastered, and so I like to avoid doing things that I'm not good at. It's why I don't play so much basketball these days, Jamal.
I hear you on that. I've chilled out on that myself. I tell you what, too, like when you have ES right now, we're sitting right above that moving average. It does make for an interesting trade. If you're bullish right here, I wouldn't blame you for sort of seeing if we can get this momentum to continue higher. It's always an interesting week for it, though. I mean,
position, that's kind of a no-brainer to do.
We got to go, Jeff, but I got to ask you, if that's a small position, what's your biggest position? What position do you have the most conviction in at this point?
Well, so I'd have to think about, largest positions. But, we certainly in technology, there are a number of names that we like, and not in the FANGs. In terms of large positions, sure, we're going to own Apple just because it's a big position in the S&P 500. But names we like are the ones that you see there. Now, CrowdStrike, Synopsys, Coherent is probably my favorite name within technology right now.
All right. Jeff, thank you. Good to see you. Jeff Krumpelman.
Thanks.
Coming up, the S&P Restaurant Index hitting its highest level in over a year, but in this case, a rising tide may not lift all restaurants. We'll explain.
Index was about 21,355, and then it all came crashing down. So, there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here.
All right, we've made some kind of round trip. That wraps it up for us this week. But coming up next week, we'll be speaking with Avalabs President John Wu and Bill Wolf, the CEO.
Are ultimately beating market expectations. That's good. Obviously, some of the big names like Goldman have disappointed. Netflix has been very, very volatile around their earnings reports over the past year or so. But right now, the bar has seemingly been lowered, and it's easy to jump over an envelope, over a credit card, than where we were at the start of last year when everyone was super duper bullish. And ultimately, that led to a lot of disappointment in the first half of the year.
Wait, hold on. You got to say that analogy again. I never heard that one. What was that?
That's a Vic Jones analogy, jumping over a credit card, because credit cards are like what? An eighth of an inch thick?
Oh, just the thickness? Wow. That is really, you know what? That's really nerdy, and I want you to tell him I said that, okay? No, I'm just playing. No, it's interesting. Yeah, no, it's there's been a couple of names that have beat so far in earnings, like you said. Still fairly early, but the verdict is out.
All right, let's keep moving forward here. On this all quiet on the Western Front type of day with U.S. equity markets trading marginally lower, barely any movement in the S&P, we're starting to see that yields aren't doing much of anything either, in fact. When we take a look across the curve, the 30-year is down by 2 basis points, the 7-year is up by 0.2 basis points. The 2-year yield is down by 4.2. I'm just throwing some random ones. The 10-year is down by 0.1 basis points. There's really no change here whatsoever. Again, the equity market perspective is one thing, Jamal, but when you look at how the bond market's behaving here at the start of the week, is this a little bit more surprising than the lack of movement in, say, the S&P, which is pinned to 4,000? Or is this all tied together, right? With stocks really not moving all that much, why would we expect to see Treasury yields making a significant jump one way or the other?
Yeah, I agree. It's the latter. I mean, for the most of the past year, our market was somewhat predicated on what was going on with the yields, right? Our equity markets were somewhat predicated on what was going on with the yields, when they had those big up days, whether it was just for reasons of expectations for the terminal rate to be higher, or if we had an inflation report that pushed them higher. Those are the days when we saw the market have some of its biggest down days. And so we've seen that reverse this year, right? We've seen more of the typical reaction when the few times that yields have kind of been up to flat, the market has been up, and treasuries have followed suit. And so again, this is another situation where the yields aren't doing a whole lot today, and neither is the market. And that actually is kind of comforting to me, Chris. I mean, it makes me feel good. And also, we've seen the yields have declined, I think, over the last couple of weeks, and we've also seen, not surprisingly at all, equity volatility decline. So as yields have declined, equity volatility has declined, and so things have started to calm down some.
Yeah, it's that bond volatility that's really come off here over the past few weeks, which is worth noting. The MOVE index, which it tracks bond market volatility, so to speak, it's down to 113.5 right now. You have to go back to mid-October when it was up at 160. Now, this is still elevated historically. Typically, when you go back and you look at things from, like, say, the 2015, 2016, 2017 period, the MOVE index is hovering, around 80 or so. So by historical standards, this is still, yes, very elevated, and we're actually persisting near some of the highs that we saw at the start of the pandemic. But we have come down here in a meaningful way the past few weeks. I think if bond market volatility comes down, quite frankly, bonds are supposed to be the safest part of the market, Jamal. And so when there's a lot of uncertainty in the safest part, how does it make you feel about the riskiest part? Probably not that great. So if bond market volatility continues to calm down, I think that does help translate into a further cooling and perhaps a lower ceiling that can be achieved in an equity market vol. And if you find a period where equity vol is persisting at lower levels, that can portend a bit more risk-taking, generally speaking, that historically is bullish for risk assets.
Yeah, I just like that everything is sort of making sense again, Like last year was definitely a difficult year with regard to things making sense overall, even for those of us who've been around for a while. Like you're showing right now, bond volatility is kind of high. That's probably one of the few things you can sell right now overall. Whether it's the same thing for God, I'm blanking on. We've seen the same thing, and not to get ahead, but we've seen the same thing for euro, right? Like that volatility is kind of up. Bond volatility is kind of up. And I think this is one of those situations where if you do sell options in here, you're selling volatility on the way down, seemingly. Like you said, the MOVE index has shown us that it's sort of depreciating, and we've seen that with equity volatility too. For a while there, that MOVE index was flying up, and so that was keeping VIX elevated. But now we've seen VIX has sort of lost all of its luster in the meantime.
Volatility is really coming down everywhere. You can look at this not just through the IVRs, of course, you can look at it through specific tickers like OVX for oil vol, or GVZ for gold vol, EVZ for euro vol. Everything has been pointing lower and back towards more normal levels. And ultimately, when you find yourself persisting at lower vol periods, you tend to get a little bit more bullish price action in those assets. Maybe the only one standout would be gold, because gold tends to benefit a little bit more when there's uncertainty in the market. And so you can find periods where GVZ and gold prices, gold futures, are positively correlated, which isn't typically the case for, say, oil or the euro, or even between, say, the VIX and the S&P 500.
Yeah. Yeah, these are good times to sort of, take inventory of everything, just like we're doing, and see all the action and different things that are going on. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to find something to put on a trade right now, because volatility, like you just let it. Volatility is low across a lot of different asset classes right now. And that should tell you something. It gives you an idea of where we are currently in this cycle. But it's not going to stay this way. I mean, I don't think we're looking at another 2017, at least not yet.
Not yet. We have a long way to go here this year, Jamal. But speaking of going a long way, oil prices have now basically taken back all their losses.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
All right, so far so good. Today's been a chill day. Not a lot of things going on. Earnings was pretty good for Silvergate. I got out of the position, or most of it. Got a little bit of exposure left, but it's going to be fine. But yeah, everything looks good. Just need a few more days of theta decay. Maybe a bit of a sell-off here. And I'll be looking pretty good for the end of the month.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Oh, I thought this was a short call. I'm like, why do I have a Google short call? It's a long call. Meme stocks are going. You went through the Tasty Trade course, but it's a bit too simplistic. It is. In a lot of ways, it's like just a basic understanding of what's going on with how you can make money with options. Yeah, look at AMC, but they definitely have more advanced courses and videos. But it's true that it's relatively simplistic. When you're doing it yourself and you're starting to, pile on positions, multiple different uncorrelated or correlated positions, it gets very complicated. More so than what a simple video can explain, right? So you gotta dip your toes in the water and try it out slowly, and then you get more of an understanding. But it is risky. That's the hard part. they explain things in a simple way, yeah, because they're kind of like their videos are made to appeal to a broad audience. However, they do have research, and the research that they have is unique, and they have a lot of research. There's a segment called market research or something. There's a few segments where they have a podcast on Spotify, and going through all their market research is good because it gives you an understanding as to how options are priced in the technical sense, which helps. Like why we sell further out, why we don't sell closer to today, right? We try to sell like 30 to 45 days out. And they have research that backs all of this up. I'm going to try lower the price again. Bitcoin's popping too. A little bit. Yeah, meme stocks are popping, aren't they? We'll see what happens with meme stocks. If meme stocks go down, if markets go down, meme stocks will go down hard, I think. So they're leading here. Actually, they were saying that the meme stocks rally at the end of a general market rally, right? See what they're talking about.
I think all eyes are going to be on the guidance. You know what they guide for next year for
SPX is popping 4,000. We are over 4,000.
Because that's what most of this pricing has been pinned on.
It looks like a pop. Dollar is stable though. Dollar seems relatively stable. It's going down slowly.
Potentially a soft demand season if in fact we go into a recession, because
but the dollar is relatively stable here.
Don't reflect that at all. And the other thing, and you talk
Airlines,
about it
eh?
in a roundabout way, which is that margins have been rising. So even if
I have some risk. Whoops, let's close this. So I have some risk that I might want to manage for tomorrow. But tomorrow is not a big day. There's no big binary event tomorrow. The BOJ actually, BOJ interest rate decision tonight. That's gonna be big. Tomorrow we have US PPI, retail sales. PPI is big. Yeah, 5:30 a.m. So I might wake up early for that tomorrow. Then we have some speeches, beige book.
As we will look over the next couple of months at adding back some flights, but they're not going to go back to where they were pre-pandemic when China was a huge growth area. That's going to take some time, in part because China's coming out of the COVID restrictions, and also in part because while corporate travel is
Microsoft to cut 11,000 jobs. Let's see if they rally. That might be a sign that they rally.
in corporate America when it comes to travel to China.
Do we buy it?
We'll see you later. Thank you, Phil LeBeau. And as he'll mention, United CEO Scott Kirby will join us tonight on Fast Money to discuss the results. That's a
This is a mistake. I hate doing this. I hate just fucking jumping in at the worst time. But let's go, we bought it. So dumb. I should just sell that and then just sell a put instead. I don't like doing that.
Gina, what's your take on this one?
So you're right, Jamie Hunt.
But that's 11,000 jobs. That's usually bullish, right? But let me see something. What if I just buy some calls that expire this week? 72 cents? That's a lot. What if I just buy one? Just buy one of these. And then what we'll do is we'll close the other position. And then we'll see if that prints. But I'll close this.
Is not being reflected in the pricing because there's still
So that my max loss is 75
with
bucks.
regard to the recession.
But it doesn't work that way. That's the problem. See? Fuck. See, the problem is it's gonna pop, but it's gonna pop in like a week or two. It doesn't do it right away. So
There was a shortage of drivers, a shortage of
whatever. 75 bucks.
and yet, you know, this is a company that has still managed to continue to go, which tells
We'll see.
us the demand is actually still healthy.
All right, and let's move on to Prologis. Also reporting before the bell tomorrow, the nation's biggest logistics REIT is down nearly 20% in the past year as demand for warehouse space cooled following the online shopping surge during the pandemic. The street watching demand, rental growth rate, and cash flow into the end of its fiscal year. Gina, you like this one?
So we like this one. Lido owns this in our portfolios as well. And yes,
I can always sell a put also.
Rental rates, which have been growing, by the way, for the last several years at over 20%, have to cool, you know, at some point.
What positions do I have in Microsoft?
That's expected. It's still expected to be strong.
But it's pretty high right now. It's near 140.
Earnings season are
240.
on their development, their development plans. And so as they make development starts,
I have a 205 put. So I'm already short a put.
Derive rents from. And so
But now I'm long a call too.
Is that there's going to be a slowdown that is already being priced into the stock, but we still think it's going to be continue to be
221,000 employees. And how many did they cut? They cut 21,000 or 10,000? I should have read the number before I bought. So dumb.
3 Arrows Capital are pitching a way to capitalize on bankruptcy claims linked to other crypto catastrophes. We got those details and whether their idea is viable. That's next.
$11,000 jobs. So that's not too much. That's 5% of their employees. But the stock might rally. That's the thing. So having the upside in Microsoft might be good. Because they haven't had a rally because of a layoff yet. A lot of other stocks have. But Microsoft hasn't had a huge sell-off yet though. So maybe they won't get a big rally. But this call expires this week, so it's pretty bad. It's a bad play. You know, we have to rally quite a bit for this to print. And odds are, even if the news comes out to everyone and everyone is bullish, it might not even go to 245 this week. It might go next week. And then this option doesn't do much. But maybe I can consider doing... this is a put ratio spread. Maybe I can close this and do a more aggressive one on Microsoft. See if I can close this one at close to mid. What's going on? Okay, so that's closed for some profit. See it selling off. It's a trap. It's a bull trap. They always do that, like with the Biogen news. So I can always just cut this and then just reposition in Microsoft differently. It's only $8. I can cut this and just reposition in a different bullish way, not involving a call. At least not a short dated call. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Forget about that position for now. And what I can do though is I can position differently. I can take the profit off of this one as well. Okay, now I can open a new one in Microsoft. It's pretty aggressive, 215, 210. And I can sell 5 of these is a lot though. If we have a massive sell-off, it's going to be painful to have. Three of these is 200 bucks. Do 4 of these. Four of these, yeah, 4 of these. Maybe just go to 5. If we do sell off, I should be fine. It wouldn't be ideal. How come it says 0 margin? Something's wrong. So I can sell 5 of these for $70. But I'm not going to get mid-price. That's the problem. Maybe just go closer to add the money, but sell fewer of them. Yeah. It's not worth it. It's worth it to go further out. If it's only 30 cents difference. This one is good. This one is about 70 cents. And I can sell a few of them. Just to have a bit of bullish exposure to this in case it rallies. Then I can make a bit of money based off that news. But part of me wants to go more aggressive because it is cutting jobs is usually good for the price of the stock. The dollar's selling off though. I almost feel like selling 10 of these. 5 is definitely more than enough. 5 is risky enough. I don't need to go higher than that. But I'm not going to get 66. Probably won't even get 50. Hold on. I did that wrong. I forgot to put the freaking... I forgot to put the ratio. That would have been pretty bad. They do have earnings between now and then, so you gotta be careful. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Wow, that looks a lot nicer. That looks way nicer. Okay. Now I don't need to do as many. I can do 3 of them. And then try to benefit off of that news story, and we'll still get like $400 off of that. But I'm not gonna get filled at mid. Let's try to go lower. 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 Come on, fill it. You lose way too many on these spreads sometimes when it's a ratio. Okay. So we got it. So now we have a bullish play on Microsoft. Where is it? Yeah, 400 bucks. Theta is at 900. Buying power is at 75,000. I've used 25,000 of buying power today, just opening new positions. So that's good. Lulu is really selling off. Lulu is really rallying, eh? Wow. All of these hedges are helping me a lot. Make up for the loss here. This one is down 230. But these hedges are definitely helping. $50 off of this hedge, 42 off of this hedge, and I just opened them this morning. That's really good. I might wait till tomorrow to see what I do with Lulu, but I think it's fine as long as every week I can sell premium, collect premium, make up for the losses of this long put. It's gonna balance out, and then in the long run I should be able to have positive profit on Lulu. And I'm already positive 600. How the hell did I get 600 on Lulu? I don't remember trading that much Lulu this year. Oh, I know why. Because I took off the leg. I took off the short leg. So it gets balanced out by this. See, this one is down 980. It balances this out. And then what else do I have here? So MicroStrategy is being a pain again. It's at 234. It keeps getting worse. So if I bought those 5 shares, I would have been up $50. Where's Bitto? I have this short strangle on Bitto. So I might actually lose quite a bit of money by being this short Bitcoin because I'm short MicroStrategy. I think I have a Coinbase short too. Yeah, Coinbase short's down $80. So I gotta calm down with this shorting Bitcoin story. I'm typically bullish Bitcoin. This position is useless.
Fundamentally different position for those higher yielding bonds. And I would say this is structured credit, muni credit, corporate credit. I'm not being so particular that I'm saying you have to go to the company.
There we go. Microsoft is pumping now.
A lot of beaten up stories in credit after
Crazy.
last year. After all, this was one of the worst years.
It's pumping.
Decades, maybe even centuries.
Maybe I should have kept that call, eh?
And it was definitely not in equities. We get 15 to 20%.
It was only $75.
So do you think that there are values in this part, in the double B, sort of B high yield section?
I guess what the important thing is, and I think a lot of your guests earlier today were saying the same thing, I really just don't see a lot of movement in the equity. Yeah. I think this is a year where we're just going to bounce around and torture people, go up to 4,200, go down to 3,700, maybe 4,300. You know, the Fed's going to get mean and nasty up to 4,300. They're going to sound nicer at 3,700, but not too nice. And it's just going to be a
SPX is coming down, maybe.
And you can sell vol in equities. That's probably not a terrible strategy either. But why play around in that when you've got the yields that you have for a market that, if it's largely unchanged, is going to pay you a coupon of 10%? And I just don't see the reason to take equity risk for me.
Yeah,
is if you have equity-like returns, and you just don't have a great story for big, like 20% returns in broad indices this year.
Right. You make the point that the SPOOs, the S&P, is just going to torture us. As the Fed is doing what it's doing, and what we've seen, interestingly, is volatility overall. The VIX has remained under 20. I mean, it's gobsmacking almost how low volatility is, and so I'm wondering what you make of that.
Microsoft is pumping. That's crazy.
And whether or not there are better, measures of volatility, because what we're seeing is volatility in bonds.
That's the position I opened. Maybe I should have been more aggressive.
Much higher than in equities.
Yeah. No, I think there have been a lot of volatility selling strategies. That was our strategy last year. We were covered call sellers all year. We did it a couple times and, managed to, recommend to our clients a strategy that outperformed S&Ps pretty nicely. But I think, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. If we were here a year ago or at the beginning of 2022, vol was pretty low back then. If you were selling the at-the-money spot calls in S&Ps, you were basically getting 7%. Today, if you're selling the 4,000 calls, I think you're getting close to 9 or 9.5%. So you're getting a much bigger number.
It's pumping. Crazy. My intuition was right, but I didn't keep the day trade.
It seems low, but it's been a lot lower, and it was a lot lower even a little more than a year ago, a year and a couple of weeks ago, and then obviously the year started to tumble pretty quickly.
Right.
This one should be good.
But I do want one last question. Within double BB high yield, are there certain sectors that you think are positioned better?
I think what you have to do is you have to spend time in the debt markets with qualified.
First solar. Hey, this one's looking good. It was actually losing today.
I think you go in.
This one had a huge reversal, didn't it?
Add and subtract where you see people who have
Is it here still?
done their debt homework and not done too much to be short term, have long term or termed out their debt. And you look at businesses
Goldman Sachs is
really
looking horrible.
Done reasonably well through this period, but are just struggling to get the financing or the leverage that they.
Wow, look at the 1 minute chart on this. Super bearish.
So I think there's a lot.
I was gonna sell some upside on it. Look, we were at 185 and I was losing money on this like crazy. And then all of a sudden, it's flipped.
Even in the ETF space, and then add some names on top of that.
Maybe I'll get one more of this actually.
Easy as press buttons on your accounts, your online
No.
accounts, but the
I was thinking of First Solar.
David, great speaking with you. Thanks. David Zervos, Jefferies.
This position is good. I'm at positive 28.
Let's get to Tyler Maps and Morgan. Look, there they are. The sneak peek.
I'm still sitting at 406k, no updates, no changes. We do have a Fed speaker at 12 o'clock, so that should be good. Let's take a look here. Alright, let's bump in. Microsoft is coming up. Almost feel like I should be doing something like this on Microsoft. Like 10 days out, 222.5 puts. And just add to my position. Because my put ratio spread is a little bit too safe. And I want to benefit if there is more of a push upwards. And if there's a sell-off, I'll be fine. Because other positions will benefit. So this is a little risky. Just to go and randomly open 2 short puts that are naked. Especially at these highs. If you look at the daily chart, we are pretty high. Right? I sold 225 puts. And we were there several days ago. So it's risky, right? But the reason I'm doing this is because I need more bullish plays. My winners in the past week or so, they've been all the newest bullish plays I've put on. My losers are all the old bearish plays that I haven't taken off. So that's why I'm adding to what's winning right now. But I'm being cautious because things can flip any time. And then the bears will have the advantage. And then all my bullish plays might flip red. So I'll have to manage as things change. But currently, I'm still at negative 17 delta. If things change, the dollar should pop. And the dollar popping will give me some profit over what happens here, right? So this looks okay right now. I'm $2 daily profit, negative $9 daily profit. Crazy. So one of the biggest worries right now is Microsoft. No, MicroStrategy. Microsoft, I've opened two bullish positions, and might be a mistake, but we'll see. They did announce firing 11,000 people. So usually the stock market rewards that. So selling puts is a way to try and benefit from that price increase. And then at the same time I get theta decay. So if the price doesn't increase, as long as it doesn't decrease, the theta decay will help. And I think I'm one of the first people to hear about it because I don't see it on CNBC yet. They're usually eager to talk about firings. Let's listen to these guys.
In U.S. stocks has really been a low quality rally, and you talked about crypto. What could be more low quality than crypto? No offense, but there are no fundamentals of crypto in our view. And so what has us a little
I take that personally. Just kidding.
Staying power on this. Just take a look at the market today with the Nasdaq up the most, and a lot of the high multiple names and a lot of the stuff that actually got really crushed last year outperforming. So whether or not this is a bear market rally, we don't make short-term calls like that, but we do make calls that we still think we're in a big giant 25-year secular bull market where we had a cyclical bear market last year, and we think this year stocks will recover. Now it's just a matter of timing and why. We do not agree with this whole notion of an earnings recession. I think that's too simple. Okay. But we do think that markets will most likely make a low here in the first couple of months of the year and then recover from there.
Well, I am curious then, Brian, because when you look at the pricing in markets, particularly the pricing in bond markets, which seem to have priced in a recession, and then you look at the pricing in equity markets, and some people would say that they really haven't priced in enough recession risk. Are you on either end of that spectrum, or do you fall somewhere in between?
Well, I love how you said it's been the most talked about recession ever, and that's true. You know, there's a simple formula in investing. It says stocks lead earnings, which lead the economy. So stock market did a good job, was down over 20% last year, and kind of discounted a recession at some point. Maybe the recession happened already. In our base case, we're going to have a recession, or we've already had a recession. It's all very confusing. But in a recession, you see stock prices go down, then you have earnings go down, and then you have some sort of a spike in unemployment. So the last two things haven't happened yet. So let's just, as a common sense kid originally from Minnesota, I just don't understand how we're going to see a spike in unemployment without some sort of a black swan or very negative event. Well, we have people sitting on the sidelines that still aren't working, but we have near all-time low unemployment. Of course, that was swayed by the pandemic, but be that as it may,
Microsoft keeps going up near the highs of the day. How's my put doing? Not so good. SPX is going up. 4,000. We do have a Fed speaker at 12.
Just being a common sense person. So I think the problem with investing right now, quite frankly, is everyone's looking at page 72 of their business books and saying,
Lulu is down.
And then employment in the economy needs to fall apart, and unemployment needs to spike. I don't think it's going to be that way, and the reason is this. This is on my 33rd year on Wall Street, and I've never seen balance sheet strength. I've never seen cash flow prowess, and I've never seen.
I should maybe just close this. $5.
The market cap spectrum, from small, mid to large, like I am seeing right now. I'm not seeing a massive recession in earnings. Lastly, if you take a look at what got crushed last year, the highest multiple and some of the largest cap stocks got hit. If you take the 15 largest cap stocks in the S&P 500 out, the market would have been down 8%. So on an equal weight basis, things look a lot better, and that to me tells me that we're transitioning more to a fundamentally led market, more active, less passive.
So Brian, okay, if the playbook on page 72, it doesn't necessarily work right now. If we have this,
they're trying to fake out though. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah. On the 1 minute on SPX, there's a bull flag and it broke out. Yeah, it looks like it. I think it's gonna be like the other guys were saying, where we might spend the next few weeks around here. because 4,000 is one of those levels where you can spend like a full week around here. But that's what I'm hoping. But you never know. We might just break out today and end up at 4,200 tomorrow. But I hope not. That would be a little bit too wild. But yeah, my P&L's taking a hit. I think because of MicroStrategy. Yeah, 237. It's getting squeezed. And this position was bad. I might have to take this at a loss, and then I'll end up taking away from my gains of the month. It all depends how high Bitcoin goes for that. If Bitcoin goes too high, that one just pops and it short squeezes. How many days out is it? At least it's 30 days. Yo Fubar, you missed to tune in to the stream. You've been sitting here with my chart. All good, man. Today's been a bit of a slow day. But Bitcoin's been going nuts. I might transfer all my Binance money here. Maybe I will. I can do more on IBKR with my cash than I can on Binance with my cash there. But if there is a massive sell-off in crypto, it would be nice to have money in Binance. But I can always transfer back in within a few days. But that time delay of a few days can end up costing you the opportunity. And buying here is not as good in some ways. In other ways it is. Like at least here I can sell options. What a crazy guy. Who knows what this guy does? Rapid and intense wave of disease.
The numbers that we're hearing from China are not really believed by anybody outside of China. I think the most recent number they gave in terms of deaths was about 60,000 from when they reopened to a few days ago. And the expectations are that that is probably a lot higher. He also mentioned
Bitcoin is off the highs, so MicroStrategy should follow eventually.
That is something that I'm hearing from a lot of folks they are worried about as well, because it could take a lot of this spread from city centers out into
barely off the highs,
where the healthcare systems are less able to cope with it. And I think one of the biggest concerns is that as you're seeing so many people get infected, aside from just the stress on the healthcare system, the severe disease.
Take a look at the SPX, 4,000 even. Crazy.
More opportunity for the virus to mutate, and the public health community is very concerned we will see perhaps a new variant arise out of this spread that poses more of a risk.
Apple short strangle.
To your point on the numbers, China until Saturday had reported about 5,000 total deaths since the beginning of the pandemic.
Let's see if there's anything I need to adjust. There is another hour. He said something about the beige book. Let me just see the calendar. Today? I wasn't today.
Strains of this disease that the world may not be prepared for.
So the Fed Williams speech.
Just a lot of concern both that will happen and that also the surveillance systems are not in place to catch it quickly if it does happen. The WHO is essentially in its polite, offhanded sort of way imploring China to share.
Yeah, there you go. Microsoft in talks.
Can really try to keep tabs on what is happening with the virus there. There's a major concern that we're not going to see.
This was just last week. Microsoft to give employees unlimited time off. I remember reading that. Crazy. Okay.
Really is not that helpful, but we could be better prepared if we know what's happening.
Metro, great to see you. Thanks very much. Well, one man betting on China's reopening is Ryan Cohen.
Ah, so they haven't made the announcement yet. So this is basically just like a semi-rumor, a semi-official rumor. So people are positioning for that.
Size and scale than Bed Bath & Beyond or GameStop. So what benefited him there,
Exactly.
namely triggering a short squeeze, is going to be hard to replicate here at Alibaba if that indeed is his play.
Well, first of all, I am hearing a good deal of skepticism for those reasons that you just alluded to, Tyler. Alibaba is not Bed Bath & Beyond. It is not GameStop.
Yeah,
It
you
is
can't
a
squeeze that.
$300 billion plus company, a company with Chinese characteristics. I mean that in the sense that it already has an activist, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. This is a very difficult company
Good
to get
point.
into for the average investor, let alone an activist investor, because it operates a little differently. There's something known as Chinese shares, which essentially allows Beijing to take a small stake in the company, but gives it special rights like veto power, nominating certain directors, essentially ensuring that the Chinese Communist Party can have control over sectors for the long term. So anything that Ryan Cohen hopes to achieve will have to come in opposition to that. What he's arguing for are more buybacks.
All right, I have a lot of positions. I gotta just manage my current positions before opening more. A lot of red, which is not great.
Do that raises the question, you know, why is he getting into this? Maybe it's a chance to get retail investors.
We're coming down though.
But that's not working today. Take a look. Stock is down nearly 1.5%. So certainly not what typically happens at other companies that he has targeted, much smaller ones, as you said.
Yeah, Deirdre, I was actually going to point out the same thing, the fact that the stock is actually under pressure, at least the U.S. listed shares of Bob are under pressure. To go back to a point that Tyler raised earlier in the show, though, is it safe to say, can we actually say this at this point yet, that the tech crackdown, the scrutiny, especially where Alibaba in particular is concerned? And
All right, we're coming down. 3 points. Back to the 100% retracement. Microsoft is down, but the dollar's not going up though. This time they're doing the opposite. Dollar needs to go up to confirm it. The 10-year yield is unchanged, it seems.
China is at the end of that crackdown. In fact, you even have senior Chinese officials
TLT.
in certain publications. But I would just say that you never really know.
Microsoft is coming down too.
Beijing took aim at online brokerages just the other week. So
Yeah, we're down quite a bit now.
You never know with Chinese stocks what's happening behind the scenes. Remember how this all started? It started with Jack Ma taking aim at Chinese regulators on the eve of Ant Group's IPO.
3994.
Where everything sort of tumbled.
That's a big drop. Did I miss anything?
IPO ever. So things can and
Did I miss anything?
on a dime in China, and I think that risk is still there, even if the rest of the market is optimistic. And you have seen these shares, not just Alibaba, by the way, but many names in the KWEB ETF rally over and really outperform over the last year even.
It's interesting. In the U.S., it's really personalities where the tech sector is concerned, and in China, policies, right? Deirdre Bosa, thank you. Now let's bring in
Financials down. Goldman Sachs was down 6%. Probably just a fake breakout. Yeah. I know. I agree. I really hope this is not like a beginning of a huge bull market. Look at this, 391. We're dumping. That's down 11 points in like 2 minutes. We haven't seen candles like this in a while. Something is dumping here. I'm not going to complain, but I'm not going to add shorts. I am going to maybe add a long if it dumps more as a hedge. See, although I do have 2 new puts on Microsoft, which I should be a little bit worried about. Here. It's a little bit of a worry if we keep selling off. There we go, 3990. Are we going to dump more? This is a big sell-off. I don't see anything on Twitter. Survey. There must be some economic data. So inflation survey. Nothing. I don't see anything new here. Dollar's finally going up. Dollar hasn't been reacting here. Oh, they're talking about EU. Let's see what Bloomberg is up to. 3990. Looks like support there.
multi-strategy return tracker ETF, the ticker HFND. I like H Fund. It launched at the end of September, early October last year. I see that 35% of the portfolio is in cash, in addition to tips, in addition to commodities. Where does cash stack up?
Well, I think it reflects the fact that when we use our technology to see what hedge fund managers, how they're positioned,
I don't see
they're
anything.
conservatively positioned because there's a lot of uncertainty about this market environment. It's not really a time to be taking on meaningful risk, whether it's in stocks or in credit or in bonds. And so what you're
The dollar's coming back down. Where's the VIX at?
from hedge funds over the course
VIX
of the
is
last
barely
25
up.
years, it's consistent with some of the surveys that you talked
I
about.
had some VIX last night. This time after 2 p.m. Oh, I see. They go home. Interesting.
Professional investors are not that interested in the stocks or in bonds right now.
When we talk about the inflation protection, with the assumption that maybe
Microsoft.
peak in it and that we're going to see a trend line down, is the idea when it comes to real assets and the inflation protection that they tend to offer, do they become more attractive under the assumption that the Fed is near the end of its rate hiking cycle?
I think the main question is what's priced. And right now, you look at break-even inflation, it's priced at 2%. It's certainly possible that the Fed gets the perfect soft
Just
landing
after a bit
and
delayed. Oh,
maintains
interesting.
inflation at 2%.
So around 11 a.m. my time,
Probability
2 p.m.
that,
Eastern.
the labor market remains a little too hot.
That's
the
good to
Fed
know
continues
that it's a
to
European
be
thing.
a little too strong on nominal terms relative to desired, and you get inflation that doesn't necessarily, it's not at peak, but it's coming down to something like 3 or 4% for a durable period of time.
Landing is going to just drive me. I mean, it's like who was the gymnast? I remember Kerry Strug. It was like, I don't know, you're probably too young. Kerry Strug, and she had the broken leg.
Dollar's still coming down. Something's off. SPX took a dump and dollar's dumping too. Let's look at the other currencies. Same with the yen. Australian dollar keeps going up because of China reopening. Natural gas up, but not as much as earlier.
That's coming up next, right here on Bloomberg.
That extrinsic value.
Olaf Scholz. Whatever happened to Angela Merkel? Yeah, dollars just wants to sell off, which is so weird. With the price action that we're seeing. Okay, this is fine though. This is fine. I just need MicroStrategy to chill a little bit. MicroStrategy needs to calm down. Every time I've opened a MicroStrategy short naked option, within a day this happens. Like some massive move against me. Within 24 hours. Our derivative market maker closes 2 p.m. Eastern, and a lot of those are owned by big European banks. Ah, that's good to know. So there's definitely a big effect, eh? Potentially a big effect. Short term are uptrend since the new year. We are, yeah. Europe has been too, right? Yeah. So Netflix, I got 2 positions on Netflix that I can close, or I'll wait till tomorrow. I might close it before earnings, and then reopen new positions after earnings. Netflix has been some of my better positions this past few weeks. Tesla's been pretty good too. As long as this one doesn't bother me here. So many red positions, but these are all new positions, that's why. Over time, they're going to become green. It's aggressive. I have 3 puts here, and I have 2 other puts for Microsoft. Yeah. If they announce sell-offs and the price skyrockets, A lot of people are probably buying options now because they think there's going to be an announcement soon. Let me look at this queue in Microsoft. Look at the volume on Microsoft here. A lot of 240 calls. A lot of people are long the 240 calls. Above 200-day moving average. Wow. Crazy. Look at how the SPX keeps dropping, 3990, and the dollar keeps dropping. Something is weird. Let me open up the bonds, see if maybe money's going into the bonds or something. What is that cash going into, right? If the cash is not going into stocks, then what is it going into? But it's going down, not that fast. But it is definitely trending inversely to the markets. Nasdaq is up 615. You think low volume, so dollar value is low. The volume, trading volume, that usually doesn't affect it, but the pricing does. Like how expensive the stocks are is inversely correlated to the dollar, but not the volume. That wouldn't. So, but yeah, strange that the dollar's just down. It's just a bearish dollar. That's what's happening. Bearish dollar. So, and I still have my 50,000 USD long position that I should maybe just be more patient and then maybe eventually close it, or just keep the US dollars long term. I can close this $14 option Lulu position, take the profit, and then open one that's a little bit more expensive than that. In case the stock keeps rallying, then I can make a little bit more premium out of it. Maybe open a maybe open one of these, and then if we sell off, then it should be fine. It will balance out if we sell off. Let me look at my risk screen. So for Lulu, we are negative 24 delta. So that means that I can sell another put and balance out the deltas. Sell this put and I'll still be negative delta. So this is fine. Just sell one more put on Lulu so that our long put has a bit more of a hedge. Come on, just close. So annoying when it keeps, I move it, it moves it. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. See, it keeps going down. But I think that's because the price is going up. The dollar keeps dumping. See, it keeps adjusting. It's going to go down even more now. XLK, XLY, XLE are green, but XLK by 0.46%. S&P 500 still above the 5-day moving average. Oh yeah. Okay, so we got the Lulu. Okay, so that's one more Lulu short position. Dollar keeps dumping. Let's look at those sectors. XLK 0.4%, technology sector. Wow, markets are way more bullish than I was positioned to be. Everything is pumping. It's a miracle that I'm not down thousands of dollars. I was pretty bull. My mindset was pretty bearish. A week and a half ago, the start of the year, my mindset was definitely bearish. And the fact that I'm up and I'm not down is miraculous. And I keep adding bearish positions. So this Coinbase position is looking better. I may increase this one. You know why? Because I have upside risk on MicroStrategy. And I think because I have the upside risk on MicroStrategy, I can do puts on Coinbase and just maybe increase the size of this by another 10 for a total of 600 bucks. It amazes you too, but that's probably the power of an option seller. Yeah, it's true, it is. You have a lot of flexibility, you do. I was positioned very bearish. Most of my options were bearish when we made the move up to 4,000. But I kept adding bullish positions to hedge. I kept having to hedge. If I was doing my regular job and I wasn't able to be on the computer all day focused, then I wouldn't have been able to hedge as much because you're too busy. If you can only look at your phone to do trades like 8-9 times a day or 10 times a day, then you don't have a chance to, squeeze in some positions that help you overall. That wouldn't work, yeah. So it looks okay. I just think I need to maybe just get rid of the USD is bothering me just psychologically because I know it affects my performance and it just doesn't want to go up, whatever. I'll play around it because this is a bearish play, right? So if we sell off, this benefits. So I need to open more bullish plays, bring this closer to like maybe -10 would be nice. Talk to some of the juniors that is like born with a phone in their hands. The employee toilet trading club. Hey, the job I had was pretty chill because I would see clients, and when there is no clients, I put my feet up on the desk and I just like chill on the chair and I'm on my phone a lot. But oftentimes crazy things happen in the market in the middle of an appointment. And then by the time you're done the appointment, you check your phone and you're down $1,000. You're like, fuck. Now it's too late to hedge when you're already down that much. But I might want to open more Coinbase puts just to hedge against MicroStrategy. Because MicroStrategy is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. You did it, you have to admit. Nice. In the toilet. So maybe like a simple put position here. Maybe 31 days out. And we sell a few of these 40 puts, maybe. This will help against the MicroStrategy being a bit crazy on me. It helps with the markets rallying too. Maybe just one of these. One of these $40 puts. But I'm selling it near the highs of the day. It doesn't feel nice when you sell something near the highs of the day. But let's look at MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy, same idea, highs of the day. I can always buy 10 shares, but then it's going to limit my upside if we do sell off. I'm going to lose money on the 10 shares. It's going to end up balancing out. Biddle. I already have a biddle position. Maybe just sell a few puts biddle next week. Maybe like 10 of these $12 puts. And if we sell off, then I'll be down on that. But no, I wouldn't do that. 10 of these 12.5. No, for $60 to take on risk, take on thousands of dollars of risk for $60. AMC is up 20%. AMC is off its highs. ARKK on its highs. Lulu's exactly on this retracement. When did I draw these Fibonacci's? It's exactly on it. 161%. Crazy. All right, we're going to have a Fed speaker soon. Maybe that's going to wake up the markets. It doesn't look like the sell-off we had earlier is continuing. And what do we have here?
You are going to get a higher demand in China this year compared to what we've seen in 2022. The real question is, when does that turn happen, and how high does it go, and how long does it stay there? This is ultimately supposed to be driven.
Nike. I was considering Nike for a position.
We know that the global slowdown means that the Chinese manufacturing sector
AMR's looking good. The position I opened today was nice.
So how soon do Chinese consumers get back out there and start spending in a way that boom, that creates this boom? That's the real question.
Well, I want to ask that question to you. What is the state of the Chinese consumer right now? Of course, we did get a lot of data out overnight. Some of that was retail sales.
Let's look at First Solar.
Not as much as expected, though.
Yeah, quite shocking, really, because I think the Chinese consumer is in a
Solar is selling off for some reason.
Throughout the course of the final
Let's go to March.
We're talking about either being locked down or
and then maybe we open another one here.
The COVID crisis and cases. So, in reality, chances are that retail spending probably contracted even more. But the fact is that consumers are not spending.
Premium is nice on these.
Resumption is not going to kick in right away.
$260 for this. For First Solar short.
Really when you should see the Chinese consumer get activated and get out.
See if we can get mid price.
And so that's the turning point as far as I'm concerned.
Nice, we got mid price. Okay, so we have another First Solar short. Bitcoin has to be shorts covering. Who wanna risk putting money in now? Yeah, I agree. Exchanges going bust. Trade with clients' money. Yeah. Mount Gox. I think the biggest problem with crypto right now is that the risk-free rate is at 5% right now. So you can get 5% interest on cash. So Bitcoin has a much lower value when you can make that much from cash. It doesn't seem good for the risk reward. Better to have cash than Bitcoin. When rates are 0%, then yeah, of course, it makes sense. Your cash doesn't have as much value. So you gotta find something speculative to put your cash in. For Solar selling off, nice. I just got the short. How do you get 5%? Treasury, yeah. Treasury yield is around 5%. Your bank account, savings account can give you 4%. I'm getting here on my IBKR, I'm getting like 3.6%. See? So we are the 17th, and I have $466 in my account, interest account. So even without using bonds or anything, I'm getting decent interest. Not even close. But if you have USD and you have IBKR, you get interest here. You know what I mean? You can convert your Swiss money, your Swedish money. Lulu keeps pumping. Good thing I opened the new one. I gotta keep track of MicroStrategy too. Yeah, MicroStrategy is pumping like there's no tomorrow. This is definitely shorts covering. Lulu's pumping. I think just everything's pumping. All right, I'll have to be patient with this MicroStrategy position and just wait for a pullback in crypto. How's GME doing?
Down just because of political tensions. Is that going to right itself? Do we go back to an era where some of these
GME's pumping, highs of the day.
China in full, or are we going to start to see more of this sort of dispersion and diversification of the dependence there and move to other Asian nations or other nations?
Taking a hit again, 405.7.
Yeah, I think companies have to really seriously reevaluate and rethink their China strategies.
Crazy.
Both because, again, you're talking about an economy that is going to be slowing down into the future, starting from now. That's
and
number
didn't we
one.
just get some data about birth rates? How their birth rate actually just fell for the first time ever?
Exactly, that's right, which means that labor market participation is going to be another big problem moving forward. So from a consumption standpoint, that's an issue. Policy uncertainty means that operating there as a business is a problem.
All right. Tesla position's looking good, 190.
Within its financial sector, technological
Netflix.
sector, a lot of things for multinational corporations, American companies to reconsider.
I realized a lot of gains today, but I have a lot of unrealized losses.
Big story. Shahzad, it's great to get some time with you. That is Shahzad,
MicroStrategy's back down a bit.
Managing director at China Beige Book. Still ahead, meme stock juggernaut Ryan Cohen. He's taking bets on Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba. That's next. We're going to talk about how Wall Street is reacting to that stake. This is Bloomberg.
All right, they make a big deal out of that Ryan Cohen guy. Lulu, $1,000 loss, but I've made a lot from the other legs. So at the end, we'll see how it balances out. Boeing is $60. Nvidia. The short put that I sold last week is up $70. I can maybe roll this up. I think I considered rolling it up. That way I get a little bit more profit if we keep rallying. I'll bring my deltas down that way. $145. That seems okay. Or 140. 140 seems fine for now. The 250 put on Netflix is looking good. These meta puts are looking good too. I've realized a lot of gains. I haven't done any mistakes with Microsoft is up again with day trading. I want to reduce how much I lose on day trading because just doing options, I do well. Opening, closing, even small wins, I take them sometimes, like a day trade. This is one that I opened today. It was decent, 55 bucks. Although I am losing off of the main one. But I've opened a few winning Lulu ones. Opened these two. This one, and then there was another one, no? Yeah, this one. So weird that markets are so bullish, honestly. I've been spending all weekend reading and listening to different market participants and their views on the market. And it's crazy how many people are bullish. And a lot of it has to do with momentum signals, and the idea of a soft landing, right? If you lock money in a savings account for 5 years, that's really low. So right now I get 3.6% without locking anything, right? I just have it here in my account. So you guys are not getting as good of a rate. But if you convert to USD, you can get USD rates, right? But then you take currency risk by converting your currency. You can get treasury bonds, right? The bonds give you a lot of yield. I think you can get like a 2-year, 3 month, like a 6 month, a 3 month treasury bond. You'll get like 4.5%, I think. But you need US dollars for that. Under Armour upgraded. CNBC was showing that. Goldman Sachs, I want to take a look. It's bounced off the lows by $4. Maybe it's a good time to sell puts in here. After a $20 drop. Maybe just like a simple call put ratio spread. And then we hold it till it's profitable. That's $6,000 of buying power for 67 cents. Definitely doesn't seem worth it. Oh yeah, really? Because of KIID? I never heard of that. You might be able to do bonds. That sounds like a weird rule. I don't know why they wouldn't let you. Don't know why they wouldn't let you. For me, interest makes a big difference right now because I get enough interest to pay a lot of my bills. That means I don't have to take as much risk when I open positions to get my monthly requirement. Caterpillar is down a bit. Coinbase, Shopify. MicroStrategy's gone down a tiny bit. That's good. Disney's up quite a bit, eh? $100. Okay, we're gonna have a Fed speaker soon, so let's see if we can find it. Is it Harker or Williams? Fed Williams. Maybe it's on their Twitter. Oh wow. That's a pretty highly secured door. Holy shit. Imagine one of those, I know, right? So let's see if we can find the Speech Williams live feed. It might be super bearish for the market. The thing is that the Fed doesn't want assets to inflate in value. That just creates more of a wealth effect, and it's going to affect inflation. If their goal is to bring inflation down, they should make the markets kind of calm down, deflate a little bit. All right, down a little bit, but not bad. I have another First Solar position. Crazy. I have a lot of risk on. I have $967 of theta. Negative 16.8 delta. Maybe I need to open more long delta positions. But maybe I should wait till Tuesday. I already have a lot. How's my SPY? I had 3 short puts in SPY. And they're barely up. Market hasn't moved though, so it makes sense. And VIX hasn't gone up. Yeah, these ones are surprisingly not too profitable. You can always roll this up to make this more of a bullish play. That's one way to do it without opening a new position. Let's see what happens if I do it. If I go to the same expiry, which is 38 days out, and then instead of the 28, I do the 29, I get an extra 7 cents. It's nothing major, so it's not worth it. It's only 7 cents. Let me look at Coinbase now. I might sell a put now just to counteract MicroStrategy. Where's MicroStrategy now? It's gone down a bit, and Coinbase should also have gone down a bit. So maybe just sell one put in Coinbase. Coinbase at its highs still. Close to its highs. Just one put. That's going to counteract my MicroStrategy risk. And Coin seems to be somewhat bullish these days. And if I go all the way out to March, I can get like a 35 put. If I stay in Feb, then it's more of a 40 put. Yeah, I think we grab this. 150 bucks. How's the dollar doing? Dollar's going back up. That's good for me. I needed that. Like, I know Coinbase is going to sell off eventually, but I kind of need this. And if we do sell off, I'll take a small loss on Coinbase, but I will benefit from the other positions. It's not a good timing, but I kind of need it to balance things out. I can always do another strangle. Or maybe sell the one that's further out, so less deltas, higher probability of profit, and we sell 2 of them. $1,000 of buying power for $144. Alright, so now we have more Coinbase downside risk, which is fine. I needed more downside risk in crypto. MicroStrategy is coming down, which is good. It's going to help me a lot. Dollar wants to go back up. Let's look at SPX. Goldman Sachs. I didn't sell anything in Goldman Sachs. Maybe with Goldman Sachs, the IV rank is super low. I can always just sell a naked put. They've sold off a lot today, so maybe there's a good chance that a naked put will be profitable. But the buying power requirement is probably ridiculous, yeah. Going super far out requires less buying power. No, the IVR is too low. And I'll wait till they sell off more, maybe, if I open anything like this. So let's check out the SPX 1 minute chart. It's coming back down, and the dollar is going back up. They're finally correlated again. Okay, so 3 minutes. I'm gonna see if I can find the speech. All right, dollars popping. The stocks are dropping. Take a look here. I don't see the live feed. Let's see if I can find it here. Maybe YouTube has it. I don't see it. I don't know what's wrong with these Fed members and how hard it is to find their live speeches. It's like they make it so that it's only institutions or anyone with a Bloomberg terminal who gets the news right away. Not for the plebs. Let me check the economics calendar. Alright, Coinbase is going up. That's good for my newest put, but it's not good for MicroStrategy. Let me see MicroStrategy. It's back up to 236. I might buy 5 shares of MicroStrategy, because if it's going to try to squeeze me, then at least I'll be able to get a little bit of cash out of that squeeze. And if it sells off, then I will get this money back. So maybe get 5 shares. I should have gotten it when it was 215, and I knew I should have too. This stock, whenever I sell anything on it, any premium on it, it always comes back to make me regret it. Take a look here. Where can I watch? $8 p.m.? Why does it say 8 p.m.? Must be something wrong. Alright, I don't have any feed anywhere. I can't seem to find it. I should ask ChatGPT, but I forgot my password. I can't log in anymore. Oh, you thought it was 3 p.m.? Oh, I see. Yo, Nick. What up, Bill? So 3 p.m. Weird, because my calendar here says that it is at 12 p.m. But then again, on this page it says 8 p.m. So maybe you're right. I don't know. Let me listen to Bloomberg, see what they're saying. I don't see... Oh shit, the prices... we got a little bit of a rally here. Let's see what Bloomberg is saying.
What else has been on a tear is Bitcoin. It's actually up for 13 days in a row. It could be its longest winning streak in more than a decade. In just a
SPX is pumping.
25%. It's actually even higher.
Dollar is pretty stable. Coinbase keeps pumping.
I can't tell you why, but it's an interesting one to watch.
Yeah,
Interesting one to watch. I mean, risk sentiment, of course, has shifted. Going to be a 14th straight day of gains if that holds here on the day. You talk about what we've been seeing in the equity markets and the idea that you don't really have much of a sell-off on the day, but definitely a little bit of a walk back and a little bit of a pause coming off what had been a pretty decent rally over the last couple of weeks. The S&P unchanged on the day. The NASDAQ just slightly higher by about 0.2%, and the Russell down by about 0.2. The Dow Jones
I don't see Williams anywhere, so maybe it's not right now.
Here on the day, Katie.
And you look at the sector level, it's pretty much an even split. You have 6 sectors in the green, you have 5 sectors in the red right now, and consumer staples seems to be wiggling back and forth. But you look at what is winning, it's the technology sector. The chips really rallying today. That's helping out that sector. Only up about 0.6% though. And then
Nvidia is up 4%.
You have communication services in the red, but all down less than 1%. Pretty muted moves, I would say.
Well, of course, some of the big individual movers here on the day involve the big banks here, and in opposite direction. Goldman Sachs shares down 6%, Morgan Stanley shares up 6%. Goldman reported higher costs, and of course that's on the back of a revenue miss, and of course a lot of concerns here about some of the longer-term projections that they gave.
Morgan Stanley, eh? Let me check it out.
Weren't really that much better here, but I think the overall numbers there were much more in line with analyst expectations, and that's why you're seeing a little bit of a divergence here. In the
Highs of the day was 99.
3.5% here on the day. That's on the back of a downgrade over at Wells Fargo and Coinbase. As you were just talking about there, Tim, the whole crypto sphere rallying here on this day. Coinbase, Marathon, Riot, even MicroStrategy, all moving higher here on the day. What I thought was actually also going to move higher here on the day was Alibaba, because of course all the talk coming in today was about this stake.
Is he doing an investigation now? No, it's just a speech, but I can't find a live feed of it. So maybe it's going to be later today, but I thought it was going to be right now. I'm trying to search for a live feed. Let me search on here again. Hold on. Oops, I had a notification from the Fed. Climate scenario? It's a cool website, but I don't see the speech here. So strange that I can't seem to find. It's 3 p.m. New York. All right, cool. So that means. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. It's at 3 p.m. in New York, but right now it is 3 p.m. in New York. Isn't it? Like right now it's 3 p.m. in New York. It's 12 p.m. in Vancouver. Short or long? Right now I am mostly short, but combination of both. I have positions that are long, positions that are short, but overall I'm negative 16 delta short. But a lot of it has to do with the USD that I have. So without the USD, I'm probably like negative 5 SPX delta or negative 10. So yeah, right now it should be the Fed speaker, right? So let's see if we can find it. Why do they make it so hard to find? I have no idea why. Let me check YouTube again. Hold on. Coinbase keeps pumping. Let's see if there's Bloomberg financial news.
Again, what they're trying to do with employment.
That is definitely not it. Let me have just the economic calendar open and just see what it's showing here. Okay, here. Are we the 17th? Where's the 17th? Okay, so press release. 3 p.m. Okay, so it's just a press release. So let's see, skim through it. Okay. Climate scenario. But I don't even see Fed Williams' name anywhere here, so I don't think this is it. Speeches. Okay, there we go. $2,006. What? Like, wait a second. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. I don't even see it. Does this channel support subtitles? I think so. I'll need to add it if it doesn't. Maybe I'll look at it next time and I'll add it, the subtitles. But didn't get the email for the feed using that link anyways. Oh, I see. So they have a link and you didn't get the feed. That's too bad. But let's see how the markets are reacting, because usually the markets tell you the speech anyways. It tells you the story. So the market is flat, so there's probably nothing special in that speech. If it's released, usually they pre-release it and then they speak, right? But I don't have anything regarding this speech. Let me go back here and see what it says here. Okay, so the chairman said in prepared remarks for the panel discussion in Stockholm, Powell's comments focus on central banks' independence. I don't think this is new. Yeah, I don't think that's new. Yeah, don't see it. Let me check on Twitter, see if what people are saying on Twitter. Big short. Oh yeah, you think I'm very short? We'll all hit new 52-week highs at some point today. All right, I don't see anything. I'll just focus on what I see in the markets. So SPX is coming down. MicroStrategy, take a look at MicroStrategy. 237. I feel like my MicroStrategy position was a big mistake from last week, but I don't think I should close it yet, because I just wait for one sell-off in crypto and then I close it. And I do have some hedges. I opened this Coinbase short put. I also have other Coinbase short puts, these ones. So, but I do have a Coinbase long call ratio spread, short call ratio spread, which I'm losing money on. How did it rally so fast? This is crazy. These two bets from last week are my worst positions. Short Bitcoin bets are pretty bad. But it's only been one day. The longer you wait, the better it is with options when you're short premium. If the price stabilizes, you'll be good. But I'm getting squeezed on Coinbase and MicroStrategy. But at least Coinbase I was hedged. So I'm making 70, but I'm losing 100. MicroStrategy, you can't even call this a hedge. It's totally unhedged. But I did have Bitcoin in my Binance account, so I was kind of hedged, and I took the profits out of that. Definitely winning with the Bitcoin, considering that the crypto I had was up. But I'm considering sending all that crypto money here to play with it here, or keep it there. If we sell off to 15,000 Bitcoin, I will buy some there. Buy some crypto. I'm thinking BITO short puts. I already have 300 short puts here, but I'm letting it expire worthless because it's so far out of the money. $7. I do have the Silvergate short puts, and I'm gonna let them expire as well. Maybe I can close it to free up some risk. And maybe what I should do, let me look at, I want to listen to the Silvergate conference call. I'm going to listen to it tonight, and then tomorrow I'm going to determine whether I will open up a March 19th position. Maybe I can sell 100 of these. I can sell 200 of these. And then it's only 50k max, 50,000 max loss, and then I will pick up close to 3,700 upfront, 3,500 upfront. So it would seem like it's depending on the conference call. I want to see how bad they are. If they're really, really bad, I won't do it. But if there is room for them to survive, that could be relatively easy money with some patience. You sell it now and you wait. Because that's a lot of premium for something $2.5. That's a 10% return. Close to 10% return. But MicroStrategy is being annoying. It's back to 238. It's near its highs of the day, but so is Coinbase, right? Something I can do with MicroStrategy is take a look. How much is this spread? $98 spread. That's a lot. $125 for this spread. But I don't want this. If anything, I want downside. But the problem with downside is that I already have upside risk. So if I open downside here to try and make profit off of retracement back down, then I can easily lose an extra $130 off of MicroStrategy if we stay above. And this expires in 3 days. Maybe what I need to do is I need to go far out on MicroStrategy and then maybe sell something around here just to pick up some premium in case we stay elevated. And I'll do it naked so that I can easily close it. If things don't go well, if things sell off, I can close this. 45 days out is pretty far out though. It's risky, but you know, risky from the other direction. That's the thing. But at least this premium helps me. It doesn't take a lot of buying power because I have upside risk. So I turn my short call into a strangle. So the buying power is relatively good. And it's going to help me a lot with my Bitcoin dilemma right now. But this can easily sell off. But I think before it sells off, it's going to try to squeeze me. That's what I think. So I can at least profit off of this while I'm getting squeezed on the other end. Let's see if I can get filled mid. If I can get filled mid, then maybe I'll take it. If not, I'll reconsider. All right, 4059, been stable. We have 40 more minutes, 42 more minutes till close. Should I even have this open? I don't know. I feel like Bitcoin wants to keep rallying. And having this will help me manage the position. I'm turning it kind of into a strangle. But the issue is I'm picking a different expiry. This one here is 31 days to expire. Whereas this one is 45 days. So let me revisit the option chain and see. It's very risky though, but at least it's far out of the money. It's still risky. Yeah, I'd rather stick with 31 days. The spreads are tighter too. And we'll turn it into a bit of a strangle, a lopsided one. I like the idea of this. Let's try to get it filled. All right, so we have some downside risk on MicroStrategy. So I think I feel a lot more comfortable now since I have that. Because if MicroStrategy decides to squeeze me to the upside, then I'll be able to get some profit out of this new MicroStrategy position. So I have a feeling like it is going to try to squeeze me here. And then we'll have a bit of profit we can take from that. But I think that's enough positions for now. I have a lot of positions open. And then we'll need to wait till the end of the week for options expiry. I'm going to free up some buying power. This is going to free up, and it's going to be an extra $300 once it frees up. It's going to free up. It's going to free up the buying power as well. So I'll get a lot of buying power from these two freeing up. This one I can sell now for $38. So I received $285 of credit to open this, and I can close it for another credit. So total from this position, I am up $300. I am getting $100 of theta a day here. So if I can keep it one more day, then maybe this will be worth $400. So maybe we keep it one more day. This one. That's pretty good. That's the beauty of ratio spreads. Sometimes they just work really nicely. Especially once you get closer to expiry, you get a lot of value. Okay, so Tesla, this one's up $200. I can always close all my Teslas and then reposition. Where was the other one that's losing? This one. So 100 versus 200. So my Tesla's definitely winning. Problem is, if this keeps going up, this is going to be a real pain. No, this one here. But I doubt we're going to pass 170. The break even on this is pretty high. Maybe just keep things the way they are with Tesla. Gold, Lulu. What is this? Oh, this is upside risk on Lulu. I didn't even know I had this. This is not good for me right now. It's the last thing I need on Lulu. 45 days out too. I think I opened this today. All right, let's listen to this guy. He's good.
Things that look like they're going to break down like so, and say, no, I'm not going to, and instead just levitate away from their failure point, which is good, illustrative of why you shouldn't anticipate, well, it's going to break anyway, so I'll just go all in. Even though it actually breaks down, it's just a guess. Also out, although very red instead of green, is Goldman Sachs. Down pretty hard, not quite 6%. Not that far away from his own lifetime highs, but giving up past week or so.
Oh, here.
I mean, it's not calamitous. We're basically just undid a few days of gains on this one.
Who's Fraser?
This has taken a bit of a tumble, and as I said, as one of the 30 components of the Dow Industrials, it's although it's not a particularly industrial.
Copper surged to the highest since June. Oh yeah.
Taking a lot of bringing a lot of weakness to a Dow that otherwise would be. I'm not sure if it would be green. Most Dow components are red today, but I think Goldman's the weakest among those 30. Okay, well, what else? Oh yeah, one other bank, much lesser known but worth mentioning, Silvergate, capital symbol SI.
Silvergate.
Up somewhat, although as you can see, it's just, it's been calamitous in terms of its drop, so a little bit of undoing, added to which, in spite of the pop today, it's near the day's lows. In fact, I just noticed now, might as well throw a little line in there. Look at that. That gap was almost perfectly sealed. Isn't that cool? So near the high of the day, just about sealed that gap and then turned tail. So still quite weak. Our old friend Tesla is having a good day. It's up at 130. This is a stock that I've been more successful at predicting the turns at than some others. Had a very good year last year with Tesla. And as I've mentioned, my target for this was just under 100. It did not get there. I got to 101, so give me a participation trophy at least. I did all right. But this was my target down here. As you can see,
I remember that day.
Close, but not quite, and then started rising. So it's up about 30% since the aforementioned target, and I have no position. But if it gets anywhere close to 160, I will.
1,000 theta. That's a lot of theta.
Again, because that'll be
I have a lot of risk on right now.
the next
I need to be careful.
So just kind of standing back, watching, waiting with interest. What's happening?
The dollar stabilized here. Coinbase is pretty high.
In the crypto world, they continue to shine. Bitcoin up again. It has added thousands of dollars, many thousands of dollars in recent weeks. And Ethereum likewise in the green. In this case, we are approaching its recent peak here early in November, so we'll see if it gets past it or not. I'm pretty disinterested in crypto, except in as much as they help drive asset prices in general. I haven't traded crypto in
Dollar's coming up.
2 years now, almost 2 years. I will point out Marathon Digital is kind of an interesting critter because it has been executing this rather violent series of these zigzag patterns up and down. And it seems to me that we're getting rather close to an exhaustion point on Mara here as well. So just kind of sexing it up a little bit there. So getting quite close. This has been a big move in just a couple of weeks' time, but getting quite close. In fact, I was stunned because even the FTX token, FTX, everybody's been talking about, that's gone up like almost 200% in the past couple of weeks. So anything in crypto has been going up, even companies as scandal burdened as FTX. Jumping off to China.
Dollar wants to go up. What a quiet day. We've been around this area all day.
On Friday and got a small profit on this so far. So far, so good. I'm definitely going to hang on to this. We got very close to this gap on FXI and it's starting to weaken. So this one, those are March puts I've got. So far, I'm pretty happy with that. Also, some individual puts doing okay. Here's Alibaba.
MicroStrategy's at 239. Damn it.
This is down.
I knew it's going to try to squeeze me.
And this one, JD.com.
Take a look.
Talked about here. This is down nicely, also about 6% loss.
Yeah, this should be good eventually.
Over in commodity land, oil up again.
Maybe even sell 2 of these, but I'm not sure about that.
Getting very, very close to this resistance line. I threw my arms up at my XOP put earlier today, which probably means it's about to plunge, but I still have a variety of energy, individual company energy shorts.
MicroStrategy, high of the days. It's really squeezing, isn't it? Really squeezing. Let me open up my other feed. I lost one of them. All right, SPY's coming down. Coinbase at the highs. MicroStrategy at the highs. I gotta watch out with MicroStrategy because we're getting close to 300. My call is naked. This could end up being a pretty nasty loser. Problem is that if it happens slowly, it doesn't matter. But if it happens all at once, it's devastating. So that's why I'm picking up some upside, like on Coinbase. I picked up 2 puts, 2 short puts, MicroStrategy, 1 short put, so that if we remain at an elevated level and the other positions are getting squeezed, then I'll profit off of these ones. Same thing I'm doing with Lulu. Lulu's pumping and I have some winners here from Lulu, but they're relatively small winners. I need to wait a few days. Tesla's 131.50, crazy. 0.81% range today on the S&P 500, pretty much sideways. I know that's what it's felt like. A bit of a snooze fest after a long weekend. Everyone was excited to come and trade and make money. So let's look at Apple. Apple, my strangle is pretty even. Right, the mid price is around the same, so that is good. And Apple's been good to me this year so far. I've realized $400 on Apple. I'm gonna keep playing with Apple, but let's take a look at some of the premium in Apple. What's the IV? 48. 48 is still good. Maybe we can sell some upside risk in Apple 45 days out. Doesn't seem great. 50 cents for 3,000 of buying power. Doesn't seem great.
Re-established.
13 delta. Maybe we do another strangle. But nah. So much put skew, eh? On Apple. Crazy amounts of put skew. Let me look at my risks. Values at risk. I want to see what's the value at risk here. 3,000. 2,000. Yeah, it seems pretty balanced. Alright, we're bouncing again. Dollar's coming down. Crazy. Rinse and repeat all day.
Industry, some of the companies in the space, it doesn't seem like the needle has moved much in terms of good news on that front. Hannah, what is the sort of the latest in terms of the sentiment in the crypto industry?
Well, we have seen things quiet down since FTX filed for bankruptcy, and obviously there's more developments to come with that. So, that could always shake things up and bring more volatility to crypto prices. But right now, I think investors are feeling good about 2023 and are hoping that Bitcoin bottomed and that we're only going to go up from here.
I am curious. We were talking a little bit earlier, Hannah, about a story that Joanna Ossinger wrote with the discussion with Brett Harrison and this idea that Anthony Scaramucci is now investing in a company set up by Brett, and the idea that there are a lot of, larger players in this space that maybe moved to the sidelines or at least weren't as vocal and active in 2022 that do appear to be kind of dipping their toe back in the water.
Yeah, well, I think there's this kind of theme here that crypto is an industry for second chances. Brett Harrison, he was the president of FTX US, stepped down way before FTX filed for bankruptcy. He's coming back in, and then we've also seen the founders of 3 Arrows Capital, which was a crypto hedge fund that collapsed last year. They've come back in with a new venture. They're trying to raise $25 million for a crypto exchange that right now is called GTX.
We should point out, too, that Roswell Khan, of course, the crocodile of Wall Street, also has a new job. So I think the risk sentiment is certainly shifting in this space. If she can get rehired again, then
I know. Then truly, I don't know. Down is up, up is down.
Have we asked her to come on the air?
We should. We should. Let's write that down. But I want to talk about the 3 Arrows guys. The fact that they do have this new venture, Hannah. I mean, what has the reaction been? It feels like when I go on Twitter, every time one of them tweets, Suzu or Kyle Davies, that it's a pretty tough reception.
Yeah, crypto Twitter is not too happy. I think we have to remember here that there's still a lot of pain in the industry, that there isn't closure yet from the collapse of 3 Arrows Capital. There are still creditors who are owed money. So the fact that these guys have the audacity to come out there, push forward a new venture, I think that has set some people on edge.
So when we get to this idea, Hannah, of I guess, how the FTX shakes out, whatever regulation, if at all, Congress does anything. But then, of course, we know there are a couple of key court cases as well. They're going to sort of, I guess, be pretty instrumental in maybe potentially determining whether crypto is, a currency or a commodity or whatever it is here. Put that together for us and give us a sense here of maybe what folks are sort of anticipating in the next few months.
Yeah, I think folks are definitely anticipating more regulation. And, there could be more clarity for the industry and how DeFi is going to be regulated, how centralized exchanges are going to be looked at by the SEC. There are still so many questions here that many in the industry are waiting for answers for. So I think this year we are going to see a push towards regulation. We've already heard rumblings from SEC Chair Gary Gensler. So I think it'll be really exciting in terms of what's next, in terms of how crypto is going to be regulated.
What about some of the VCs that you speak to, some of your sources on that side? Are they waiting for regulation, or are they maybe looking at depressed valuations and seeing some opportunity here?
Yeah, so I think a lot of VCs I speak to are still very bullish on the industry. They're excited about decentralized finance in particular. I think they are looking for more clarity here. They want answers. They want to know how they should invest in their companies and how the regulatory landscape is going to impact their investing strategy. So I think they're actually looking forward to what regulators are going to say about how they're going to manage crypto.
All right, a lot to cover here. Hannah Miller, who covers this for us here at Bloomberg News. A lot more coming up, Katie, including Christina Hooper is going to be stopping by as we count you down to the closing bell. She's the Chief Global Market Strategist over at Invesco here as we keep an eye on the markets, which have been on the back foot for a good portion of the day. Pretty much everything is relatively unchanged. The biggest gainers here, at least on the U.S. side, you're going to find that in some of the NASDAQ stocks, which point out there was a pretty massive rally that we saw in Japan equities. And, of course, those big moves, those big outsized moves that we saw in the Treasury space, Japan Treasury space here. Of course, a big decision, rate decision, and more importantly, a big decision about yield curve control going to be happening, I think, roughly like 4 a.m. U.S. time, New York time.
Oh, yeah, my alarm is set. It has huge ramifications, though, when you think about what that means for the currency market, what it means for global equities.
Mighty W on the USD. Yeah, look at that, eh? Crazy. So, yeah, the big thing for tonight is going to be the Bank of Japan. So apparently it's going to be at 4 a.m. So it looks like I'm definitely waking up early tomorrow for that. And I think there's PPI early too. So yeah, gotta wake up early tomorrow for that. And then see what's up. Everything's pretty good. Losing on the MicroStrategy is the only annoying thing here right now for me. But I think I just need to pray that it doesn't go much higher. I can always buy a few shares just to profit off of a move up. But then I would also lose off of a move down. I can always close it and forget about it. But I just need a small sell-off, and this one will probably just close it for a scratch. Maybe. It's probably one of the hardest option stocks to trade because of the wide spreads and the way it moves. Always had trouble with MSTR. So Microsoft is going up slowly. I opened these two puts earlier. BitO short strangle. So if we sell off on Bitcoin, this will pay off a little bit. Just martingale along. Martingale along. Yeah, that would help. If I just had a few shares long, help reduce risk. But I also open this downside risk on MSTR. So if I do long it, then this will probably make it worse on the downside, possibly. Let me look at some of the technicals on MSTR. It's a big weekly candle. It's a regular area of support and resistance. We had a really hard resistance here on that week at the same level. Yeah. Seems like a good level. It seems like 300 is very difficult to cross. Since June 2022, we've only crossed it once. So maybe it's good. Look at the 4-hour candles. It looks insane. All green. At least I sold the call around here. It's not like I sold it around here. That would have been depressing. I sold it when we were already pretty elevated. It's a joke. Don't take that as truth. It's all good. So yeah, US dollar's up a little bit. Coinbase is coming down. Yeah, I have the Heiken Ashi candles. I do. I like them. I think they're good. Let's go and go back to SPX. 3993. Is it coming back down? It seems like it's coming back down. No.
Expectations that the Fed will hit the pause button soon, but it's also signs of economic resilience, right? We got those PMIs in the Eurozone that showed that this economy is doing better than people would have expected. We're certainly seeing some resilience in the U.S. economy. And in fact, when we looked at that German economic sentiment number this morning, wow, just so much higher than last month. So that says to me there is...
We're coming down on this SPY, 3992. Dollar wants to go up. Dollar is trending up. Yeah, we're coming down.
The narrative when we were still seeing the consumer really hang in there, the fact that the labor market is still so tight, was that this is going to make the Fed's job harder when it comes to inflation. But then we got that CPI report in December, the 6th consecutive decline. Could this really be a soft landing? Is this what it looks like?
I think it could be a softish landing. Okay. So I don't want to be Pollyanna-ish about this. It's not going to be beautiful because we
3991. Coinbase is down too.
That would be silly to say it's going to be truly soft. But I do think it can be softish. And one reason, one way it can be, is if we see
MicroStrategy's back down.
Growth driven not just by layoffs.
3990.
I think there's a decent amount of economic research out there that's quite compelling that says wage growth is not driven.
Let's go. We need to pass some Fibonacci's.
It's actually driven by labor mobility, and that's a combination of job openings and unemployment levels.
Right. And last year, I mean, the amount of mobility that workers had was probably the most that they had in probably, I don't know, over a decade.
Exactly. And JOLTS job openings are way elevated over where they were pre-pandemic. So to have that come down at the same time we see some layoffs could be enough.
All right, we're just getting started here with Christina Hooper. She's sticking with us as we count you down to these closing bells. Chief Market Strategist over at Invesco.
This is that same trend line we had from yesterday, from Friday.
Really for the last 2 or 3 hours here, a mixed bag here with the S&P basically unchanged on the day. The Dow, that's your major laggard. And once again, I still think it's kind of impressive, some of the outperformance that we continue to see by non-U.S. assets. Actually going to talk with Christina about that in just a bit. Of course, with the big Bank of Japan decision just a few hours away. The closing bell just a few minutes away. Stick with us.
All right, that's fine. 3990. Are we going to come down some more? US dollars going up. Oh, my bad.
And are you operating on the premise that, in fact, we will not have a recession, let's say in the next several months? Or are you investing, I guess, regardless of what the outlook is?
3989, that's a low point for the past few hours.
When the market gets way too optimistic, way too pessimistic.
right now, I'd say the market's getting it about right in terms of the economy. Odds are, there's the expression "don't fight the Fed" is powerful because it's been true. When the Fed wants to bring on a recession or bring pressure on the labor market, they can do it. I think they're intent on doing that right now. I think that's a mistake, but I
3988.
percent chance of happening, and I think that's what the market thinks. So we're taking a long-term approach, but I have to admit, the next 3 to 6 months, you've got to be cautious because you hate to fight the Fed.
Sure. And just quickly, do you think that if the Fed does what most people believe it's going to do, which is, 1 or 2 more small hikes, that itself will be overdoing it?
It would be overdoing because we're already past peak inflation and the money supply is coming down. The Fed is under the mistaken opinion that inflation got hot because of an overheated labor market. That is a false analysis of the situation. Wages were never up as much as inflation. Wages were, if anything, a drag on inflation. Inflation exploded because of a 40% increase on the money supply, which the Fed was responsible for. So any of these increases are unnecessary. The money supply is already coming down. It would be a mistake, but fortunately, it looks like it's going to be...
All of a sudden, everyone is bullish, eh? 3988. It wants to go down some more.
All right, well, we do have that going for us potentially then. Two banks, two very different earnings stories. Goldman Sachs, the biggest drag on the Dow today after reporting its largest earnings miss in a decade because of a plunge in investment banking revenue and a jump in operating expenses. Morgan Stanley also experiencing a slowdown in investment banking, but was able to beat Wall Street's earnings estimates thanks to big revenue increases in its wealth management and trading businesses. Meanwhile, Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser telling Sarah Eisen in Davos that
I'm still flat for the day. It's crazy.
We have very strong
I can take some profits if I want to.
a lot of transformational ideas from different CEOs.
This one is $50 now. This one is pretty good.
Of healthy balance sheets and lower prices, and I do see the risk rewards in the market. We're seeing both investors
But $100 of theta. So one more day, and this one will be even better. But we do have earnings coming up, so that's gonna affect it for sure.
Well, Charlie, it would be tough for deal activity to get, any more depressed than it
This
was
Coinbase is looking better.
last year, but you're involved, I think.
Hey, this new first solar position, didn't I just open this? I just opened this and it's up $60.
We can expect the capital
Nice.
markets to get busier.
When investment banks have a lousy backlog of M&A deals, they talk about all the wonderful conversations they're having right now. That's what you just heard from Citi. Backlogs are down from very high levels. So I think the next 3 to 6 months are going to be challenged from an M&A backlog activity. You're right, Mike. It can't get a lot worse because it was awfully slow in the fourth quarter.
You can always sell a Tesla Disney put to counteract with this call ratio spread.
Almost 100 basis points from where they were. So
Because in Disney, my position should be
certainly in the first quarter, that's one of the reasons why.
relatively... Did I close that window?
Well, Evercore ISI is out with a new note today.
Let's see. I think I'm short deltas. I don't know if I want another position on the put side.
The December quarter earnings, which should serve as a positive catalyst. Evercore analyst
Premium is not that high.
is here to talk a bit more about that. And Ahmed, I guess the call here is that the disappointing iPhone sales in the December quarter are not gone forever, and that we're going to see evidence they're coming back.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the December quarter miss, if you may, is somewhat embedded in folks' expectations already. Again, the call would be this is more a production issue rather than a demand issue, and pick the number you have, 6 to 8.
All right. People are bullish on Apple. So let me switch it over here. Let's look at the SPX 3989. We got a bit of a bounce. Can buy a few shares of MicroStrategy, maybe. I'm back to 406. Struggle to pass 406. 407K is hard resistance for me. Where's Silvergate at? 1332. nothing in the market that says something has happened in the world economy, and still need to get the inflation down. Yeah, news getting bullish. We all know what will happen. I know, right? I think inflation is also partially related to asset prices being so high. Everybody's rich from like stocks and stuff. That needs to go down, I think. Real estate too. Everybody's rich from real estate. So until that goes down, I don't think we're going to see 2% inflation. Too many asset bubbles.
Absolutely. And in fact, some of the earnings that we've gotten already have seemed to focus around that. In conversation right now with Christina Hooper. Back to that conversation in just 1 second, but we want to jump over to Katie, who's also been looking at some of the earnings that we've got and one of the stocks that's been moving on the back of that. Katie.
I'm looking at Morgan Stanley. We had Goldman, we had Morgan Stanley this morning, and not too great on the revenue picture.
3987, it's coming down.
Both of those stocks, but you look at what's happening in Morgan
Dollar's
Stanley,
trying to go up too.
Almost 6% at this moment, so a much different story.
3986.
For the financials today, at least if you're a shareholder. But let's also talk about the big macro event of the week, which of course is that Bank of Japan meeting. Took on more importance after the Bank of Japan lifted the ceiling on its yield cap in December. So that really sets us up nicely.
7 minutes. Looks like we're selling off for the last 10 minutes.
Trading right now. Yields are above the allowed
3986.
Ceiling. And Christina, I want to flip this over to you, because if we do have a Bank of Japan that's stepping away from ultra,
We go below this level, we're gonna have some long losers. Yeah, I know, eh? A real bull trap. If we go below 3900.
I don't see the Bank of Japan tightening. What I think it's doing is going to modify or eliminate its
3986. Dollars coming up.
But is it trying to tighten? Is it trying to create headwinds for its economy? I don't believe that's the case.
3985. It's coming down.
What happens to yields in this environment? It's clear that yields are going to go up. But I think that it's a rather healthy, it's likely to be a rather healthy exercise, and again, one that's necessary because this policy has proven to be unsustainable.
This is, I think everyone is really hanging on this as sort of one of the big events, and I think we will get a better sense here, not only where Japan goes, but again, how that feeds into broader risk assets around the world. The other sort of country that I think everyone's focused on right now outside of the U.S., of course, is China. The big reopening they've had, whether we sort of get back to those sustained levels of consumer spending and investment.
3988. We got a little bit of a bounce there.
Rocky road to wherever, I guess, the new normal is.
Well, it certainly appears that.
Oh, we have a dividend warning here. Wait a second.
Right? When you reopen, and especially given that the Lunar New Year is right around the corner, so we're going to have.
Is this gonna get exercised? I don't think so.
Which is likely
Nah.
to cause,
There's no reason they're gonna exercise this. They lose quite a bit of premium.
What we learned from the December economic data that we've seen.
Or this one here.
It seems as though
Yeah, they lose all the premium if they exercise.
or is starting to outweigh the bad. Certainly much better than expectations for December, and I think we are likely to continue on that trajectory. Again, some headwinds are going to be created by COVID infections, but we're also going to see
3990.
what I consider to be revenge living, revenge spending in China. That is going to be very, very significant.
And what does that mean for the rest of EM broadly as a group? I mean, does your EM outlook right now kind of hinge on China's reopening, or is it more nuanced than that?
Well, certainly there are a variety of factors that make EM equities look more attractive today, that make me more positive on emerging markets economies. But certainly China is an important driving force, especially for Asia EM. Beyond that, of course, there is a U.S. dollar that is weakening, and I think that should be a continuing story through 2023 and provide something of a tailwind. But yes, China is a big part of the story. It was even a big part of.
I can close this now, I think. Maybe I can close all my Netflix. Or just wait till tomorrow.
Economic sentiment data.
I'm curious about.
And then before earnings, I might close all my Netflix.
So, who wins in that environment? I mean, when you say the dollar's weakening, that's versus what?
A basket of major currencies. I think most other currencies win versus the dollar. The dollar
Might close this naked put.
I think it's you know, its strength is dictated largely by growth differentials, rates differentials, and that
Or no, we'll wait one more day.
desire for the U.S. dollar as a safe haven asset class. And I think as we move through 2023, risk appetite grows. There's less of a need for it as a safe haven, and I think the growth differential and the rates differentials dissipate.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the returns just over the last few weeks, particularly with EM currencies. The outperformance of those currencies versus the dollar, pretty astonishing. Gonna have to leave it there, Christina. Always wonderful to catch up with her. Christina Hooper, Chief Global Market Strategist over at Invesco. All right, we continue to count you down to the closing bells. Katie here on this Tuesday afternoon. We only got about a couple minutes left here. What do you make of the price action?
3 minutes.
It's pretty subdued, but then you look at the volume on the S&P 500, 12% against the 20-day average. So again, even though it doesn't look like there's too much action on the headline number on the big benchmark, there's a lot going on under the surface.
A lot going on under the surface. The Treasury market relatively subdued with yields fractionally lower here on the day. We can move closer to these closing bells. Full market coverage as we take you to the bell and beyond.
Beyond the bell.
Dow accelerates losses. Why is the Dow doing so poorly?
Short-term cautious, long-term bullish.
1% down because of Goldman Sachs. Yeah, 6% down. Do I have any orders open? No, closed everything. Alright, seems like this will conclude the day. It's been a pretty good day. I'm pretty much flat. But we'll see. The next few days, the next week or so is going to be make or break for me, for my portfolio right now, for my balance. And MicroStrategy is a factor, definitely a big factor. But I think overall I'm good. Things are looking good. The banks, yeah, it's because of the banks that the Dow's down. The Goldman Sachs was down 6%, and it's bringing down the Dow Jones.
S&P 500 is down by about 0.2%. Remember, it was up almost 4% in the first two trading weeks of the year. If you look at the breadth, it's actually slightly positive, and that has been a pattern of this market. More stocks going up than down, more volume in advancing stocks versus declining stocks. The Dow, of course, as we've been mentioning,
MicroStrategies coming back down.
on earnings and warnings from Goldman
Dollar's
Sachs,
trying to go up.
the Nasdaq Composite getting a bounce. Tesla is a big
All right, 1 minute.
rebounding today, also firming up oil prices.
Your Swedish bank position closed today also. Ah, I see. Cool.
Transports versus utilities on a year-to-date basis. This is the cyclicality of the market, basically.
All right, so we are closing now. There we go. We did it. We survived another day. It's been a pretty big mixed bag for me. If I didn't have MicroStrategy, I would have been way better. But I'll survive. I'll live another day. Should be able to do well the rest of the week. But anyways, I'm gonna head out now. Nice to see you guys. GG. I'll see you guys next time. Peace. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace, guys.